A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yes, it's the Goldbergs.
But I tell you, I saw her myself.
Not Mrs. Jones. I can't imagine such a thing.
Well, I was there, and I actually saw her. She washed that lovely rayon slick with the same soap she used for her dirtiest kitchen towel.
Not really.
Yes. In fact, she used this new Does for every single thing in her wash.
New Does? Well, what kind of soap is that?
Well, it's a new kind of granulated soap. Procter & Gamble's putting it out. And Mrs. Jones says this does all three kinds of wash. Work shirts, towels, right down to rayon undies.
Well, I never. What in the world did her clothes look like when she hung them out?
Well, I must say everything looked all right. Her rayon slips were soft and nice, and the work shirts were bright and clean, and her towels, well, they were just dazzling white.
Say, I guess Mrs. Jones isn't so dumb. If Does can do all that, then why are we still using those old-fashioned granulated soaps?
Yes, why put up with old-fashioned soaps on wash day when Does is here? Because Does brings you real whiteness, plus amazing safety for your nicer colored washables. And when I say Does gets clothes white, I mean the genuine whiteness you want. Why, you've never seen whiter washes than Does gives you. And there's no hard scrubbing either. Actually, no soap made gets clothes white easier than Does. And yet, it's far safer for delicately colored rayon slips than any other leading granulated laundry soap. That's why Does does everything in your wash. Honestly, once you try it, you'll see how different Does is. You'll find Does is a brand new kind of granulated soap, not just a new improvement of an old soap. So, join the Does line at your store today. Remember, it's that big red and white box you want with the name D-U-Z, Does. It does everything in your wash. And now, the Goldbergs. You know, fixing other people's lives is something that hardly ever gets thanked. And all Molly Goldberg has been getting lately has been a lot of rebuffs. First from Oriane, then from Cater, and tonight from Margaret Way. Of course, Way's former wife didn't know what Molly planned, that Molly wants to stop Oriane's marriage to Way. Tonight, Molly tries her hand again with Way, and she gets an answer. But right now, Jake, who's all set up with the whole mess, is telling Molly what he thinks.
Don't discuss it with me.
I wouldn't discuss.
Whatever Mrs. Way said to you goes double with me.
She said what she said because she didn't understand why I wanted to see her, what my reason was.
Regardless of that, if you were interfering with a group of kindergarten children and trying to tell them what to do, all right. But the grown-up people that have lived an experienced life and know more maybe than you do?
Not always a question of how much you know, Jake.
What then is it?
It's a question of how much you feel also, Jake.
And so stop already feeling. Use your head.
But if my heart tells me...
Your heart, Molly, someday
all right,
is going
Jake,
to...
Please, all right.
All right, what?
Then I wouldn't call Mrs. Ray.
You mean to say you had intentions of calling Mrs. Ray after the way she spoke to you? After the way she acted to you?
She didn't understand, Jake. She didn't understand. I'm trying to tell you that she didn't understand. She thinks that I want Oriane and Mr. Ray to get married. She thinks that...
Molly, will you do me one tremendous favor?
What?
Don't ask me. Don't tell me. Do as you please, as you will, and as you wish. Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. So where are you going? Going upstairs? Hello? Hello, operator?
Who are you calling, Ma?
The hotel, please. Are you calling Mrs. Wayne, Ma? Please, if you will. What are you looking for, Rosalie?
The bicarbonate.
For Papa? Hello? Is this the hotel? I wish to speak to Mrs. Ray, please.
But, Ma, after the way she spoke to you...
Rosalie, Tyler. If you're looking for bicarbonate, look for the bicarbonate. It's in the cupboard. Take a glass and take a spoon. And I'm on the phone. Hello? Yes? Well, I said Mrs. Ray I wish to speak. Well, this is Mrs. Goldberg speaking. Well, then will you deliver me, please, a message? It's most important. Yes. We'll take a pencil, please, and jot. So, just put in a note that Mrs. Goldberg called, and that Mrs. Goldberg said that she was under a great misapprehension, and that I would like to see her, and if... Yes. Will you please tell her that? And also tell her... Please, I want it perfectly correct. Tell her that I will wait for her call. If she will, I will await her call. Thank you very much.
There's my bicarbonate there.
I'm getting it, Pa. I'll bring it up.
Get a little spoon.
All right, Ma, I will.
Well, I'm coming. Put up a little tea, Papa. Maybe want a little hot water.
All right, Ma.
What did I say? That it has to be already bicarbonate because I have Oh, Mr. Ray?
Hello, Rosie.
Oh, yes. Hello, Rosie. Hello.
Is Mr. Goldberg? My father isn't feeling too well. Excuse me.
I think Mr. Goldberg isn't very pleased that his wife is trying to help us.
Isn't that, Edward? It's because of, well, all the rest.
You mean Margaret?
Yes. It isn't very pleasant. I mean, you told me the way she came over and said the things she did.
What we ought to do, what I want to do is get married at once, as soon as we can. It'll finish up the whole thing for everyone.
If you think it's best to...
There's nothing for us to wait for, Oriane. We're not children who have to make a play at love because we're too good to recognize what it means. We know what we want, we know what we mean and think and feel, and there's nothing to wait for. There isn't. We don't have doubts and rules to worry about. We want to get married. Let's get married. When people want to start living, they can't start soon enough, and we can't start soon enough. Too much time has passed us by to wait. It'll be easier for everyone, especially for these people who have been such good friends to both of us.
You think we'll hear from the parole board in a few days?
Yes, as the officer approved my marriage, and now there's only the official permission. Does that make you feel queer? I mean, my needing to get permission?
No, Edward, of course not.
You look...
I was just wondering whether I heard David's voice. I'm happy the state approves of me.
Oh, Oriane,
Excuse me, Edward. I want to see if David is...
Rosalie, take your phone. All right, Ma.
Will you take Rosalie?
Yes, I'll take it.
I'll answer it, Rosie.
I'll take it, Mr. Wayne.
Hello? Yes? What do you want, Margaret?
Rosalie, why don't you take the phone? I'll take the phone,
Well,
Mr. Ray. Go up to Papa, Rosalie. I'll take the phone,
Oh,
Mr.
Mrs.
Ray.
Goldberg, why do you want to see Mrs. Wade?
Excuse me. Hello? Hello, Mrs. Ray? I wish to see you, please. So, because you misunderstood my
But
visit.
Mrs. Goldberg...
Listen, excuse me. I want you to understand that I feel that this marriage is not right.
Mrs. Goldberg,
Love is not our only responsibility, Mrs. Ray. There is a more important thing in your life and Mr. Ray's
Mrs.
life.
Goldberg.
Yes, I would like to see you. Yes. At your earliest inconvenience. Thank you.
Mrs. Goldberg,
I'm glad you're here, Mr. Ray. Because there are a few things I think you should understand. Things I've been trying to tell you for a very long time.
What things?
Well, won't you please sit down so we can converse if you don't mind? Thank you. Mr. Ray, you're thinking only of yourself and only of Oriane. But if you pardon my saying so, you're forgetting the thousands of people who suffered because of, let's say, your mistakes. You made a mistake with your ideas, and these thousands of people who had confidence in you suffered also.
But Mrs. Goldberg,
They lost the money they gave you, and they weren't rich people. It meant a lot to them. And then because of your mistake, let's call it, you went to prison. For 3 years you suffered. You paid, let's say, with your own suffering for what you caused them. But, Mr. Way, suffering is not arithmetic. You can't make up in yourself for what you did to them. Only paying them back can do that.
Well, I know that as well as you do. But it'll take more money than I can ever get my hands on.
And do you think you can bury the wrong you did to these people in your marriage to Oriane?
I don't believe in worrying about things you can't help.
If I told you you could help it?
How?
If I told you that your former wife would give you the money to pay these people back if you didn't marry Oriane?
So, that's what Margaret has finally thought of. Now, after all these years, she wants to help me. She wants to clear my conscience now. When I asked before, went to jail, when I begged her to help me and help those people too, she divorced me and I went to jail. And now she sees a way to help me. She wants to clear my conscience.
But Mr.
Well, you can go tell Mrs. Way, Mrs. Goldberg, that my conscience is perfectly clear. You can tell her I don't care at all about the thousands of people she wants to help now. I care only about one person, Oriane, and Mrs. Way knows that. This is just another way for her to hurt me. But I won't be hurt, and I won't be trapped by any of her appeals to my conscience. Oriane is my last chance to make some kind of private happiness for myself, and I wouldn't give her up to pay back anyone or everyone. You can tell her that for me, please.
And so Mr. Way breaks Molly's plan to the ground before she has a chance to try it out. What can Molly do with him or Margaret Way now? At Christmas time, seems like there's more dishes to wash than any other season of the year. But thank goodness this Christmas, you don't have to struggle with those old-fashioned halfway soaps. I mean those mild bar soaps that don't give any real speed, or those tough granulated soaps that fall short on safety for your hands. No, those halfway soaps are out of date now that new Does is here. Yes, Does, that new kind of granulated soap that does everything in your wash. And believe me, it has everything you want for dishes, too. From whirlwind speed to extra gentleness for your hands. Now, just notice how wonderfully smooth and nice your hands feel after doing dishes with Does. Actually, it's the only leading granulated laundry soap to give your hands such extra gentle care. Yet, no soap made gets dishes clean faster than Does. It cuts even hard grease without any hard scouring. Yes, let those busy suds tell you how different Does is. Ask for Does today. It has everything for dishes. And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs, written for you by Gertrude Berg. One more defeat is all Molly needs to try again. And Molly tries next time on The Goldbergs. This is James Fleming, wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, the makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
Ionized Yeast presents Lights Out. Everybody. It is later than you think. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you, calmly but sincerely, to turn off your radio now. Mr. Oboler, there's something I've been intending to ask you ever since the beginning of Lights Out series. What is the meaning of the phrase used each week, It is later than you think.
Well, Frank, no one knows who first said it, but for centuries, sundials have borne that phrase. It is later than you think. And the words are as true today as they've always been. The meaning? That the human lifespan is short and time is fleeting, and each of us have fewer moments than we think to live, learn, work, and perhaps mend our ways.
Well, that's very interesting, especially in these strenuous days. But tell us, what's the title of tonight's Lights Out play?
As I predicted last week, Come to the Bank. It's not an order, but the story of a woman who, for strange reasons soon apparent, is determined to get us to the bank.
And now?
Lights out. Everybody.
Please, would you come to the bank with me? Please. I've asked so many people, but they won't listen to me. Will you come to the bank with me? No, don't turn your head. Please don't go away. Listen, if I tell you very carefully why I want you to come to the bank with me, you will come, won't you? He's locked up in there. He can't get any air. No, don't get excited. I didn't say he was locked up in the vault. All they've got in their vault is money. I don't care about money. All I care about is him. I didn't mean to tell you. All right, I did. You've got to come to the bank with me and help me. It's Fred Roth. He's in the bank and he can't get out. What are you laughing about? That's not so funny. I tell you, he's in the bank and he can't get out. He's been in there for, I think it's 3 weeks. Blast you, stop laughing. Please listen to me. I'll tell you all about it from the start. I'm a school teacher. At the Madison High School, I teach physics. It's a rational science, cause and effect, cause and effect. Mr. Roth teaches in the same school, psychology, the way of the human mind. But that's not an exact science, is it? The human mind is not exact at all. And that started it. That's what started it. Mr. Roth said to me.
Well, speaking quite frankly and candidly, Miss Moss, I don't think very much of your exact sciences.
2 and 2 always add up to 4, Mr. Roth.
Not where the human mind is concerned.
I don't understand.
Well, it is my profound conviction that the potentialities of the human mind and body have never been realized by any human creature.
But there have been great men. Plato, Lincoln, so many scientists.
Yes, but only fractional greatness, using perhaps 1/10 of the power latent within themselves. It's all a matter of concentration. Thomas Edison used perhaps 1 iota more concentration than the average man and became one of the great inventors of all times. I tell you, Miss Moss, if men would concentrate their minds to the limit, the universe would be theirs.
That's a very innocent start, isn't it? Just a teacher talking about the human mind. I thought nothing of it. Mr. Roth was such an intense young man. I liked his intensity.
Just think what could happen if a man could bring his mind to the proper point of concentration. He could move objects with his mind. Yes, why not? Think that a table should move, and it would move.
Mr. Roth.
No. Think that he wanted to be a certain place, and he would be there. Men conceived this civilization just by a thought, and here it is. All is power of thought over matter. A man thinks a book before the book exists. He thinks a house, and only then the house can be. All is power of mind over matter.
I liked to watch his eyes while he talked. They were so bright and burning. And his mouth, as he talked, the way it twisted. I couldn't help liking Mr. Roth, could I? We had dinner together once.
Will you have coffee with your dinner or later?
What did you say?
The waiter wanted to know if you wanted coffee with your dinner.
Oh, no coffee.
No, we miss.
It's very nice of you to have dinner with me, Mr. Roth.
Oh, on the contrary, I'm grateful to you. You're a very good listener.
Thank you.
I've done a great deal of work in the week since I last talked to you.
Have you? Please tell me.
Well, it isn't exactly work. It's more of a decision.
Yes?
Yes, I've come to the decision to stop theorizing. Yes, I've decided to put what I believe into practice.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, it's quite simple. The powers of concentration. I've decided to put into practice...
Monsieur, the fruit juice is for the lady.
Well, Oh, yes, for the lady. Concentration, Miss Moss. I've decided to put into practice my theory of concentration. I don't want to anticipate, but I expect wonderful results, Miss Moss. I might even say unbelievable results.
Unbelievable results. Oh, must I tell you more? Please, come with me to the bank. All right, I'll tell you the rest. The day after he talked to me in the restaurant, Mr. Roth didn't come to school. I know that because at lunchtime he wasn't in his usual place in the cafeteria. And when I asked, they told me that he suddenly had taken leave of absence and that an extra teacher was taking over his classes. I was very disappointed. A week went by, 2 weeks. I decided to go see him. I took a few days off from my work. I found out his home number. Friday morning, I bought a new dress, very becoming one. Then I went to visit Mr. Roth. I was certain he wouldn't be angry with me. It was perfectly proper that I call on him as a friend.
Yes, Mr. Roth is at home. He has the 2 back rooms. He has not been out of there for a week. Won't even let me go in to clean up. You go right ahead. Head of the staircase and to the right.
Mr. Roth, are you in there? It's Miss Moore. Could I speak to you for a moment? Standing there knocking, I suddenly realized that the door was ajar. Was he... But he didn't answer, and yet the landlord had said he was at home. I pushed the door open farther and glanced through the opening. Mr. Roth! Mr. Roth! Dead! Oh, no,
I'm alive.
Oh, I thought... Oh, Mr. Roth, your face, the way you look, what...
No. Water. Glass.
Oh, yes.
Water.
Yes. Here. Oh, you are sick.
I'm not sick. Water.
Here, drink it. I'll hold it. Doctor. I'll call a doctor.
No, wait.
But you're ill.
Listen to me.
Yes.
I'm not sick.
Well, then what?
I told you.
Well, I don't know.
I've been sitting here for a week.
Sitting? For a week?
Concentration. Practicing concentration. Concentration. The experiment was most successful. Most successful. I've proven that I can do what some of the Orientals profess to do. Slow down through concerted willpower the essential life processes. A week without food and water. Is that not a triumph, Miss Moss?
Well, I don't know. Mr. Roth, why do you do these things?
I'm trying to explain it to you simply. The human thoughts are like the rays of the sun, spreading in all directions. By the use of a lens, the rays of the sun can be focused on one point. And instead of warmth, there is a focal point of intense light that can burn its way through all obstacles. And so it is with human thoughts. If, through concentration, a man could focus them on one point, he would be a god among men. I tell you, Miss Moss, that I am confident that I, through training, can become that one man in a million. Even as muscles can be trained, so I am training my mind. And the day when my training is complete, I will be able to do anything I desire. You hear me? Anything.
When he said that, thin and weak and tired as he was, his eyes looked at me and I was afraid. For him. I made up my mind right then. The first thing was to get him out of that room. He ate, rested, and then went out with me.
I don't see why I let you talk me into this, Miss Moss. I have so much work to do.
The walk will do you good.
But where are we going?
Well, first I want you to come to the bank with me.
Beg your pardon?
Well, you see, I've been thinking of taking a little vacation, and I need some money. going to withdraw some.
Oh, I see.
I too want to get off someplace where I can concentrate.
Well, yes, most important.
Yes. Have you thought about going out to the country?
These buildings, Miss Moss. Look at them. Steel and concrete. So firm and so solid. So enduring. You know something, Miss Moss?
Walking so fast,
Once upon a time, they were only an idea in man's mind. Perhaps even now they have no solidity, but are just ideas hanging in air, through which a man with single-mindedness of purpose could walk as easily as if he were walking through air. Do you understand me, Miss Moss?
But I'm not sure. The country would be a wonderful place to work. Now, wouldn't it, Mr. Ross? We went into the bank. He kept talking about the powers of concentration. I hardly listened to him. All I could think about was that somehow I had to get him into a new environment. The foyer of the building where the bank was, we went in. People, elevators. Suddenly, Mr. Roth stopped. He stared at the wall. I said, Mr. Roth, what are you looking at?
This is the time.
Time for what?
I told you. When my subconscious reached the proper point of incubation, I would know that my powers had reached the point where I could do anything.
Mr. Roth,
anything,
please,
I tell
let's
you.
go.
Well, this is the time. Now, I must make use of that power now.
No, please. What are you going to do?
That marble wall, straight ahead. I say I can walk through it.
No, please, stop joking.
I will walk through.
No, Mr. Roth, come back. Don't. Ah! Mr. Roth! Mr. Roth!
What?
The wall! No!
Oh, what?
Mr. Roth! Mr. Roth, he walked through the wall. You hear me? He walked through the wall. You sit there smug and self-certain, don't you? It couldn't have happened. But listen, you pinhead mind, I tell you it did. I saw it with my own eyes. Mr. Roth walked right toward that marble wall, and he went into it, and then he was gone. Do you hear me? Gone. But I mustn't call you names and make you angry, must I? Because you must come to the bank with me. Yes, I'll tell you more of just what happened on that day.
I never heard of such a... Now, look, lady, take it easy.
Get out of my way. The wall. He walked through that wall. I tell you, he walked through that wall.
For Pete's sake, please.
He said he'd do it, and he did do it. He walked through that wall. I tell you, he walked through that wall.
Disturbance.
Let go of me. Don't hold me back. I gotta get to him. Mr. Roth. I gotta get to Mr. Roth.
Well, this lady, all at once
Yes,
she
I gotta get to
screamed,
him.
and now she...
Tell him to let go of me. Mr. Roth, he concentrated his mind. He said he'd walk through that wall, and he did.
What?
Yes, he
That's
did.
it, Mr. Searle.
Tell him to let go of me. That wall, Mr. Roth went through that wall.
My dear woman, are you out of your
I've got
mind?
to get to him.
Keep
Mr.
quiet.
Roth, I've got
Stop
to get
making that noise. Stop it.
That wall is solid. Solid concrete faced with marble. You'd better go home and stop disturbing the peace. Show her to the door, Regan.
So they put me out. I stood in the street. I didn't know what to do. And then I knew. I would wait there until Mr. Roth came back. And he would come back. He'd gone through the wall, and he must have come out on the other side. And now he would walk around the building and come back and meet me there. So I waited.
Good night, George. See you in the morning.
I waited a long time.
Are you waiting for something, lady? The bank's closed, you know. I've seen you standing here ever since I got on my beat, so I thought I'd talk to you.
A long time. It began to rain. I stood there in the rain. Mr. Roth. And then a terrible thought. What if he... I went to the door of the bank building. It was locked. Let me in. Please, let me in. Listen to me. Just let me in, Mr. Roth. I've got to get to Mr. Roth.
Hey, lady, what? Don't you know the bank's been
I
closed
don't
for
care.
hours?
I've got to get in. I've got to get
Now,
in.
take it easy, you. Hey, aren't you the one that's been standing out here?
Let go of me. Mr. Roth is in there.
Now, lady.
I will get in.
Hey, the door.
Let go of me. Mr. Roth, I've got to get in,
I'll
Mr.
be
Roth.
acting like
I will
this.
get in. I'll kick this door. I will get in.
Kicking the door in.
Yes,
Now,
I
you
will.
come along with me.
Let go of me. Did we get in to see Mr. Roth that night? No.
Order in the court. Order in the court. Prisoner will be held for further examination. Next case.
I tried to tell them, Mr. Roth, but no one would listen to me. All night. And the next terrible day, no one would listen.
Now tell me, do you have dreams, Miss Moss?
Asking me questions over and over.
Do you think that people dislike you?
Over and over.
Have you often seen Mr. Roth or other people disappear?
Over and over.
When did you first begin to have these hallucinations?
But when I tried to tell them about Mr. Roth, they started to say terrible things to me.
The fact of the matter is, Mr. Roth has disappeared. It is the opinion of the police that he decamped with this woman's money. Yes, took her money and ran off. Yes, took her money and ran off.
I didn't care what they said. I had to get to the bank. You know why? Mr. Roth had started for the wall, and I had seen him go through it, and he hadn't come around to meet me. So there was only one answer. He was still in the wall. And while Mr. Roth was in the wall, they were keeping me in this hospital. I had to get out.
How are you resting now, Miss Moss? Miss Moss, where? Window. Nurse, the woman in this room. She's gone. Out of the window. Nurse, Miss Moss is gone.
Got away. In the street. Still raining. I ran along the dark streets until I was at the bank. Closed. There was a dark doorway, another building. I hid in the dark and waited all through the night until morning, until they opened the doors of the bank. I went into the bank. I walked toward the wall. That wall. I wanted to run to it, but I walked. Then I was there. The very wall he'd gone into. Mr. Roth, are you in there? It's Miss Moss, Ada Moss. Mr. Roth, please, if you're in there, answer me. They'll see me standing here by the wall talking, and they won't let me stand here. Mr. Roth, please, I've got my ear close to the wall. If you're in there, answer me. I can hear you. You are on the wall. I was right. You did walk into the wall and stay there. Yes, but what are you saying? I can't understand you. Please, Mr. Roth, speak so I can understand you. Yes, I understand. I will get you out of there. Help! Help, there's a man in the wall. Help me get him out. Mr. Roth, you here? I'll get you help. Hurry, people. Bring axes and picks. There's a man in the wall. Mr. Roth's in the wall. They put me back in the hospital. They didn't believe me. They didn't help Mr. Roth. I was very sick. I don't know how many days I was in the hospital. Then I was all right. They let me out.
And this is your last warning, Miss Moss. You are to stay away from the bank. You are to behave yourself as the good, intelligent citizen you normally are. Your last warning, Miss Moss.
And all the time, Mr. Roth was in that wall, waiting for me to help him. And there was so little time left. A man such as Mr. Roth, powers of concentration. He could and did perform a miracle, walking through a wall. But even conserving his strength and breath and the way he said, slowing down the vital life processes, how long do you think he could live entombed in that wall? I had to get to him. But when I walked by the bank, hiding in the crowd so they wouldn't see me, I saw that there was a policeman there. They put a policeman there just to keep me out. I had to figure out some way to get in there. Tell Mr. Roth to keep alive that I was working to help him. I had to figure out a way. There's a store across the street. A store selling paints. That was the answer.
Something for cleaning? Of course, madam. How much do you think you'll need? Oh, I suggest a pint. We have it here in bulk. Open it? Sure. Hey, see, it's standard cleaning fluid. Lady, no, that match. Look out, don't, it's inflammable. Don't. Help, fire. Grab that woman. She said fire to the store, fire.
In a few moments, everyone was so busy that I was quite free to go into the bank.
In a few seconds, my ear was against the wall. Mr. Roth, I'm back. They tried to keep me away from me, but I'm back. Mr. Roth, can you hear me? Alive. Yes, still alive. Oh, Mr. Roth, what should I do? What? Yes, I will. They won't stop me this time. Get something and tear down the wall. Fire axe, off the wall. Mr. Roth, look. If you could see, I got a fire axe. Good to help you. Will you get out? We'll get you out. Yes, I will get you out. The mob is cracking, Mr. Roth. I will get to you. Get to you. No one will stop me now. I don't want to help you, but I'm helping you.
Give me that axe.
Oh, no, you won't stop me. I've got to help Mr. Roth.
Give me that axe.
I'll give it to you.
Oh. Lady,
I told you not to stop me.
Policeman.
I told you not to stop me.
You kill the policeman.
No, I'll kill you.
Help.
I'll kill you off. I've got to get free.
Give me that axe.
I've got to get Mr. Roth.
Give that to me.
I'll kill you.
Hear me.
Stand back. Don't stop me. I've got to free Mr. Roth. Stand back. I'm locked up now. They locked me up. You've been my first visitor in weeks. Weeks. Do you know what that means? All these days he's been in that war, holding himself alive with all his will. But sooner or later, if he thinks I'm not going to help him, he'll give up hope. And he'll lose his will to live. And suddenly he'll die. Do you hear me? He'll die. Please make them let me go and come and help me save Mr. Roth. If you don't help me, it will always be on your conscience, won't it? At night when you're alone and you can't sleep, you'll open your eyes and you'll see Mr. Roth entombed in that wall. But it won't be Mr. Roth anymore. Just the bones of a man. Bones and dead, decaying flesh and worms. And the skull will talk to you and ask you, why didn't you help me? So I ask you again, please, won't you come to the bank?
Mr. Oboler, a man living in a bank wall.
Well, don't let that prevent you from going to the bank and buying a few war bonds.
No, seriously. Do you really believe a human being could possibly accomplish such a feat and then keep himself alive by sheer willpower?
Well, Frank, certain Hindu cults have been able to obtain unbelievable results in the suspension of the ordinary human bodily functions by fasting and complete immobility. In plain talk, they don't eat, they don't sleep, they sit still, and their pulses drop to the point of what is normally fatal. And yet they live. The human mind, Martin, is a deep, dark power whose potentialities only the future will bring to complete fulfillment.
Well, now what about next week's story?
Title, Chicken Heart. The story, but more about that after just a moment.
And I'll use that moment to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that life doesn't necessarily have to seem hopeless, even if you are miserably thin and weak and nervous. Perhaps you, like thousands of others. Mr. Oboler?
Well, somebody told me that next week's play, Chicken Heart, should have been entitled Brainstorm. I won't deny that. I've never enjoyed writing a story more in my life and never hesitated more about broadcasting it because of its terrifying nature. Brainstorm the story is yes, but don't forget that tomorrow's brainstorm may be the truth the day after tomorrow. But truth or fiction, Chicken Heart next week.
Yes, Lights Out will come to you again next Tuesday at the same time. Be sure to listen to Arch Oboler's amazing story of Chicken Heart. And if you need more vitamin B and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast, the one and only ironized yeast, with the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet.
Here's a question everyone is asking. How long will my present clothes last? Well, folks, that depends on what kind of care you give them. On whether, for example, you keep your clothes free of grease spots that make them look worn, run down, and old before their time. So get some Energine cleaning fluid and use it to remove grease spots from your clothing the moment they appear. Energine gets rid of grease spots easily, quickly, neatly. Helps make your clothes give more satisfactory wear. Get some tomorrow. Energine cleaning fluid. This is the Columbia Broadcasting.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time. The American Broadcasting Company presents another in a series of dramatic programs, The Clock. A good watch will run indefinitely, neither too fast nor too slow. And what little regulation it may need is usually minor. The same can be said of the normal mind. But a watch that has been tampered with exaggerates the passage of time. The wheels may run too slowly or too fast. This is not always apparent to the casual observer, however, at least on the surface. And the human mind that becomes abnormal is not always an easily detectable thing, even though that mind may house an appetite for murder.
They told me at the hospital that I was the homicidal type. Can you imagine me, a perfectly normal girl with a sweet disposition? I guess that's why I didn't like the place. Everybody was nuts in the joint but myself. So one night I found a loose bar in one of the windows, and I let myself out by climbing down some knotted bed sheets. Say, they must have been a sight to see when they found out I was gone. And I took my nail file with me. When I reached St. Louis, I naturally got myself a job. I'm a manicurist. But only for men, see? And if I say so myself, I can dress up any barbershop in town. When the bald heads let me hold their fingers, they forget about their business troubles. And they always feel at home with a nice, sweet, respectable girl like me.
So your name is Mabel?
Yeah, what's yours?
Charlie?
I used to know a Charlie once in Dallas, Texas. And he was just as cute as you. Left hand, please.
How long you been around here, Mabel?
Oh, just a little while.
You got any boyfriends?
One or two.
But nothing steady, huh?
No. Say, that's a classy ring you got there.
4 carats. The stick pin's 5.
You must be rich.
I get by. And I don't mind spending either when I meet a classy number, Mabel, like you.
You're squeezing my hand.
That's what it's for, ain't it?
It all depends on who's doing the squeeze.
What's on your date book for tonight?
Nothing much. Movie, maybe. And then to bed.
You want to make that a nightclub and a show?
I might.
When do you knock off here?
6.
I'll be outside waiting, baby. 5 minutes out.
And I'll be looking for you. Charlie. He took me to a chop suey joint, and then we found a bar. The floor show was rotten, so we didn't stay too long. And Charlie wanted to go for a nice long walk in the park. But he got tired even quicker than I thought he would. And we sat down on a bench right near the lake.
It's quiet here.
Yeah.
And we're all alone.
You're going to try to get fresh now, Charlie?
You know the routine.
Are you married?
Yeah, but my wife don't understand me.
That's how it goes.
But you're the kind of a girl who does. From the minute I met you, I figured you were just my type. You know, Mabel, I could go for a kid like you. Nice, sweet kid. Big, blue, innocent eyes.
He looked at me, and I looked at him. And then he bent over to give me a kiss. I remember his face smelled from some kind of a shaving lotion. And I noticed the sweat on his upper lip as I opened my handbag and took out the nail file. And I also remember how his eyes bulged out like marbles as I jammed the file through the back of his wrinkled neck. didn't do it for the diamonds, the wallet. Although I figured I might as well take him with me as long as he wasn't going to use them anymore. And anybody who says I did it for the diamonds ought to be ashamed. I did it because I liked to do it. I don't know why. And a girl's got to have a little fun every once in a while. The next one I met was Alfred. He was a doll. And it wasn't long before we got well acquainted. So you're in the messenger business?
Well, not exactly. I mean, I don't own the firm. I'm just one of the bonded carriers.
What's that?
Well, we carry stocks and cash from one place to another. That's about all there is to it.
Right hand, please. I bet that's dangerous.
My work? No. You see, most people on the street don't even know I got something valuable in my briefcase when I make a delivery. And besides, I carry a gun.
Oh, a gun?
Don't be afraid, Mabel. I ain't got it with me now.
I used to know a fella named Alfred in Dallas, Texas.
Does he look like me?
Not half so nice.
I never met a girl who was half as nice as you.
Oh, you just saying that to kid me.
No, on the level. I mean it.
You married, Alfred?
No, but I hope to be someday.
You'd be a nice catch for any girl.
I don't make too much dough, even though I carry a lot of it around. But if a girl don't mind a movie and a glass of beer, I can provide her with an entertaining evening.
Don't sound bad.
How about it, Mabel?
I'll let you know.
I usually make my last delivery on Friday afternoon about 3 o'clock. I could meet you later or we could step out.
Where's your office, Alfred?
On Front Street.
Oh, say, that's funny. I live on Revere. That's 3 blocks away.
You want me to call for you?
Sure.
At 4 after I make my delivery?
Okay, Alfred, at 4. But give me your office phone number just in case something comes up and I got to call it off.
I'll put it down, but try to keep the date, Mabel. I promise you'll have fun.
If I keep it, Alfred, I know I will. I got off at 1 on Friday, and at 2:30 sharp, I called the number Alfred gave me. I don't know why. I just couldn't wait until 4. I guess I just had a yen or something, and I was looking for excitement. Alfred?
Yeah?
This is Mabel.
Oh, hello. You're not calling off our date?
No, I just want to make it sooner, that's all.
Sooner?
Can you pick me up in 15 minutes?
But I got a delivery to make.
I'll make it with you. Don't you want company?
Well, it's against the rules.
Oh, don't be like that. I'm lonesome. And besides, some guy's been testing me all day. He's dying to take me out, and he said he might come over. I want to avoid him if I can.
You calling from Revere Street?
Yes. Number 71 where I live. Hurry, Alfred. And then after you make that delivery, we'll have some fun.
Okay, baby. I'll be right over.
And I'll be waiting. I don't know what made me lie that way. I don't live on Revere. And I don't know what made me go to number 71 and hang around the hall. I must be mischievous, huh? I guess I'm just a card. Alfred?
Oh, hello, kid.
I thought I'd wait for you here in the hall and save time.
Let's get going. I want to get rid of this package of money I got and quit for the day.
Oh, you're cute, Alfred.
What?
You're really cute.
Uh-huh. You think so?
And you and I are going to have lots of fun. Oh, dear.
What's the matter?
The bow on my shoe just got undone.
Oh, here, let me do it.
Oh, you darling.
No trouble, Mabel. No trouble at all. No trouble at all.
He had curly hair, and I could see it needed cutting when he bent over to tie the bow. And the curls ran down the back of his neck to the point where I stuck the file. Oh, the papers were full of it, and you can imagine what they said. Messenger robbed of $10,000 in cash. The liars, it was only $9,804. And then he said he was killed for the money. Ain't that a sketch? Besmirch on a nice girl's reputation like that, when all I wanted was a thrill. The feel of the file as it went through his neck. It almost made me giggle. And a girl's got a right to catch herself a laugh. The next week, I left my job and set myself up in a fancy flat. I got some snappy clothes in a high-class shop, and when I walked down the avenue, I looked like a lady. It was one of those walks, by the way, when I first met Harry.
Oh, excuse me.
You talking to me?
Yeah, you happen to know where High Street is?
On the other side of town, just follow this avenue.
Thanks a lot. You going my way?
Well, yes.
You like a lift?
I guess I wouldn't mind.
Good. Hop in.
I don't want you to think I do this as a regular practice.
Oh, no.
I mean, I'm not the kind who lets herself get picked up by any Tom, Dick, or Harry.
That's funny.
What is?
That's my name.
Harry?
Yeah. What's yours?
Mabel.
I'm glad to know you, Mabel.
The feeling is mutual.
Where you bound for? I'll take you wherever you want to go.
I'm not particular.
No kidding? Well, in that case, how about some lunch? I know a place pretty close. Maison Rouge.
Frenchie?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I say, that sounds good. You know, I'm crazy about frog's legs.
Your own ain't doing so bad.
Now, don't be so chummy.
How about it, Mabel? Should we put on the feedback?
Did I say no?
Okay.
They must have cost plenty.
It didn't come cheap.
What line of business are you in?
I'm retired.
You mean it?
Well, it's like being retired. I make my dough the easy way.
On what?
Horses.
You raise horses.
No, I play them. I play anything, baby, as long as it pays off good.
You're a gambler.
That's the idea.
I never met a gambler before.
And you got a treat coming, kid.
Watch you drive and use 2 hands.
You and I will get along, Mabel.
Oh, sure. We'll get along. Just fine. Harry took me out every night for a week, and we had a lot of fun. He had money to burn, and he spent it like a sport. That's why I was kind of sorry when our friendship had to end.
Hello, Mabel.
Say, what's a big idea? I've been waiting on this corner for 20 minutes.
Oh, sorry I was late, honey. I had a little business to attend to. Look.
Harry, where did you get all that money?
Crap game. Big one. Joe Laurie was in on it, and Louis Crane, 2 big-shot gamblers. And the luck was running for Baby.
How much money is in that roll?
$50,000.
Oh, I didn't think there was that much money in the world.
There's more where that came from, honey. And Baby's going to get it. Now, how about we celebrate, huh? I know a classy roadhouse just outside of town.
You mean you're going to carry all that cash around with you?
Why not? I'll bank it in the morning. I'd just as soon have it on me as leave it at home. It's safer with me. After all, who have I got to be afraid of? You?
That's a laugh. I scream when I see a mouse.
What you need is a protector, honey.
Somebody like you?
Why not? You're too innocent to be running around without a guy to keep an eye on you. And I'm setting myself up as candidate number 1.
Come on, Harry. Let's go to that place you talked about. I'm dying for dance.
Me too. Then maybe later on we can get better acquainted.
You sure you can drive, Harry?
Yeah, sure. No question about it.
You had a lot to drink?
Yeah, I'm all right.
That place was nice. I gotta go back there one day.
You mean we gotta go back, don't you?
Sure. We.
What are you doing?
Filing my name.
Some file you got there. Looks more like a stiletto.
Oh, Harry, you're tired.
No, I ain't.
It's dangerous to drive when you're tired. Why don't you park for 15 minutes and take a little nap?
Here? In the woods?
You can rest on my shoulder if you like.
That's what I call an offer I can't refuse. Am I crowding you, Mabel?
No. Rest your head over here.
You were right. I am a little tired.
I told you.
If I grab a couple of winks, don't forget to wake me up.
You go to sleep, Harry. You'll get a nice rest. The drinks made him good and sleepy, and he closed his eyes. It was so quiet out there and so peaceful. And poor Harry was so very, very tired. That's why I figured I did him a good turn. You see, he didn't have to wake up anymore at all after I slid the nail file into his throat.
When a man gambles with a deck of cards, his luck might run for hours. When he risks his neck in a speeding car, he's fortunate if it lasts for minutes. But no one can set a time limit on how long your luck will run when you're getting away with murder.
Well, by that time, I guess I was just about the happiest girl alive. I had everything I wanted, didn't I? Well, almost everything. Because after all, even $50,000 just goes so far. When I first saw Brandon, I got a tingle up and down my spine. Charlie was fat, and Alfred was cute, and Harry was tough. But Brandon was delicate. My, oh my, but he sure was class. When he knocked on my door that first night, he was wearing evening trousers and patent leather shoes and a red silk dressing gown that only went halfway down, just like in the movies. And he had a monocle stuck in one eye and a long cigarette holder. And the way he talked, you just wanted to listen all day long.
I beg your pardon. I do hope I'm not disturbing you.
Oh, not at all.
I wonder if I could borrow a lemon.
A lemon?
Yes, an ordinary lemon.
Oh, are you sure?
Thank you kindly. I need the lemon because I'm mixing a drink for myself. A tall drink to cool the inner man.
Tall drinks are nice, especially when it's hot.
True, very true. Would you care to join me in my flat? I don't mean to be rude, of course, and please forgive me if I appear too forward.
Oh, that's all right. We're neighbors, so I'm not insulted. What's your name?
Brandon. And yours?
Mabel.
Happy to know you, Mabel. We really should have met before.
Well, there's nothing like making up for lost time, and we can start right now. I'll bring the lemon.
Todd, we haven't met before. We've both been living here for over a month.
I noticed you in the elevator one day. I remember because you were wearing spats.
Where are you from?
California. My father was a rancher, and when he died, I left home. My father made a lot of money, and he never had time to enjoy it on his heir.
I'm from New York, Mabel, and I'm more or less of an heir myself.
Really?
My father was an Englishman, Sir Brandon Montague. Perhaps you've heard of him?
I don't know much about foreigners.
Of course, my mother was American, and so am I.
I used to know a man named Brandon in Dallas, Texas.
No relation of mine, I'm sure. Will you have another drink?
Why not? I like your apartment, Brandon.
Oh, well, it's not quite what I had in mind, but in times like these.
Who's the lady in that painting on the wall?
Oh, my first wife, Dolores. Beautiful, isn't she?
Ah, see.
We were divorced some years ago. I'm footloose and fancy-free now.
Me too. It's got its advantages, but then you get lost.
Yes, I know how it is. However, when one is lucky enough to meet someone as charming as you, Mabel, one thanks one's lucky stars for being free.
Oh, now, isn't that sweet?
Here's your drink. Here's good health.
Yes, good health. Brandon and I saw a lot of each other. And my goodness, but he sure was smart. He knew all about everything, like Latin and algebra, to say nothing of how to compliment a girl. We used to talk in his apartment or in mine. And believe it or not, he never made a pass. A gentleman, that's what he was. A perfect gentleman.
And some of my ancestors on my father's side came over with William the Conqueror, to England, I mean.
Oh, you sure have got a family history, Brandon.
And you?
I'm just a rich man's daughter who's looking for friends.
I'd be honored if you accepted me into that category.
Then, can I ask your advice?
Oh, please do, concerning anything.
I'm anxious to invest some money.
In what?
Some safe. I feel it ain't right to have all that dough just lying around. I want to put it to work.
Well, there are several worthwhile investments I know of. I happen to be an investor in several of them myself. Of course, I do have one idiosyncrasy.
What's in it?
Huh?
Oh, what you said.
Oh, a constitutional peculiarity, more or less of a special, peculiar characteristic.
Oh.
And my idiosyncrasy is a fear of banks.
Yeah?
Somehow I don't trust banks. I don't know why.
Well, where do you keep your money?
In a wall safe over there. I had it installed by an expert. It contains my valuables and my cash. Most of it, at any rate.
Say, that's a swell idea.
I find it keeps me free from worry. My investments, of course, are fully protected by my brokers.
I've got about $50,000 I want to invest as a starter.
Well, let me speak to my representatives about it, Mabel. I'm sure they'll make a few good suggestions.
I'd appreciate it.
You wouldn't be interested in a wall safe, too, like mine?
Maybe I would. But how can you be sure a burglar won't get at it?
Unless it's opened with the exact combination and no mistakes. An electric alarm informs the police. There's very little risk, of course.
I guess you memorized the combination.
No, not yet. I've only had the thing for about a month, and it's a very complicated formula. However, in a week or so, I'll destroy the paper with a combination on it.
Well, I guess I gotta go now, Brandon.
Oh, so soon?
I have some shopping to do.
Mabel, may I see you this evening?
Aren't we seeing too much of each other?
Oh, do you think so? It's been so wonderful being with you. I've kept no track of time.
I'll be home again about 9 o'clock tonight.
May I drop in on you for a nightcap?
No, if you don't mind, I'd rather come here. I got home to my apartment about 8:30 and changed into a fancy dress. Then I slipped my file into my evening bag and went across the hall to have a little fun with Brandon.
You look charming, Mabel. Perfectly charming.
You look pretty slick yourself.
I've mixed the drinks already, so let's have an eye-opener.
Well,
Here's to a long life for both of us.
down the hatch. Brandon,
Yes, dear.
Why don't you ever try to kiss me?
I beg your pardon?
You're the first man I've ever met who didn't make a pass.
I have more respect for you, Mabel.
But ain't you even human?
Yes, very human. I've thought of kissing you many times.
Well, who's stopping you? I'm only human myself. He took me in his arms and kissed me hard. And then he bent his head to kiss my hand. I felt like crying almost when I took the nail file out. He was going to look so messy in his fancy suit when I finished. As I raised my hand to give him the work... Brendan?
Yes?
What have you got on your neck?
Adhesive tape and bandage. I cut myself.
Oh,
Are you going to file your nails?
well, I thought...
Oh, give me that file like a good girl. It can wait till tomorrow.
Sure.
Everything can wait until tomorrow. Especially when you're in love.
Well, I couldn't jab him with that big bandage of cotton on his neck. And besides, he had the file. I was really surprised at Brandon for disappointing me like that. After all, he was such a gentleman. But when I left his flat a little later, we made a date for the end of the week. And I made sure to ask him for my file.
Hello.
Brandon?
Yes.
This is Mabel.
Mabel, where are you?
I wanted to call you about our date tonight. I'm going to be out of town, and I think I'll be back too late.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Of course, if you wanted to meet me with your car and drive me home.
I'd be delighted.
I'm going to be all the way out in the sticks, Brandon, visiting a friend. If you could pick me up about 9.
Just tell me where.
It's a little village 40 miles from here. It's got one drugstore, and I'll be waiting there.
But wouldn't you prefer me to pick you up at your friend's house?
No, that's not so good. You see, I'll have to make some kind of an excuse to get away, and I don't want my friend to be insulted.
All right, Mabel. In front of the Portstown drugstore at 9.
And then we can take a nice long ride together through the woods. I took a train to Portstown, and I was in front of the drugstore by 7:30. I figured I could let him have it in the car, like I did with Harry. And he'd be carrying the key to his apartment. Somewhere in the desk, maybe I'd find that combination. Of course, I wasn't doing it for the money. And anybody who says so just doesn't have any respect for a lady. Like always, I was really doing it for fun. Well, you wouldn't believe it, but I stood there until 11. Can you imagine that? And Brandon never showed up. By 11:45, I got tired of hanging around, so I took the last train back to St. Louis. It was certainly ungentlemanly of Brandon to stand me up that way, but he was full of apologies when he called me the following day.
You don't know how awful I feel about it, Mabel, but my car broke down just after I left my flat. I'm so terribly sorry, dear.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to forgive you, Brandon.
Ah, you must. And besides, I've made up for it just a little.
How?
I spoke to my broker, and he's going to make a wonderful investment for you. He's got a tip on the market, and he'll turn your $50,000 into $1 million.
Oh, that sounds fine.
Can you get the cash and bring it over to my apartment tonight at 8?
Well, all right, Brandon, anything you say.
You can trust me. You know you can.
The next day, I made sure there was going to be no slip-up. I brought a load of sleeping pills along with me, and I slipped them into Brandon's drink. He was so cute when he started to get sleepy. The radio was on, and he was trying to keep himself awake.
Oh, I don't know what's wrong with me tonight, Mabel. I feel so groggy.
Maybe you want to take a nap?
No. That isn't very nice when one has company. However, let's get on with our little business. You have the cash.
It's in my bag.
Then you'd better let me have it.
Now, Brandon.
Yes, Mabel.
All right, Brandon. I'll let you have it. Now. He was flat on his back asleep when I opened my purse. And he didn't feel a thing when I jabbed the nail file through his neck. I found the combination, too, and I got his dough. There wasn't much. Not as much as I thought. And I was just about to leave when I felt kind of funny. There was something that hit my leg. Then traveled up to my stomach. It kind of paralyzed me in a way. I tried to think if there was something I ate, but all I had was the drink he mixed for me. And then I heard a voice.
Now, here is a special news bulletin.
I seemed to be passing on myself. It was coming from the radio. I didn't know it. I tried very hard to listen.
Brandon Montague, homicidal maniac, a man who has killed 3 women for their money. 5 feet 10, suave manner, monocle in left eye. Brandon Montague is wanted by the police. His favorite method for murder is a poisoned drink.
So that's how it goes. Brandon Montague, the guy I trusted. I ain't even got strength enough to reach the phone. The only thing I sure would like to know is whether Brandon got as much fun out of it as I did.
Perhaps Mabel never knew it, but she supplied the answer to a riddle that is almost as old as time. She demonstrated what would happen when the irresistible force met the object that was immovable.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time, same ABC station. This program was written by Lawrence Clee, directed by Clark Andrews. Music tonight was under the direction of Ralph Norman in the absence of Bernard Green. Heard on tonight's program were Fran Lafferty as Mabel and Charles Webster as the voice of the clock. This is Bill Crago speaking. Listen again next week, same time, for The Clock. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler, rated by independent research the most popular West Coast program. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. And now, the Whistler's strange story, The Brass Ring.
Babe stood out on the platform in front of the sideshow tent while Duke made his pitch, smiling her best professional smile at the sea of faces below her, reserving a personal, intimate wink for the tall, gray-haired man with a carnation in his buttonhole. Babe was an intelligent girl, and the man with the carnation had money. She could smell it a mile off, and it didn't hurt to be nice to the customers, especially the ones with money, like dapper middle-aged Mr. Bundy, staring up at her from the crowd with stars in his eyes.
Right over here, step right up close. It's the most sensational, most stupendous, most gigantic show in the carnival. Wait till you hear. Oh, wait till you see. You can't miss it. You just won't miss it. Why, it's so
see him.
Mr. Finn, $5 for a ticket and keep the change.
Great guy, Duke. Great guy. You know something?
What?
Mr. Finn's name is Bundy, and I'm gonna marry him.
What are you
Take it easy. Go on with the pitch.
You're crazy, babe.
Get on with the pitch.
Hey, you don't know what you're talking
Did you hear
about.
what he said? You lose the crowd. They're drifting off.
Okay. This way, folks. What a dance she does. What a dance. You have never seen anything so colossal, so stupendous, right from the top of that gorgeous blonde head to the tips of her toes. Oh, she's hot. She's on fire. She's burning down. That's enough, boys.
That's more than enough for some of them.
Now, step right over here and have your money ready. 2 bits, only 2 bits, the fourth part of $1. Come on, folks, give them room.
Here you are. Oh, $5 again. Yes. You can... Keep the change. Thanks, Mr. Bundy. Oh, Miss Logan has told you. Yeah, she told me. Sucker.
Who is it?
Mr. Bundy.
Oh, just a minute. There we are. Nice and respectable. Oh, hello, Mr. Bundy.
Good evening, Georgette. Am I...
No, not at all, Mr. Bundy. Come on in.
I don't want to intrude.
Forget it. I got lots of time.
Hey.
What's the matter with you?
We're ready to go. You better get on the move on.
Stall them off. I'm busy.
They're going in right now.
Did you hear me, Duke? I said stall them off.
Okay, babe. Anything you say.
You know how the customers are, Mr. Bundy. Get a little over-anxious once in a while.
I shouldn't wonder. Your dance is very good.
Oh, you like it, huh?
I haven't missed a night in 3 weeks.
Well, maybe I ain't good enough for the Ritz Plaza, but I give them their money's worth.
You certainly do.
Oh, well, I don't quite know how to take that, Mr. Bundy.
See here, Georgette. Must you always call me Mr. Bundy?
Well, after all...
Charles. Make it Charles, will you?
All right. Charles.
Why do you think I've come here night after night for 3 weeks?
Oh, I guess maybe you like me a little.
They all like you, Georgette. All of those people out there.
Well, Charles, I can't help it if
I know. Trouble is, I don't want it that way.
What do you mean, Charles?
Quite simple. I don't want to share you with anyone else.
Oh?
In plain words, Georgette, I want you to marry me.
Why, gee, Mr. Bundy. I mean, Charles,
I don't blame you for being surprised. You see, I was rather surprised myself.
Oh, gee, I've got to think it over. You know, a girl can't go into this, tie up her whole life like that without looking at all sides to it.
Of course, Georgette.
You know, I got a career here, my whole future.
You don't need to worry about your future. I'll take care of that.
But how?
I have more money than I could possibly spend, Georgette.
Well, you can't blame me if I'm a little cagey, Charles. There are so many fellas.
Oh, I'll make it legal if you want. I'll get a lawyer and have an agreement drawn.
Oh, will you, Charles? Will you?
Babe, I told you to wait.
Just a minute, Duke.
Just a minute, nothing. You're going to tear the house down if I stall them any longer.
No, I'm sorry, Charles. I got to do my show.
What about it, Georgette?
Yes, Charles. Yes.
Marriage? With that old goat? Never heard anything so crazy in my life.
Like I told you, Duke, it's none of your business.
It's a sellout, that's what it is. Money's important, sure. I stand out there on the Midway 7 nights a week, blusting my lungs out. I hustled plots, sold peanuts when I didn't have it. But I wouldn't...
What wouldn't you do, Duke?
I wouldn't sell out, babe.
You got money on your mind right now, haven't you?
What do you mean?
You're through without me. That's all washed up. That's what's on your mind, ain't it? Not the sellout. It's what am I going to sell when the babe's
Shut
done?
up.
I'll say what I want.
The brass ring, ain't it? You've been on the merry-go-round for 6 or 8 years, and you finally grab hold of the brass ring. A sucker. At last, you got yourself a sucker.
Why, you're mad, ain't you, dear? I've never seen you look like that. Why, sure. That's it, ain't it? You're in love with me, and you're jealous.
Past tense, baby. Not now. Not anymore.
Too bad, Duke. My heart belongs to Bundy.
If you're ever in a shipwreck, give me a buzz, will you, babe? I'll toss you an anchor.
prologue of The Brass Ring, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. If you've lived out west any length of time, you know that Signal gasoline is famous as the Go Farther gasoline. And if you've noticed Signal's recent magazine, newspaper, and billboard advertising, you know that you now go farther than ever with today's Signal gasoline. Well, what does this all mean to you? Economy, yes. But even more than that, it means extra performance from your car. For in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. Let me make that point clear. When science employed the modern magic of catalytic cracking to put amazing new power into today's Signal gasoline, they naturally gave you quicker starting, faster pickup, and quieter, higher anti-knock. And it's because of this, because Signal's increased power helps your motor perform more efficiently, that you now go farther than ever with Signal gasoline. That's why Signal says, look to your speedometer for the best proof of gasoline quality. It takes extra quality to go farther. Good reason why so many wise drivers are switching to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. Now, back to The Whistler.
So you grabbed the brass ring, didn't you, babe? And Mr. Bundy came through nobly with the legal arrangements. Something about the marriage of 6 months in Connecticut as Mrs. Bundy to demonstrate good faith. Of your freedom to do what you please after that. With a solid feeling that the money set up for you in trust by Mr. Bundy will be all yours in the event of his death. That's all, babe. 6 tedious months with Mr. Bundy. Of course, it seemed like 6 years, but it had to come to an end sometime.
I can give you
Georgia?
Don't bother me. I'm busy packing.
What do you mean, packing? We're going to the Williamsons, darling. Just for the day. There's no packing to be done.
You're going to the Williamsons, Charles, not me. Now go away, Ron. I'm busy.
Well, where are you going?
You didn't really think it would work, did you, Charles?
What wouldn't work?
I came through with my end of the bargain. 6 months. I don't want any more. Why kid yourself? I'm not Mrs. Charles Bundy. It just ain't there. I'm Babe Logan, remember?
You haven't given it a try.
Oh, what do you think I've been doing for 6 months? Twiddling my thumbs?
Oh, now, you've got to be reasonable, Georgette. It takes time.
The trouble, time. It's precious. You got to be careful with it. If you're not, you wake up some morning and find yourself pushing 40 and out of a job. That's why I'm going back.
Where are you going? Tell me.
Back to the drafty tents, the smell of damp sawdust, cat calls, wolf whistles.
You're not serious.
Just try and stop me, Charles. Try.
I won't let you. They'll laugh at me. They'll all laugh at me.
With your don't let them. Listen, Charles, I don't want to hurt you, honest. I want to let you down easy. I'm not Connecticut, and I never will be. I'm a carnival girl. I belong there in a sideshow with a guy like Duke to make the pitch for me, see? I'll beat it. Well, yeah, I got to pack.
It'll work, Georgette. Really, it will. You've got to give me another chance.
I said I'm going.
All right, then. I'm going with you.
Huh?
You'll get tired of it after a few days. You're different
Look,
now.
Charles.
I'm not going to let you walk out of my life, Georgette. I'll do just what I did before.
What do you mean?
I want you near me, that's all. You change your mind. I won't get in your way. I'll just stand around and be there. Just like before.
Can you tie that, Duke? The guy just won't listen to me. I tell him over and over again.
And he's still out there, night after night, looking up at you with that earnest face of his. The poor sucker.
I don't know that I like that crap.
Don't hand me that baby. You took him for a ride. Now that you got that paper in your safe deposit box, you're...
What, Duke?
You don't care what happens to him.
Well, you don't have to make it worse. You don't have to keep letting him into the show.
Why not? Pays his dough. $5 and keep the change.
It gives me the creeps. Every show, there he is in the first row, waiting for me at the door when I go home.
I guess you'll have to figure that one out for yourself.
Maybe I will.
Yes, there were strings on that brass ring, weren't there, babe? It's not quite as easy to drop Mr. Bundy as it was to pick him up. And all you have to do is look into those earnest, pleading eyes of his to realize it'll go on as long as he lives. Night after night, day after day, as long as he lives. You wish there were some other way, don't you, babe? It'll be a shame to have to kill him. It comes to a climax on Monday night as you leave by the stage entrance after your 9 o'clock show. He's there waiting for you as usual. And it's right then that you decide it can't go on any longer. Monday night, a quiet night at the carnival. As good a night as any.
Hello, Georgette.
Charles.
How long till your next show?
Oh, about 30 minutes. Would you like to take a walk around the grounds?
Why, of course. I'd be delighted.
Roller coaster.
I used to love them. Haven't been on one for years.
You know, this might be hard for you to believe, but I haven't either.
That is odd.
Sky ride, a tunnel of love, used to scare me to death.
Let's try it, Dave. What do you say?
You gotta watch your blood pressure.
Oh, so that's what you're thinking. I'm too old for you.
Oh, don't be silly. Come on, let's win a Cupid doll or something.
No, I insist. The sky ride.
Too high for me. I'd just as soon stay on the ground.
Now who's afraid? Too old, am I? Well, we'll see about that. Are you game?
All right, Charles. I'm game.
Here we are.
No, let's take the last seat, huh? I feel better if I can see people ahead of me.
Still nervous, huh? Come on. Here's the last seat.
Better take your hat off, Charles.
Keep your safety belts buckled, please.
Yes, now.
Hold your hats. Safety belts buckled, please.
Here we go.
Well, we're off.
I don't know whether I'm going to like this or not.
Look at that bill ahead. George, I feel like a kid again.
Is your safety belt hitched?
Sure. Look down there.
No, thanks. I got scared.
Go ahead.
No, I don't want to.
Hold on. Here we go.
Your stomach stays back at the ticket office. I used to go around with a guy who was awfully foolhardy. You know what he used to do?
Can't imagine. What?
Well, he used to unhitch the belt and stand up right at the top of the hill, just before you go down.
Oh, what's so unusual about that?
Well, awful dangerous, don't you think? See what I mean?
I don't think it's so dangerous. What?
Oh, don't be a fool, Charles. He was young. Well, he could do anything.
I still think I'm an old fogey, huh? Well, watch this. I'll close the belt.
Charles, we're almost at the top. Get down.
Get stuff. How's this?
Charles, my hat.
Where?
Over the side. Grab it.
Look out. Don't push me. Don't push me.
Oh, he fell on. He fell on.
All right, Mrs. Bundy, all right. So it was an accident. It was just a mighty peculiar accident, that's all.
Listen, you dumb flatfoot. I gave you the straight stuff. And if you think you can sit back and make a lot of nasty
Sit down, babe.
That goes for you, too,
I
Drew.
said sit down.
Okay, I'll sit down. But I'm not going to take any more...
Just a minute, babe. Sorry, Sergeant. The dame's a little high-strung. Quite a jolt, you know, losing her only husband that way. Yeah, I guess it was.
You can skip all that stuff about peculiar accidents.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bundy. That's the way it's going on the record. Peculiar that the money goes to you on your husband's death. Peculiar that he decided to take you on the roller coaster the first time he'd been on one in 20 years. Peculiar you picked the last seat. Peculiar his safety belt happened to be unbuckled.
All right. So what?
So we leave it there. No proof. Nothing else we can do. By the way, the passenger 3 seats ahead of you happened to turn around just as you hit the top of the hill.
What do you mean?
He saw your husband a second after he fell.
Oh.
Too bad he didn't turn around a second sooner. That's all, Mrs. Bundy. You can go.
So it's over now, all over. Mr. Bundy is gone for good, and the brass ring is yours to keep. You ought to be able to relax now, get back in the swing, work 10 shows a day to pass the time until the probate is complete and the money arrives. Yes, it's smarter to keep right on working as if nothing had happened. No use exciting any more suspicion, is there, babe? You can't decide whether or not it's imagination, but it seems as if they all suspect you. Your friends along the Midway are noticeably cooler, more distant since the accident. But it doesn't matter now. The brass ring is yours. You can tell them all where to get off. Then you suddenly realize it isn't over after all. 2 weeks later, just before the 9 o'clock show, Duke comes into your dressing room.
Yeah?
Duke.
Oh, I ought to be flattered, I guess. What's the matter? We pals again?
Take it off, babe.
Take what off?
The chip on your shoulder. I ain't looking for a fight.
Ah, you're smart. Ain't easy for a broken-down vaudeville ham to find a job these days. And in a couple of weeks, you might be working for me.
Wonderful.
What's so funny?
Don't look now, baby, but your conscience is showing.
Why, you...
Listen, sweetheart, don't blow up on me. I'm the only friend you got left.
Ah, you're just like all the rest of them, you and your smart.
Forget it, will you? Maybe it was an accident, maybe it wasn't. I'm still working the show, ain't I?
What do you want? What you come here for?
I got something that might interest you, kid. There was a guy out there the last show. Looks like he's going to take up where Mr. Bundy left off.
What do you mean?
Can't figure it out. Pays $5 for a ticket and tells me to keep the change. Sat in the same seat Bundy had.
What is it? What's he want?
I don't know. Thought maybe you might. Oh, by the way, the guy's out there now waiting for the next show. That's all, babe. Just thought I'd drop by and give you something to think about.
You see him there when you go on for the next show, sitting in the same front row seat Mr. Bundy used to occupy. And you wish Duke hadn't said anything about it. You might not have noticed him for a while, anyway. He's much younger and almost good-looking, but he never smiles. Just sits there as you go through your dance, never applauding or whistling like the others. Just sitting there, watching. He's there the next day and the next. The same cold stare, the same expression. You try and ignore it, but it just won't work, will it, babe? You have a pretty good idea why he's there, and you know there'll be a showdown sooner or later. Might as well be now.
Down there.
Me?
Yeah, you. Come here a minute.
Okay.
This way. Now, who are you, mister?
My name is Woody.
You're a cop, ain't you?
What makes you think I'm a cop?
You've been in that same seat 6 days in a row now. 5 shows a day. That makes 30 times you've seen the show, right?
I like the act.
Nobody likes it that much, mister.
I'm satisfied.
I'm not. Get it?
No.
It's easy. I don't want to look down at that seat and see the great stone face anymore.
I know a good way to get rid of me.
Yeah?
Go for a ride on the roller coaster?
What? That's a pretty stupid approach, even for a flatfoot. Didn't you see the report, officer? Did you look it up in the files? Accident, it says. Big black letters, accident. Now get out of here, you...
Wait a minute, babe.
Hey, keep it down, will you? Everybody outside. Oh, it's you.
Get him out of here, Duke.
What's the matter, pal?
Lady wants to get rid of me. Told her I'd be happy to leave forever if she'd do me a little favor.
Yeah? What's that?
Take a ride with me on the roller coaster?
Oh?
That what made you blow up, babe?
Get rid of him. I don't want to see him anymore, understand?
Why don't you want to take a ride in the roller coaster, babe?
You think so, too, don't you? You think I killed him.
What are you blowing up for if you didn't? What's there about the roller coaster to get you down?
So. All right, Mr. Detective. I'll show you. Come by after the last show tonight, and we'll take your ride.
Next car loading, how many, please?
I'll take them all. My girl and I want to be alone this trip.
I get it. That'll be $4.
Well, is that a big enough drop for you?
Oh, so. That's the big one up ahead.
Yeah.
That means along about here is where you unhitched his safety belt.
Skip it, will you? That won't get you anywhere.
Right about here, wasn't it, babe? Right here?
He did it himself. I tell you, he was showing off.
You killed him.
I didn't kill him. He stood up and he tripped.
He didn't trip. You pushed him.
Oh, you stupid dope. You thought this would make me talk. I thought there was more brains in the police force than... Oh, wait a minute. You can't slap me.
The police have nothing to do with this, babe. Charles Bundy was my father.
He never said anything about...
It doesn't matter if you talk or not, babe. I'm not depending on the law anymore. You see, I'm going to kill you.
Take your hands off me.
Safety belt. There.
No, you can't.
Sometimes the law doesn't work, babe. Sometimes a man has to take things in his own hands.
I said let go of
You
me.
cheap, chiseling tramp. You wanted his money, didn't you? You had that in the back of your mind right from the first.
Listen to me, will you, please?
You're going over, babe. Just the way he did.
Oh, no.
You're through, babe. You're...
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. You know, the proof of the pudding, they say, is in the eating. And the proof of the service you get at dealer-owned Signal gasoline stations is, after all, in what actual customers say about it. That's why we're so happy to receive letters such as this one from Mrs. Leon F. Marsh of Berkeley, California, who wrote,
During a recent trip which took me from Berkeley as far south as Calexico on the Mexican border, I met with courtesy from every Signal dealer with whom I traded. Especially, I want to commend Harvey Nathanson of 4400 Beverly Boulevard, Hollywood, whose service was both prompt and complete in every detail. I never had to request that my windshield be wiped or my tires checked. These and many other services were done automatically and with a smile. It's men like Harvey Nathanson who make trading with independent Signal dealers a pleasure.
Mrs. Marsh, on behalf of my sponsor, Signal Oil Company, I want to take this opportunity to thank you and the many other kind drivers who have dropped me a line, telling of their experiences with Signal products or of little extra services you have enjoyed at dealer-owned Signal stations. It's letters like yours that make independent Signal dealers want to do an even better job of helping today's cars run better and last longer. Now, back to The Whistler.
So the career of Babe Logan, carnival dancer, came to an end. It was a sensational ending, of course. Barkers, pitchmen, performers, all of her colleagues gathered around the broken body lying among the timber supports, all talking at once, not in guarded whispers anymore, but openly, of the suspicion, the terrible doubt that hung over the Midway like a cloud after the first accident a few weeks before. And after the second accident, Duke had to change his pitch a little. Not much, just a little.
Until you've seen her do that dance. What a dance, folks, what a dance. Just like the one with the 7 paddles. Only this little lady throws away 6 of them before she stops. Yes, she starts right in with number 7. You gotta see Millie, folks. Millie, the girl with a million thrills. Step right up, folks, right...
Yes, now that Babe was gone, there was a new attraction in Duke's tent. An ambitious young redhead named Millie. And at that very moment, a few blocks away at police headquarters, Sergeant Case had changed his approach, too.
There's no use going over it all again. We've been through it before.
But it was an accident. He tried to push me. He slipped. I was the one who was supposed to go on that roller coaster.
Sure. You were supposed to go out, but you didn't. He fell, just like his father did 2 months ago. Both of them accidents, huh?
Can I help that? It was an accident.
Maybe. Maybe they were, babe, but you don't really think a jury is going to believe that, do you?
No, I guess you're right. They'd never believe me now.
Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal, gasoline, and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. Featured in tonight's program were Doris Singleton and Eddie Marr. This program, directed by George W. Allen, based on a story by David Gillespie, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Dick Wells speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
The Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program. In gasoline, you know, it takes extra quality to go farther. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, A Present for Ricky.
The spotlight subtly changed from white to a delicate blue, and the small nightclub orchestra slid into three-quarter time as the dance team began their waltz. The Croydons, Clyde and Marie, had held top billing at the club for almost a year, and it was well-deserved. Drinks stood unnoticed on the table. Conversation stopped. Everyone now was watching the Croydons, or rather, Marie Croydon. Slim, graceful, blue velvet Marie, smiling as she spun across the floor, poised for a moment, floated effortlessly back to Clyde's waiting arms. The customers love it.
She's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
You know, Larry.
What?
There's a kind of first-time look about it. They must be in love to dance like that.
Yes, there was a first-time look about it. Even in the way they murmured to each other as they swayed gently together in three-quarter time.
You're on your toes tonight, Angel.
So are you. Why don't you try your own for a change?
Oh, now take it easy.
If I have to prop you up on another turn, I'll scream.
Yes, the customers love it. Clyde and Marie, husband and wife. Quiet maturity and breathless youth. And at the same time, on the other side of the room, a theatrical agent named Stanley Craig appraised the Croydons a little more critically.
You like her, eh, Stan?
The girl's good. She just needs a younger partner. The old boy swells her up. See what I mean? Look at that spin. The guy's just too old for her. He's killing the act.
You wouldn't be fixing to cut him off at the ankles, would you?
What do you mean?
You just might be promoting that lumber expert you just picked up as their new partner. Name's Ricky, isn't it?
What if I am? He's the boy who can do it. He's young, Mike. He's got looks and youth. See what I mean?
All right, Marie. Let's get it over with.
Get what over with?
Your nightly speech, that crack you made out on the floor.
Oh, then.
Yes, fast.
Like my hair this way, Clyde?
I'm waiting, Marie.
Well, forget it. I don't want to go through it all again now.
Look, I think it's time we had it out.
Listen, Clyde, why try to kid yourself? You know it can't go on like this.
Oh, I don't know. We just got a pretty good hand.
You mean I got a good hand? You may as well admit it.
I don't think that's quite fair.
Well, it's true. I'm getting tired of propping you up, covering up your fumbles, finding my heart in my mouth every time we go into a spin.
Now, wait a minute, Marie.
You wait a minute. Maybe you're right. Maybe we'd better have it out right now.
All right. What are you complaining about? When I picked you up, you were nothing. Jitterbug champion of West Washington Heights. Why, in 5 years...
Give me that loyalty pitch. I've heard it before. If you really want to talk about loyalty, let's talk about your first wife. You forgot about her in a hurry, didn't you? Sure, she was too old, slowing up the act. Didn't matter to you then, did it? No. Sorry, baby. I got to get rid of you. I know it's tough, but it's show business. Off you go to Reno.
What makes you think I'm getting old?
You're 40, and that's too old for me. And incidentally, that's not just my opinion. They're talking about it in the trade.
Yes, who's talking about it?
People who ought to know. Telling each other I'd be on top if I had a partner whose bones didn't creak.
Uh-huh. Got someone in mind?
I might have.
Well, forget it. If you're thinking of teaming up with a new partner, you can save yourself a lot of trouble by getting it out of your head right now.
You never were very good at a bluff, Clyde.
I'm not bluffing. As long as you dance professionally, my dear, you'll dance with me.
Will I?
I have no intention of letting you go, either as a partner or as a wife.
Well, you're smart. Without me, you wouldn't rate bottom billing at a third-rate burlesque in Jersey City.
No, that has nothing to do with it.
All right, give me a better reason.
Over there on the table.
The roses?
The roses. And the cards. The same roses, the same cards, night after night. Ricky. Who is Ricky, Marie?
One of the customers. He likes my dancing.
And is that all?
So far.
I think you're in love with him. That's what's behind all this stuff about my dancing, isn't it? You love this guy. My dancing's just as good an excuse as any. Now, who is he, Marie?
Ricky. The name is Ricky.
What's his last name?
None of your business at the moment.
I think it is. He's a dancer, isn't he?
Yeah, Inspector. Yeah, he's a dancer, and you might just as well end the third degree right there.
You're planning to team up with him, aren't you?
What if I am?
Who is he? What's his name?
I won't tell you.
Why?
Because I don't want to involve him in your stupid jealousy, that's why.
You won't get away with it, Marie. I won't let you.
My career doesn't mean anything to you, does it?
Only when it affects mine.
That's why you married me, isn't it? For the effect I'd have on your career.
You married me for the same reason.
Well, maybe I did. But the reason's gone now. I don't need you anymore, Clyde. I need Ricky. Now you know. Let's handle the whole thing reasonably, shall we? We wind up here in another week. I'll finish up with you, and then you can...
Then I can find myself another partner. No, that'd take too long. I can't start all over again now.
No, I guess I'll have to start at the other end with Ricky. I'll look him up tomorrow.
You don't even know who he is.
I have a pretty good idea who his agent is. That ought to get me somewhere. Stanley Craig, isn't it, Marie?
How'd you know?
Stanley Craig, theatrical agent. You shouldn't have left his card on your desk yesterday, my darling.
Clyde, if you do anything to Ricky, I'll...
Oh. You do love him, don't you, Marie?
All right, I love it.
For the last time, what's it going to mean? Ricky or me?
I already told you. Nothing can change it, Clyde. This is our last week.
All right, Marie. That's all I wanted to know.
With the prologue of A Present for Ricky, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. But now a question. What gasoline is famous as the Go Farther gasoline? Well, if you've lived out west any length of time at all, you know that Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. Now, naturally, we're mighty proud of that reputation. But even more so, we're mighty proud of the performance features in today's Signal gasoline that make Signal's good mileage possible. After all, it stands to reason that to get more mileage, a gasoline must help your motor run more efficiently. Which explains why, when we put amazingly increased power into today's Signal gasoline, you get not only quicker starting, faster pickup, and quieter, higher anti-knock, but also a bonus of extra mileage. That's why Signal says look to your speedometer for the best proof of gasoline quality. It takes extra quality to go farther. Good reason why so many drivers are switching to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Clyde, Marie means what she says. You know her that well. And you wonder if what she said was true, that without her you're nothing. You think about it all the next day, particularly late in the afternoon as you sit in a bar on 58th Street talking to Joey Lowther, a nightclub columnist. You try and concentrate on what he's saying, but it's no use. And then finally you decide to feel him out on it. Joey's your friend. He ought to tell you the truth.
And so this yokel walks into the El Morocco right up to the bartender.
Joey. Joey. Listen, I don't mean to interrupt, but...
Well, you've got your mind on something else. You don't have to tell me. It's eating you, Clyde.
Well, it's about Marie. She's such a kid, you know.
But she can dance.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, Joey. Do you think she's right for me?
What are you talking about, right for you? She's terrific.
I wonder. Of course, I taught her all she ever knew.
Yeah?
Now the kid's getting a little bit cocky. Of course, this is strictly between you and me.
Well, sure, Clyde, but
I've been thinking it might do me good to work with a new partner. What do you think, huh?
You want it straight?
Yes, I want it straight.
You're crazy. I'm your friend, Clyde. I wouldn't give you a lot of malarkey. You better get that idea out of your head right now.
Oh? Why?
The two of you together are a great team, Clyde.
But what?
But you'd never make it alone, Clyde, not on the top joints. You see, the customers are paying to see Marie. I know.
Yeah, I know, Joey. Yeah, well, thanks.
No more top billing, Clyde. No more expensive nightclubs. No more polite applause from the Cafe Society crowd. No more $1,500 a week. Nothing now but a seat on the sidelines, while Marie and this Ricky drift across ballroom floors, on and up to the top. You can't face it, can you, Clyde? It's more than you can take. That's why early the next morning you leave your apartment by the private elevator, and 20 minutes later, you walk up a flight of creaky stairs to Stanley Craig's office in the West 40.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
You're Stanley Craig?
That's me. Pull up a chair.
Oh, thanks. Well, I had quite a time finding your place. I thought I might be a little early.
Say, I didn't recognize you for a minute.
Oh?
You're Clyde Croydon.
That's right.
I saw your act last night. Caught it a couple of times this week.
Really?
Yeah, good act, too.
Thank you.
Have a cigar?
Oh, no, thanks. I just dropped in for a few moments, Mr. Craig. Little business matter.
Oh? What can I do for you?
Answer a few questions.
Sure, glad to.
Do you manage a dancer named Ricky?
Yeah. I see what you're getting at. Yeah, I manage him. A new specialist in rumbas and tangos. Very fine dancer.
That's what Marie tells me.
Listen, I'll be honest with you. I wasn't trying to pull off anything, understand? So help me. I was going to put my cards on the table before we made any deal. You see what I mean?
I suppose you put them on the table now, huh?
Okay. They make a great team, Mr. Croydon. Vicky and Marie.
Marie is part of a great team already. She's not available.
I don't know whether she is or not. I haven't had a chance to talk to her. I dropped by the other day, left my card.
Yes, I saw it. She's not at liberty, Mr. Craig. She's my partner and my wife. I must admit that I don't like this sort of thing going on behind my back. I'm sure she resents it, too.
It's not what Ricky told me. Now, look, Mr. Croydon, you've been in the game long enough to know what youth means in a dance team. You're still a good performer, but I think Ricky's better. After all, I'm not managing you. I'm only trying to get a break from my client. Can't blame me for that now, can you?
So you're going to put it up to Marie?
Why not? She's over 21. She ought to be able to make her own decision.
I think you're being very fair to me.
Well, you know show business, Mr. Croydon. If she goes for it, I guess Ricky will be her new partner. There's just nothing you can do.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to talk to this Ricky, if you don't mind.
Sure, just say when.
Today. Where is he now?
Oh, out in the park somewhere. He walks for 2 hours every morning. Good for the legs, you know.
Alone?
Be hard to find another guy who'd knock off 8 miles in the park before lunch, don't you think? Yeah, he's alone.
Does he come here after his walk?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. I just happened to think. I got to meet a client in 10 minutes. I got to run. Now, you don't mind.
No, go right ahead. You don't mind if I wait here, do you?
Oh, no. Stick around. Wait here. Ricky might drop by after his walk. Might be a couple of hours, though.
I have all morning.
Okay. The new variety's on the desk. You'll be alone here. No one to bother you.
Oh, thanks.
Take it easy, huh?
Oh, sure.
And, Mr. Croydon.
Yes?
No hard feelings.
Right. No hard feelings.
No, Clyde, no hard feelings at all. Just the amazing realization that not 1 minute ago, as you talked to Stanley Craig, you calmly, unemotionally, coldly decided to murder your wife, Marie. There was no shock to it at all. It seemed as if it had been there all the time, in the back of your mind, waiting to be formulated into thought. Yes, Clyde, here you are in Stanley Craig's office, alone. Ricky is walking in the park, alone. Marie is at home, alone, probably still in bed. You realize that another opportunity like this might not happen in 1,000 years. Yes. If you're going to do it at all, Clyde, you've got to do it now. On top of the file cabinet, you find a package of Stanley Craig's letterheads. On his desk, a battered typewriter. In your pocket, the card signed Ricky that came with the flowers. And most important, in your mind, an idea.
Now, let's see. Marie, my darling, it is useless to try to put this into words. I've told no one of your decision to stay with Clyde because I know it isn't final. That you love me and always will. That the only future for either of us is together.
At the bottom of the note, after all my love, you carefully copy Ricky's signature from the card. Then you check the date. Yes, you've dated it yesterday to make it look as if it had time to go through the mail. On the desk is a sharp letter opener with Stanley Craig's name on it. That's part of it, too, Clyde. You put it in your coat pocket, ready when you need it. Now, back to your apartment. You still have over an hour, and you know Marie will be alone.
Hello, Marie.
Oh, it's you.
Just finished dressing?
I was about to go out. Where have you been?
You know where I went.
Did you see him?
Ricky?
Who else?
Oh, he wasn't there. Seems he was taking his morning walk in the park. Remember when we used to walk in the park together, Marie?
You're breaking my heart.
I'm sorry. I had quite a talk with Mr. Craig. He's quite a businessman. It's odd you've never met him.
I'm going to see him today.
I told him how I felt about you and Ricky.
And of course, it didn't do you any good.
In one way, it didn't. In another way, it was quite a profitable visit.
What does that mean?
You're about to find out, darling. I want to show you a letter. Here, read it. It's addressed to you.
Who's it from?
The signature's at the bottom.
Ricky. Clyde, what is this?
Go on, read it aloud.
Marie, my darling, it's useless to try to put this into words. Told no one of your decision to stay with Clyde because I know it isn't final, that you love me and always will. Oh, Clyde, this is ridiculous.
Go on, Marie, read the rest of it.
I see, always will. But the only future for either of us is together. You must believe me, darling, I'd rather die than have it any other way. I'm coming to your apartment tomorrow morning at 11. We must decide this once and for all. Oh, my love, Ricky.
What's so funny, Marie?
Oh, Clyde, that's the funniest thing I ever read in my life. What do you think you're doing?
It's a present for Ricky, darling.
Well, I'm afraid I don't know. Clyde, what are you doing with that letter opener?
Ricky's going to the chair, Marie, for your murder.
It's not very funny, Clyde. If you're trying to...
There's something for you, too, a lesson in loyalty.
Get away from me, Clyde. Listen. Clyde, please. Please, darling. No. No, Clyde, no.
Yes, Clyde. A present for Ricky. They'll never know now that Marie was about to toss you over for him. The letter will be published in all the papers, and that kind of publicity won't hurt you a bit, will it? You move quickly now. Toss the card with Ricky's signature on Marie's desk. Take the crumpled note from her hand and put it in the wastebasket where the police will be sure to find it. Throw the letter opener out the window into the shrubbery several floors below. They'll find that, too. That's all, Clyde. You're ready now. Nothing to do but leave the building by the private elevator and return to Stanley Craig's office. You're there in less than 20 minutes with a good half hour to spare. And best of all, you haven't been seen by anyone who could possibly recognize you.
Still here, Mr. Croydon?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm still here. I'm beginning to wonder if Ricky will show up at all.
Anybody call?
Not unless they called while I was out stretching my legs. I walked around the block a couple of times.
Oh, sorry you had to wait so long.
Oh, that's all right. It gave me a chance to think things over.
Is that good or bad?
I think it's good. I decided it's wrong for me to try to stand in her way. If this looks like a break for her and Ricky, I think they deserve the chance.
I was hoping you'd see it that way, Mr. Croydon. Thanks a lot.
Well, I'd better be going. Tell Ricky about everything when he comes, will you?
Sure. Going home?
Yes. I think I'd better tell Marie. Hello? Hello, police headquarters? Something terrible has happened. My name is Clyde Croydon. I live in the penthouse at 1232 Warwick Place. That's right. Please send someone up here as quickly as you can. My wife has been murdered.
I think we can clean this up in a hurry, Mr. Croydon.
I don't want to talk about it anymore, Sergeant.
Oh, sure.
I still can't believe it.
I know how you feel.
I'll do anything I can to help, but you'll understand later on, please.
Oh, sure, Mr. Croydon. Tomorrow, maybe. Feel better today, Mr. Croydon?
I think so.
Oh, that's good. That's quite a letter we found in the wastebasket. What'd you think of it?
Oh, I don't know what to think.
You knew what was going on between this man and your wife?
There was nothing going on. It was all in his mind.
What do you mean?
Look, I have never seen this Ricky. I don't even know who he is. All I know is that he started sending Marie flowers after every performance. He had some crazy idea she was in love with him. Oh, it was ridiculous. She hardly even knew him.
Uh-huh. And what about the dance business?
That was part of it, too. He thought she'd leave me and team up with him. Oh, don't ask me why. She laughed at him.
Well, that's as good a motive as I've seen in 20 years. You know, it's a wonder he didn't leave a confession note right on the table. He left everything else. First-class motive, the letter in the wastebasket, the knife with his manager's name on the bushes outside. And yet what? With all that, after practically shouting from the housetops that he'd killed her, he carefully wipes his prints off the knife. Funny how a murderer's mind works, isn't it?
Yes, it's hard to understand.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Croydon, this is only a formality, of course. Where were you yesterday morning before you found your wife?
In Craig's office. I was waiting for Ricky to show up.
I see.
Craig seemed to think she'd go for him as a new partner, and I finally decided to go down and settle it.
Mm-hmm. Have any words with Craig?
Oh, of course not. I just told him if it was all right with Marie, it was all right with me. But I knew, of course, how she felt about him.
Where was Ricky at the time?
His manager said he was walking in the park, exercising his legs.
Alone?
Yes, I guess so.
Well, there it is again. I'll bet the guy hasn't even got himself an alibi.
Have you talked to him yet?
Well, the boys are looking him up now, and if you ask me, Mr. Croydon, that guy's a dead pigeon.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. I wonder if you've noticed the increasing emphasis that's being placed recently on the independent businessman. Well, that's especially interesting to me because not just now, but for the past 15 years, in fact, ever since Signal Oil Company first started marketing gasoline, they have sold Signal products through independent dealer-owned service stations. And for good reasons. Not only because the independent businessman represents the American way of life that has made our country such a great place in which to live and make a living, but also because there's a personal advantage for you in having your car serviced at a dealer-owned Signal station. You see, your Signal dealer, being in business for himself, naturally has more incentive to give you the more thorough, more conscientious service that will keep your car happy and keep you his satisfied customer. This personalized service, plus the fine quality of Signal products, are two good reasons why Signal has grown so in popularity. Grown from a mere handful of stations serving Southern California into an organization serving 7 western states, from Canada to Mexico. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Clyde, all it took was a little nerve. You're over the hump now, all ready to act as #1 witness for the prosecution in the case against Ricky. Tomorrow the story will break in the papers, and the notoriety, the public sympathy over your bereavement should make it easy to pick up a new partner, one who'll keep you in the top spots in penthouse apartments with private elevators. Yes, Clyde, you can relax now. You've decided it's all over.
Now, who can that be? Oh, Sergeant.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Mr. Croydon.
I was about to go to bed. Anything wrong?
We've got Ricky.
Good.
Just finished questioning him. Mind if I come in?
No, not at all.
Check the note against Craig's typewriter. That's where it came from, all right.
Looks like you've got a case.
I'll be perfectly frank with you, Mr. Croydon. Until we found that letter, you were our number one suspect. Yeah, you had plenty of motive, and you had plenty of time to leave Craig's office, kill your wife, and return.
No, wait a minute.
Not finished. The note threw us a curve. For a while.
What do you mean, for a while?
Until we found Ricky. He claims he didn't write it.
Good Lord, what did you expect him to say?
We believe him.
Believe him? Of all...
Just a minute. You never met Ricky, huh?
I told you that.
Well, that's the one honest statement you made, Croydon. The rest was strictly out of your head. Here, I'll show you what I mean. Come on in, will you? Mr. Croydon, this is Ricardo Montez, also known as Ricky.
He did it. He wrote the note, I tell you.
No comprendo lo que hablan, señores, pero yo no la maté.
Wait. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute, please.
No la maté.
That's what I mean about the note, Croydon. The boy doesn't know a word of English.
But it's a fake. Any foreigner can pretend he can't speak English.
Maybe. But there was another thing about the note that tied it up, Croydon.
What?
It seems to me that if he could have written it, he'd have signed it in his own handwriting.
But it was his handwriting.
No, Croydon. You forged his name. But you copied the florist's handwriting.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Monday at 9, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, who have asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Joseph Kearns and Betty Lou Gerson. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by Gene Fromhers, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for today is called Other Side of the Stars. I remember Mount Wilson and the 100-inch telescope. Then I remember the astronomer Van Dyke and the little house of galvanized iron on the very edge of the summit. That was the house that had nothing inside it. The absence of everything. Well, I have no explanation of it. I think perhaps Van Dyke knew something about it. Up there where you used to be able to look down at night on the lights of 6 dozen cities and towns. You could look up, too, at the stars and the planets that seemed so tantalizingly close above you. And if you wondered about them, well, maybe Van Dyke might tell you about them. Maybe. Remember that flying saucer craze about a year ago? Well, Van Dyke could probably tell you something about that, too. If he wanted to. I don't know why I'm laughing. I've got plenty of reason not to laugh. Oh, don't you grin at me. You and I are both in the same boat. You and I and everybody else. Up that old creek without oars, friend. No, I'm not a refugee from Stupefying Stories magazine. My name isn't Glob Glodge XB314, and Tars Tarkus, Dedica the Tharks is still Edgar Riceburgh's personal property as far as I'm concerned. I'm not even the eagle-eyed, needle-nosed mad scientist with the two heads. I'll take that back. Maybe I have got two heads. But I know something you don't know. Yet. I know what's out there on the other side of the stars. Or shall I say I know what was out there?
Oh, excuse me.
What do you want, young man?
Excuse me.
Come barging in here. Isn't that on the air sign turned on out there? Huh? Well, can't people see we're busy in here? Can't you do something about keeping them out of here? I've only got a... All right. Where was I? I said I know what was on the other side of the stars. And I know where it is now. Or I think I know. That's what I'm here to tell you about. If people will stop bursting in here while I'm talking, get out of here, you!
I'm sorry.
Well, wait a minute. You might as well come in and hear what I've got to say in here. You'll keep opening and shutting that door. Sit down there. No, there. Sit down and keep quiet.
Yes, sir.
Who are you, anyway?
I'm Dorothy's brother.
What's your name?
I'm her brother, Steve.
She did have a brother named Steve.
Steve, that's me.
Now, what do you want?
I just want to hear this. Well, you know what you're going to say.
How did you know I was...
I heard about it.
Well, I've known Dorothy for more than 20 years.
Your name is Esau, isn't it?
Yes. Esau.
Excuse me.
I met Dorothy more than 20 years ago. I met her when I was at Peach Springs, Arizona, before I started off up in the Yavapai Indian country looking for the well. Before Steve here was born.
Uh-huh.
Peach Springs, 20 years ago. I don't know what it's like now. I haven't been there since 1928. September. Then it was a stop-off for the transcontinental buses, such as they were. General store on the edge of the Yavapai Reservation. They were so proud of their new Frigidaire. And right alongside the general store there was a corral where the Indian cowboys seemed always tangling with raw-back range cattle. Not very far away from the Grand Canyon. Remember it well.
Dorothy told me about the well.
I was looking for the gold, of course. For the old map that showed where the well was, the old map with the Spanish words and a mark like the planet Saturn, complete with rings. Marked Pozo del Cielo, well of the heavens, well of the sky. And the other words alongside it in the crabbed soldier's handwriting. Lleno de oro y plata. Full of gold and silver. Full of gold and silver. And I was the first man who'd seen that map since, I think it was 1542, maybe 1543. Wasn't anybody in the world who'd seen it for nearly 400 years till I got hold of it. Went looking for it. For the gold and silver.
Was that the well where?
Dorothy got off the bus from Los Angeles when I did there at Peach Springs. I wasn't aboard it when it started off again. And neither was she. Then she went with me looking for the well of the skies. Yeah, it was just that simple.
Dorothy was working for some museum of...
She was investigating prehistoric Indian dwellings.
Uh-huh.
She was going north, and so was I. Oh, it was all right. We'd been walking about an hour through the mesquite and talking. There was a rattlesnake, big sidewinder. Dorothy produced a gun from somewhere and very casually shot its head off at 15 feet. I stopped talking, I remember, and Dorothy put away the gun. I know how to use a gun, she said very coolly. See what I mean? I saw. Yeah, well, let's get on. That time's a wasting there. There wasn't any gold, and there wasn't any silver in the well of the stars.
You found that out right away?
We found that out right away. There wasn't wasn't anything except a skeleton. And some very well-preserved pieces of 16th century armor, including a beautifully engraved steel cap, morion, I think they call them, and a sword. Rapier sorted with a basket hilt. You've seen in the pictures.
Why don't you tell it all?
I'm going to.
I think it would be better if you don't mind.
I'll tell it all. I'll tell it all.
About the music.
I've got to tell about the music. Dorothy said when she came up that
there were footholds cut into the sides of the well.
She went down first because she said she wasn't as heavy as I, and I could hold the rope better in case she fell. She went down as far as the rope would reach, about 15 feet from the bottom. She stayed down quite a while. Finally, when she came up, she said she heard music down there. I wish you'd stop prompting me.
Excuse me.
That was all. Just music. In a hole in the ground that was at least 400 years old that nobody had seen since 1542 or 3. Nearly 100 feet deep. Music. That's all. Just music. You know how far away the stars are? The stars, not the planets. The planets are close. The planets of our sun, I mean. But the stars, they're farther. They're so far away that astronomers measure the distance to them in what they call light years, just to make it simpler. A light year? Well, light travels 186,000 miles a second. A second, 186,000 miles. There isn't any such distance, not on this Earth anyway. Around 25,000 miles around the Earth at the equator, that's the farthest you can go, if you're a human being. Anyway, try and think of 186,000 miles. Then you multiply that by 60 for the distance light travels in a minute. Then by 60 again, and that's how far it travels in an hour. Just light, see? Then if you can still figure, multiply that by 24. That's the distance light travels in one day. And 365 times that is how far it travels in a year. That's a light year. In round numbers, 5,829,196,000,000 miles. And the nearest star is more than 4 times that far away. Alpha Centauri is its name. You could look at it some night, maybe. And the light, you see, started from there more than 4 years ago. Alpha might be bright purple now, and you wouldn't know it. Not for 4 years. That's what Van Dyke, the astronomer, told me, and Van Dyke, the astronomer, knows just about everything.
The well. You were talking about the well.
What?
And Dorothy.
Yeah, I have to tell the whole story, don't I?
Pardon me, pardon me.
You just shut up, Dorothy's brother. You just keep still and don't say anything. The hand on that clock just keeps going around. The first thing I know...
I'm sorry.
It was dark night when I finally climbed up out of the well. It was just like Dorothy said it was. The rope was too short to get all the way to the bottom. And when I came up, it was dark. And there wasn't a sound to be heard, except once in a while a coyote howling somewhere way off in the distance.
The music. Tell about the music.
I heard the music, too, while I was down in the well. I didn't say anything for a couple of minutes after I climbed out over the rim. Finally, Dorothy said in the dark, "Did you hear it?" I thought for a minute. I wondered if I had heard it, or... You see, there wasn't a sound up there on the ground, like I said. And I thought for a minute, and finally I said, "Yes." "Yes," I said, "I heard it, too." "I don't hear it now, though," I said. "Listen. Do you?"
No. I don't hear anything.
Well, what do you suppose?
I don't know. I never heard anything like it before.
Echo, maybe?
No, it wasn't an echo. It came from...
Where?
Up above.
Nothing here to make any music, though. Indians?
Not like that. Esau.
What?
Build a fire.
Yeah, I guess I'd better.
Go ahead.
All right.
Well?
Listen.
What?
Well, listen, honest, I'm scared. What?
So am I.
You've got that gun.
I don't. I'm not sure that gun would be much use.
Do you think there's something down there?
Do you?
I don't know.
Maybe we ought to go back to Peach Springs.
Wait, break our necks in the dark. I don't know which way it is either.
Go by the stars.
No.
I'm cold.
Blankets?
You got blankets, too?
Yeah.
Esau. What do you think it? Oh.
No, what?
Look there. At the mouth of the well.
What?
You see a kind of light?
No.
Don't look right at it. Look kind of to one side.
I don't see anything.
Do you hear anything?
Do you? Do you?
Something moving. Listen.
I hear something.
Something in the well.
Nothing down there.
Nothing but that skeleton and the armor.
And when the ice had finally melted away from my heart and I could move at last, I aimed my flashlight toward the well's mouth, and in the bright beam I saw a poor, harmless lizard choking its little life away half a foot from the lip of the well. And Dorothy and I looked at each other in the dark. I guess she laughed first. In a minute, we were both practically in hysterics at the senseless fright that had gripped us a moment before. Finally, Dorothy said, "I'm going to sleep." She pulled her blanket up over her head and leaned back against a rock. After a while, I did too, still chuckling to myself. But just before I drifted off to sleep, I looked up at the stars, and they seemed so horribly close to us. And then I was asleep, and I dreamed of music that came either from them or from the well that yawned there beside us. And when I woke up, I was all alone. There wasn't a sign of anybody as far as I could see. And I've never seen Dorothy from that day to this.
But you talked to her.
What? Yes, I've talked to her. Yes, I've talked to her. That's what I wanted to tell about. Van Dyke, the astronomer, told me a lot of things when I talked to him. Van Dyke knew what that well was. And he knew about the music. He knew where that came from, too. Music. Yeah, I'd better tell you about it. I never heard music quite like it before. I couldn't place it. It sounded something like, well, like somebody talking, only whoever it was used music instead of words. You could almost understand it. After a while, I did understand it.
Tell about trying to find Dorothy.
The first thing I thought about, of course, was she'd fallen. I wasn't very enthusiastic about climbing down in that well, naturally. But there wasn't anything else to do. She wasn't down there. The skeleton was still there on the bottom of the well. When I got to the end of the rope, I jumped down. There wasn't anything at all except those old bones and the pieces of armor he'd worn when he was alive. And at last, in the light of my flashlight way down there, a hammered silver bracelet. The hammered silver bracelet I'd seen the day before on Dorothy's left wrist.
But there was something else down there.
What? What did you say?
Something else.
How did you know?
I know.
Yes. There was something else. I didn't know it at the time. If I'd known it was there. But I didn't. I didn't know about it till after I'd talked to Van Dyke, and it was too late. I should have known. It all falls into place. Now, the name of the place, Pozo del Cielo, Well of the Skies. The music that came from nowhere.
I know what you mean, but I don't think they do. Excuse me.
We think about this Earth, we think it's the most important place in the solar system. It isn't.
The solar system, not very important either.
Will you keep quiet?
I'm sorry.
No, the solar system isn't very important either. It's only a tiny little bit of the...
Universe?
Not universe, it's plural. We're all part of what we call the Milky Way, billions and billions of universes. As far as anybody could see with the biggest telescope ever invented, and the people in the other universes are just as ignorant of us as we are of them, just as uninterested.
Except a few of the scientists.
Now, let's not talk like one of those magazines, young man. Steve. The chances of an intelligent being from another universe even seeing this one of ours is pretty remote. What? Certainly there are intelligent beings in the other universes. Don't be so self-important. No, they're not necessarily like us. They aren't like us, as a matter of fact. Why should they be? Who are we? Just leave it like that. There are intelligences other than the so-called human race. Hate us? Don't be silly. Most of them don't know we exist. Afraid of us? It's sillier yet.
The well.
That's right. The well. You don't think the so-called human race dug that well, do you? You don't flatter yourself that music was produced by human beings, do you? You don't think Dorothy disappeared through any human means, do you? Well, the answer in each case is no. The human race didn't have anything to do with it. Why? The thing told me. The thing at the bottom of the well. The intelligence from the other side of the stars, friend. Van Dyke told me all about it. Van Dyke knows an awful lot. Sometimes I think Van Dyke is...
Not human?
How would any human being figure it all out and be so right? Because he's right, all right. The well, Van Dyke said, was a kind of telescope. Telescope isn't the right word, but it was the same thing as a telescope, only... You know, astronomers just look at the stars. The silent stars, the stars that never make any sound. You just see them. You don't hear them. What if you had a telescope for sound? Why should the stars be silent? I'll tell you something. They're not. They're just so far away we can't hear them. Yeah, talk all you want about having to have atmosphere and stuff to be able to hear sound. That's human reasoning. And these people, the stars, they know one or two things we don't know.
Stars? People?
Certainly the stars are alive. Certainly what's on the other side of them is alive. Well, go right ahead and laugh. I don't care what you think. You'll find out different. Only it'll be too late, see?
You... about Dorothy?
I have a couple of other things to say first, Steve. Then Dorothy. It was 20 years ago that I first saw the well of the skies and heard the music. It took me 16 years nearly to get the story all wrapped up. From Van Dyke and from my own researches. I even took Van Dyke to see the well. He listened to the music, and he laughed. You don't know Van Dyke. You never heard him laugh. Gives me the creeps. A little more than 6 years ago, he gave me the machine. You've heard of the electrocelograph. Machine that does something about recording thought waves, brain waves, works, purely scientific, hard facts, all that. This thing is something like an electrocelograph, Van Dyke said. Put on these earphones, turn it on, watch the dials. That's all.
Understand the music?
That's right. Understand the music. Translates it into thoughts. Translates it so you can understand it. The music, the conversation that comes from the stars and the other side of the stars. And from the thing in the well. The thing in the well. And Mike told me what to look for. Too bad this isn't television. You could see it. Go goes with me everywhere I go. Well, you can hear it anyway. That's it. That's the first intelligent thing from the stars, the other side of the stars, that anybody on this earth has ever encountered. Just a little sphere, just like a ball. Feels like an egg, kind of, except it's not hard and brittle like an egg. Warm to the touch, moves, thinks, does whatever it wants to, talks by music. No, I don't know much more about it, except it's alive, very highly alive. Tells me it's closer to plant life than to our kind of life. Color? Well, it's kind of grayish-green, very undistinguished to look at. Blue? Well, it came from the star Alpha Centauri. I told you Alpha Centauri is 4 light years away. It took 4 years for this thing to get here at the speed of light, 186,000 miles a second. And...
here to stay.
That's right. Here to stay. Found this Earth by sheer accident. Curious about us.
Do anything it wants to?
It can do anything it wants to. Yes. Maybe you'd like to hear it. Hold the microphone over here close, Steve. Here, closer. Yeah, that's it. Wait. Yes. Yes, of course. Over here for that cigar. Thank you. We'll let you hear it through the machine now, so you can hear. So you can understand what it's saying. Just a second, I'll turn on the machine. Steve, move the microphone over here closer to the earphones. Yes, so. Now. Just a second for the tubes to warm up. Now we adjust this dial. This one. Listen.
Lisa, I was told you almost enough, but there is still more to be told.
Voice.
I found it very useful to absorb Dorothy. It is very difficult for me to form impressions of you human beings without much closer contact, without making your physical being a part of my own. There was only one other in all the time since I came to this universe, a Spanish soldier.
In the armor.
And then when you and Dorothy came, it was necessary to know more about current conditions. All I knew about human beings was what I found in the mind of the Spanish soldier. You have made a few steps forward since his time. The rest of us will be interested.
Move the microphone, Steve. You see? That's what became of Dorothy, Steve.
Dead?
No, Steve. Dorothy isn't dead. Dorothy's a part of that. Just like we're all going to be a part of the others.
Excuse me. I
was out in California 2 weeks ago. Then Dyke, he's still at Mount Wilson. He wouldn't go to Palomar. There's something about Mount Wilson and the 100-inch telescope and the little house on the mountain top that's got nothing in it. I told you about that. And then Dyke doesn't want to leave. And Dyke showed me a photograph made through the 100-inch on the 3rd of March. Yeah, let me show it to you, Steve.
Stars?
You describe it, Steve. This picture was made toward Alpha Centauri. Yeah, that's Alpha Centauri there. Yeah, there. You describe what you see, Steve.
Oh, no.
Go on.
Stars. Millions of stars.
And this?
Cloud?
A cloud, blotting out the stars from a sixth of a light year away. 2 months ago, sixth of a light year. Now, this photograph, made April 7th, Steve. Steve.
The cloud. It's bigger.
The 12th of a light year, closer to the Earth, Steve. They're coming.
I don't know.
Put the microphone over here closer. Yeah, by the machine. Here, listen now. Here is the word from the other side of the stars. Here is the word from the beings, the intelligences, the things from Alpha Centauri. Listen.
Welcome to this place. Welcome to all of you. This place they call the Earth. It is not bad. It is an interesting place. I am glad you have come after all this time. The inhabitants will give us no trouble whatever. They are very inferior grade of intelligence.
Is that... What can we do? I mean...
It's too late now, Steve. Much too late. At the speed of light, they're less than a day away.
But they... From the other side of the stars?
That's right, Steve. They've come to take over the Earth.
The title of today's Quiet Please story was The Other Side of the Stars. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Jane White played Dorothy. The young man was Mark Forbes. As usual, music for Quiet Please is by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week, our writer-director Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week I have a love story for you for a change. It's called The Little Mornings.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Don't take any chances with your family's health. Each year, be certain that you and the others in your family have a chest X-ray to determine whether or not you have TB. Chest X-rays are available at your local tuberculosis clinic. Please take no chances. Have a chest X-ray. Help wipe out tuberculosis. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
This is WJZ, New York's first station, and WJZ-FM. For the inside version of the news, the factual highlights that lie behind the headlines, listen for Drew Pearson coming up next. Stronger, shock-resisting. Yes.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for today is called Other Side of the Stars.
I remember Mount Wilson and the 100-inch telescope. And I remember the astronomer Van Dyke and the little house of galvanized iron on the very edge of the summit. That was the house that had nothing inside it. The absence of everything. No, I have no explanation of it. I think perhaps Van Dyke knew something about it. Up there where you used to be able to look down at night on the lights of 6 dozen cities and towns. You could look up, too, at the stars and the planets that seemed so tantalizingly close above you. If you wondered about them, well, maybe Van Dyke might tell you about them. Maybe. Remember that flying saucer craze about a year ago? Well, Van Dyke could probably tell you something about that, too. If he wanted to. I don't know why I'm laughing. I've got plenty of reason not to laugh. Oh, don't you grin at me. You and I are both in the same boat. You and I and everybody else. Up that old creek without oars, friend. No, I'm not a refugee from Stupefying Stories magazine. My name isn't Glob Glodge XB314, and Tars Tarkus Dedica the Tharks is still Edgar Riceborough's personal property as far as I'm concerned. I'm not even the eagle-eyed, needle-nosed mad scientist with the two heads. I'll take that back. Maybe I have got two heads. But I know something you don't know. Yet. I know what's out there on the other side of the stars. Or shall I say I know what was out there?
Oh, excuse me.
What do you want, young man?
Excuse me.
Come barging in here. Isn't that on the air sign turned on out there? Huh? Well, can't people see we're busy in here? Can't you do something about keeping them out of here? I've only got a... All right, all right. Where was I? I said I know what was on the other side of the stars. And I know where it is now. Or I think I know. That's what I'm here to tell you about. If people will stop bursting in here while I'm talking, get out of here, you!
I'm sorry.
Well, wait a minute. You might as well come in and hear what I've got to say in here. You keep opening and shutting that door. Sit down there. No, there. Sit down and keep quiet.
Yes, sir.
Who are you, anyway?
I'm Dorothy's brother.
What's your name?
I'm her brother, Steve.
She did have a brother named Steve.
Steve, that's me.
Now, what do you want?
I just want to hear this. Well, you know what you're going to say.
How did you know I was...
I heard about it.
Well, I've known Dorothy for more than 20 years.
Your name is Esau, isn't it?
Yes. Esau.
Excuse me.
I met Dorothy more than 20 years ago. I met her when I was at Peach Springs, Arizona, before I started off up in the Yavapai Indian country looking for the well. Before Steve here was born.
Uh-huh.
Peach Springs, 20 years ago. I don't know what it's like now. I haven't been there since 1928. September. Then it was a stop-off for the transcontinental buses, such as they were. General store on the edge of the Yavapai Reservation. They were so proud of their new Frigidaire. Yeah, right alongside the general store there was a corral where the Indian cowboys seemed always tangling with raw-back range cattle. Not very far away from the Grand Canyon. Remember it well.
Dorothy told me about the well.
I was looking for the gold, of course. For the old map that showed where the well was, the old map with the Spanish words and a mark like the planet Saturn, complete with rings. Marked Pozo del Cielo, well of the heavens, well of the sky. And the other words alongside it in the crabbed soldier's handwriting. Lleno de oro y plata. Full of gold and silver. Full of gold and silver. And I was the first man who'd seen that map since, I think it was 1542, maybe 1543. Wasn't anybody in the world who'd seen it for nearly 400 years till I got hold of it. Went looking for it. For the gold and silver.
Was that the well where...
Dorothy got off the bus from Los Angeles when I did there at Peach Springs. I wasn't aboard it when it started off again. And neither was she. And she went with me looking for the well of the skies. Yeah, it was just that simple.
Dorothy was working for some museum of...
She was investigating prehistoric Indian dwellings.
Uh-huh.
She was going north, and so was I. Oh, it was all right. We'd been walking about an hour through the mesquite and talking. There was a rattlesnake, big sidewinder. Dorothy produced a gun from somewhere and very casually shot its head off at 15 feet. I stopped talking, I remember, and Dorothy put away the gun. I know how to use a gun, she said very coolly. See what I mean? I saw. Yeah, well, let's get on. That time's a wasting there. There wasn't any gold, and there wasn't any silver in the well of the stars.
You found that out right away?
We found that out right away. There wasn't anything except a skeleton and some very well-preserved pieces of 16th century armor including a beautifully engraved steel cap, Morion, I think they call them.
Morion.
And a sword. Rapier sorted with a basket hilt. You've seen them in pictures.
Why don't you tell it all?
I'm going to.
I think it would be better if you don't mind.
I'll tell it all. I'll tell it all.
About the music.
I've got to tell about the music. Dorothy said when she came up...
There were footholds cut into the sides of the well.
She went down first because she said she wasn't as heavy as I, and I could hold the rope better in case she fell. She went down as far as the rope would reach, about 15 feet from the bottom. She stayed down quite a while. Finally, when she came up, she said she heard music down there. I wish you'd stop prompting me.
Excuse me.
That was all. Just music. In a hole in the ground that was at least 400 years old that nobody had seen since 1542 or 3. Nearly 100 feet deep. Music. That's all. Just music. You know how far away the stars are? The stars, not the planets. The planets are close. The planets of our sun, I mean. The stars, they're farther. They're so far away that astronomers measure the distance to them in what they call light years, just to make it simpler. A light year? Well, light travels 186,000 miles a second. A second, 186,000 miles. There isn't any such distance, not on this Earth anyway. Around 25,000 miles around the Earth at the equator, that's the farthest you can go, if you're a human being. Anyway, try and think of 186,000 miles. Then you multiply that by 60 for the distance light travels in a minute. Then by 60 again, and that's how far it travels in an hour. Just light, see? Then if you can still figure, multiply that by 24. That's the distance light travels in one day. And 365 times that is how far it travels in a year. That's a light year. In round numbers, 5,829,196,000,000 miles. And the nearest star is more than 4 times that far away. Alpha Centauri is its name. You could look at it some night, maybe. And the light, you see, started from there more than 4 years ago. Alpha might be bright purple now, and you wouldn't know it. Not for 4 years. That's what Van Dyke, the astronomer, told me, and Van Dyke, the astronomer, knows just about everything.
The well. You were talking about the well.
What?
And Dorothy.
Well, I have to tell the whole story, don't I?
Pardon me, pardon me.
You just shut up, Dorothy's brother. You just keep still and don't say anything. The hand on that clock just keeps going around. The first thing I know...
I'm sorry.
It was dark night when I finally climbed up out of the well. It was just like Dorothy said it was. The rope was too short to get all the way to the bottom. And when I came up, it was dark. And there wasn't a sound to be heard, except once in a while a coyote howling somewhere way off in the distance.
The music. Tell about the music.
I heard the music, too, while I was down in the well. I didn't say anything for a couple of minutes after I climbed out over the rim. Finally, Dorothy said in the dark, "Did you hear it?" I thought for a minute. I wondered if I had heard it, or... You see, there wasn't a sound up there on the ground, like I said. And I thought for a minute, and finally I said, "Yes." "Yes," I said, "I heard it, too." "I don't hear it now, though," I said. "Listen. Do you?"
No. I don't hear anything.
What do you suppose?
I don't know. I never heard anything like it before.
Echo, maybe?
No, it wasn't an echo. It came from...
Where?
Up above.
Uh-huh. Nothing here to make any music, though. Indians?
Not like that. Esau.
What?
Build a fire.
Yeah, I guess I'd better.
Go ahead.
All right.
Well?
Listen.
What?
Well, listen. Honest, I'm scared. What?
So am I.
You've got that gun.
I don't. I'm not sure that gun would be much use.
You think there's something down there?
Do you?
I don't know.
Maybe we ought to go back to Peach Springs.
Might break our necks in the dark. I don't know which way it is either.
Go by the stars.
No.
I'm cold.
Blankets?
You got blankets, too?
Yeah.
Esau. What do you think it? Oh.
Now what?
Look there. At the mouth of the well.
What?
You see a kind of light?
No.
Don't look right at it. Look kind of to one side.
I don't see anything.
Do you hear anything?
Do you? Do you?
Something moving. Listen.
I hear something.
Something in the well.
Nothing down there.
Nothing but that skeleton and the armor.
And when the ice had finally melted away from my heart and I could move at last, I aimed my flashlight toward the well's mouth, and in the bright beam I saw a poor, harmless lizard choking its little life away half a foot from the lip of the well. And Dorothy and I looked at each other in the dark. I guess she laughed first. In a minute, we were both practically in hysterics at the senseless fright that had gripped us a moment before. Finally, Dorothy said, "I'm going to sleep." She pulled her blanket up over her head and leaned back against a rock. After a while, I did too, still chuckling to myself. But just before I drifted off to sleep, I looked up at the stars, and they seemed so horribly close to us. And then I was asleep, and I dreamed of music that came either from them or from the well that yawned there beside us. And when I woke up, I was all alone. There wasn't a sign of anybody as far as I could see. And I've never seen Dorothy from that day to this.
But you talked to her.
What? Yes, I've talked to her. Yes, I've talked to her. That's what I wanted to tell about. Van Dyke, the astronomer, told me a lot of things when I talked to him. Van Dyke knew what that well was. And he knew about the music. He knew where that came from, too. Music. Yeah, I'd better tell you about it. I never heard music quite like it before. I couldn't place it. It sounded something like, well, like somebody talking, only whoever it was used music instead of words. I could almost understand it. After a while, I did understand it.
Tell about trying to find Dorothy.
The first thing I thought about, of course, was she'd fallen. I wasn't very enthusiastic about climbing down in that well, naturally. But there wasn't anything else to do. She wasn't down there. The skeleton was still there on the bottom of the well. When I got to the end of the rope, I jumped on down. There wasn't anything at all except those old bones and the pieces of armor he'd worn when he was alive. And at last, in the light of my flashlight way down there, a hammered silver bracelet. The hammered silver bracelet I'd seen the day before on Dorothy's left wrist.
But there was something else down there.
What? What did you say?
Something else.
How did you know?
I know.
Yes. There was something else. I didn't know it at the time. If I'd known it was there. But I didn't. I didn't know about it till after I'd talked to Van Dyke, and it was too late. I should have known. It all falls into place. Now, the name of the place, Pozo del Cielo, Well of the Skies. The music that came from nowhere.
I know what you mean, but I don't think they do. Excuse me.
We think about this Earth, we think it's the most important place in the solar system. It isn't.
The solar system not very important either.
Will you keep quiet?
I'm sorry.
No, the solar system isn't very important either. It's only a tiny little bit of the...
Universe?
No, universe, it's plural. We're all part of what we call the Milky Way, billions and billions of universes. As far as anybody could see with the biggest telescope ever invented, and the people in the other universes are just as ignorant of us as we are of them, just as uninterested.
Except a few of the scientists.
Now, let's not talk like one of those magazines, young man. Steve. The chances of an intelligent being from another universe even seeing this one of ours is pretty remote. What? Certainly there are intelligent beings in the other universes. Don't be so self-important. No, they're not necessarily like us. They aren't like us, as a matter of fact. Why should they be? Who are we? Just leave it like that. There are intelligences other than the so-called human race. Hate us? Don't be silly. Most of them don't know we exist. Afraid of us? It's sillier yet.
The well.
That's right. The well. You don't think the so-called human race dug that well, do you? You don't flatter yourself that that music was produced by human beings, do you? You don't think Dorothy disappeared through any human means, do you? Well, the answer in each case is no. The human race didn't have anything to do with it. Why? The thing told me. The thing at the bottom of the well. The intelligence from the other side of the stars, friend. Van Dyke told me all about it. Van Dyke knows an awful lot. Sometimes I think Van Dyke is...
Not human?
How would any human being figure it all out and be so right? Because he's right, all right.
Tell it.
The well, Van Dyke said, was a kind of telescope. Telescope isn't the right word, but it was the same thing as a telescope, only... You know, astronomers just look at the stars. The silent stars, the stars that never make any sound. You just see them. You don't hear them. What if you had a telescope for sound? Why should the stars be silent? I'll tell you something. They're not. They're just so far away we can't hear them. Yeah, talk all you want about having to have atmosphere and stuff to be able to hear sound. That's human reasoning. And these people, the stars, they know one or two things we don't know.
Stars? People?
Certainly the stars are alive. Certainly what's on the other side of them is alive. Well, go right ahead and laugh. I don't care what you think. You'll find out different. Only it'll be too late, see?
You... about Dorothy?
I have a couple of other things to say first, Steve. Then Dorothy. It was 20 years ago that I first saw the well of the skies and heard the music. It took me 16 years nearly to get the story all wrapped up. From Van Dyke and from my own researches. I even took Van Dyke to see the well. He listened to the music, and he laughed. You don't know Van Dyke. You never heard him laugh. Gives me the creeps. A little more than 6 years ago, he gave me the machine. You've heard of the electrocelograph. Machine that does something about recording thought waves, brain waves, works, purely scientific, hard facts, all that. This thing is something like an electrocelograph, Van Dyke said. Put on these earphones, turn it on, watch the dials. That's all.
Understand the music?
That's right. Understand the music. Translates it into thoughts. Translates it so you can understand it. The music, the conversation that comes from the stars and the other side of the stars. And from the thing in the well. The thing in the well. And Mike told me what to look for. Too bad this isn't television. You could see it. It goes with me everywhere I go. Well, you can hear it anyway. the first intelligent thing from the stars, the other side of the stars, that anybody on this earth has ever encountered. Just a little sphere, just like a ball. Feels like an egg, kind of, except it's not hard and brittle like an egg. Warm to the touch, moves, thinks, does whatever it wants to, talks by music. No, I don't know much more about it, except it's alive, very highly alive. Tells me it's closer to plant life than to our kind of life. Color? Well, it's kind of grayish-green, very undistinguished to look at. Blue? Well, it came from the star Alpha Centauri. I told you Alpha Centauri is 4 light years away. It took 4 years for this thing to get here at the speed of light, 186,000 miles a second. And...
here to stay.
That's right. Here to stay. Found this Earth by sheer accident. Curious about us.
Do anything it wants to.
It can do anything it wants to. Yes. Maybe you'd like to hear it. Hold the microphone over here close, Steve. Here, closer. Yeah, that's it. Wait. Yes. Yes, of course. Over here for the cigar. Thank you. We'll let you hear it through the machine now, so you can hear, so you can understand what it's saying. Just a second, I'll turn on the machine. Steve, move the microphone over here closer to the earphones. Yes, so. Now. Just a second for the tubes to warm up. Now we adjust this dial. This one. Listen.
These hours told you almost enough, but there is still more to be told.
Voice.
I found it very useful to absorb, Dorothy. It is very difficult for me to form impressions of you human beings without much closer contact, without making your physical being a part of my own. There was only one other in all the time since I came to this universe, a Spanish soldier.
In the armor.
And then when you and Dorothy came, it was necessary to know more about current conditions. All I knew about human beings was what I found in the mind of the Spanish soldier. You have made a few steps forward since his time. The rest of us will be interested.
Move the microphone, Steve. You see? That's what became of Dorothy, Steve.
Dead?
No, Steve. Dorothy isn't dead. Dorothy's a part of that. Just like we're all going to be a part of the others.
Excuse me.
I was out in California 2 weeks ago. Van Dyke, if he's still at Mount Wilson, he wouldn't go to Palomar. There's something about Mount Wilson and the 100-inch telescope and the little house on the mountaintop that's got nothing in it. I told you about that. And Van Dyke doesn't want to leave. Van Dyke showed me a photograph made through the 100-inch on the 3rd of March. Yeah, let me show it to you, Steve.
Stars?
You describe it, Steve. This picture was made toward Alpha Centauri. Yeah, that's Alpha Centauri there. Yeah, there. You describe what you see, Steve.
Oh, no.
Go on.
Stars. Millions of stars.
And this?
Cloud?
A cloud, blotting out the stars from a sixth of a light year away. 2 months ago, 6th of a light year. Now, this photograph, made April 7th, Steve. Steve.
The cloud. It's bigger.
The 12th of a light year, closer to the Earth, Steve. They're coming.
I don't know.
Put the microphone over here closer. Yeah, by the machine. Here, listen now. Here is the word from the other side of the stars. Here is the word from the beings, the intelligences, the things from Alpha Centauri.
all of you. This place they call the earth, it is not bad. It is an interesting place. I am glad you have come after all this time. The inhabitants will give us no trouble whatever. They are very inferior grade of intelligence.
Is that... What can we do? I mean...
It's too late now, Steve. Much too late. At the speed of light, they're less than a day away.
But they... From the other side of the stars?
That's right, Steve. They've come to take over the earth.
The title of today's Quiet Please story was The Other Side of the Stars. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Jane White played Dorothy. The young man was Mark Forbes. As usual, music for Quiet Please is by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week, our writer-director Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week I have a love story for you for a change. It's called The Little Mornings.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Don't take any chances with your family's health. Each year, be certain that you and the others in your family have a chest X-ray to determine whether or not you have TB. Chest X-rays are available at your local tuberculosis clinic. Please take no chances. Have a chest X-ray. Help wipe out tuberculosis. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is WJZ, New York's first station, and WJZ FM. For the inside version of the news, the factual highlights that lie behind the headlines, listen for Drew Pearson coming up next. Stronger, shock-resisting. Yes.
Someone's trying to steal them.
Oh, Bart, why not forget for once that murder's your hobby? Let's go down to Florida and sit in the sun and watch the bathing beauties bathe.
Florida bathing beauties, Inspector. Never bathe.
Never bathe? Now, wait a minute,
I mean, of course, in the ocean, Inspector.
Oh.
Mr. Drake, the man who is attempting to steal my paintings is Brian Quirk.
You're sure of that?
Brian Quirk? Hey, that is something. He's the most famous international crook out of captivity.
You're quite right, Inspector Danton. He would stop at nothing to obtain possession of my Rembrandt.
Now, what makes you so positive, Mr. Carlton, that it's Quirk who's attempting to steal your paintings?
Quirk himself has told me so.
Quirk told you so?
Yes. On several occasions, Brian Quirk has called me on the phone and stated flatly that he intends to possess my paintings.
Quirk is noted for that sort of thing. He's a shrewd operator.
3 days ago, Mr. Drake, one of my servants was murdered.
Murdered? Well, now you're talking our language. Shall I make our reservations, Bart?
Just a minute, Inspector. Huh? Have you reported this murder to the police, Mr. Carlton?
Of course. They investigated and learned nothing except that Leopold was shot by a man who was attempting to steal the paintings.
How do you know that?
Leopold was not killed instantly. He lived long enough to explain that he had been attacked while on guard in the very room where the pictures are kept.
I see. And the police have been unable to uncover any clues that might lead to the identity of the murderer?
The identity of the murderer is already known, Mr. Drake. Brian Quirk left his calling card. A note pinned to the floor with a dagger.
Say, I saw that gag work in the movies once. It was called The Clutching Hand or The Hooded Terror or something like that.
I assure you, this is no movie, Inspector Denton.
Oh.
So the police have abandoned any further attempts to run down Brian Quirk. Is that right, Mr. Carlton?
Well, I can't blame them. They did what they could. Obviously, this man Quirk is shrewd beyond human conception.
No man is that shrewd, Mr. Carlton. All criminals are possessed with at least one weakness. I imagine that weakness with Brian Quirk is his vanity. Eventually, it'll lead to his downfall.
Well, I hope you're right. Frankly, Quirk's attitude is something of a challenge. I just like to think that he can outsmart me.
Yes, but on the other hand, you have your other servants to consider. If more murders result from Quirk's attempt to steal your paintings, you will feel personally responsible.
Mr. Drake, it will be worth $10,000 to me if you'll come to Florida and take over my case.
$10,000, that's a lot of dough, Bart.
Yes, it is, Inspector.
If at the end of a week's time you feel that apprehending Brown Quirk is beyond your ability, I will pay you the $10,000 and you may return to New York.
Hey, that's fair enough, Bart.
And what of your paintings, Mr. Carlton?
Well, I suppose I shall have to dispose of them. I can't continue to be responsible for the lives of the people in my employ.
Splendid. Inspector, make reservations on the first available plane to Miami.
Hey, Bart, for God's sake, can't you drive easier?
Sorry, Inspector. These swamp roads here in the Everglades weren't built for automobile travel.
Well, what were they built for? And what does Carlton have to live way out here in the jungle for anyway? And why didn't he meet us at the airport?
Inspector, I think you're annoyed because you didn't get a chance to watch the bathing beauties.
I'm not annoyed. I'm doggone sore about it.
Hey, Inspector, you're magnificent.
Yeah? Well, why didn't Carlton tell us he lived way to heckin' gone out here instead of in a nice, cool stucco bungalow on Miami Beach like any sensible man would?
I suspect that Mr. Carlton didn't want to discourage us, Inspector.
Discourage us? I've been discouraged ever since we stepped off that plane.
I guess this is it.
Well, for crying out loud. Look at that wall with the barbed wire on top.
Yes. And Mr. Carlton said he had his home protected against thieves. I guess this was what he meant. There's the house beyond the wall.
Yeah. You can barely make it out in this dim light. Listen. What's that?
It's the voice of the swamp, Inspector. Come on, let's go up and announce ourselves before it gets completely dark.
I don't know why Carlton couldn't have left that iron gate open so we could drive up to the house.
I imagine Brian Quirk was disappointed also, Inspector. The gate seems to be locked.
Yeah, there's a rope hanging through the slot. Shall we give it a yank?
Yes, it's probably a latch string.
Here goes. The jumping Judas, what's that?
Sounds like an alarm bell. Here comes someone.
Yeah, he came out of that little house. Hey, he's got a gun.
He's probably one of Mr. Carlton's guards. He's a regular giant, isn't he? Hello there.
The alarm bell she rings and Carlo comes quick. Yeah, well, shut it off. It's getting on my nerves.
Si, senor. You are Senor Drake and Danton, si?
That's right. We're Drake and Danton. Mr. Carlton's expecting us.
Si. I will open the gate.
Thank you.
Be careful, senors. There are many traps about.
Traps? What does Carlton take us for, a couple of wolves?
The wolves are all over on Miami Beach, Inspector.
Very funny.
You will follow me, senors, please.
Hey, Bart, I don't like this.
What don't you like about it, Inspector?
It's spooky.
Oh?
Look at the way those vines are crawling over the house. And listen to those noises. They're not real.
Come, Inspector. Let's not allow our imagination to run away with us.
Hey, listen.
Yes, I hear it.
Now, don't tell me that's my imagination. That's organ music.
It certainly is, Inspector.
You will follow me, please.
Come on, Inspector.
Hey, there's someone coming from the house.
Yes. Oh, it's Mr. Carlton. Are you disappointed because it isn't a spook, Inspector?
Good evening, gentlemen. Welcome to Hurricane Manor. I must express my regret at not being able to meet your plane.
You're not half as regretful as we are. Look, Mr. Carlton, why didn't you tell us you live way out here in the swamp?
For the very reason that unhappy expression is on your face, Inspector Danton.
Unhappy? Me?
You're disappointed in my home. If I'd explained where I've lived, you might have refused to accept my proposition.
The inspector's only disappointed, Mr. Carlton, because he was unable to see the bathing beauties at Miami Beach.
Well, that will come later. Very well, Carlos. Return your post.
Si, senor.
I'm glad to get rid of that guy. He looks like a zombie.
Carlos is my most reliable servant. Come along, gentlemen. Dinner is waiting. And then I want you to see my paintings.
Well, I got to admit that your cook knows how to put together a meal, Mr. Carlton.
Thank you, Inspector. Jose will be pleased. Are there any questions you'd like to ask before we look at the paintings, Mr. Drake?
Yes, several. Just as a matter of curiosity, we heard organ music as we came up the wall.
That was Laura. She's my secretary.
Uh-huh.
She plays beautifully, doesn't she?
Yeah, but sad. What's the matter? Is she unhappy about something?
I'm afraid that the atmosphere of Hurricane Manor creates a sad mood, Inspector.
That I can understand.
Laura is very young and beautiful. She doesn't like it here, and I can't blame her.
Then why does she remain?
The answer to that is simple. I need a secretary. Laura needs money. And I can afford to pay her a large salary.
I see. I suppose that living in this remote section of the Everglades is part of your plan to frustrate Brian Quirk's attempts to steal your paintings.
That's exactly right, Mr. Drake. Frustrating Brian Quirk has become an obsession with me. I will stop at nothing to capture the man.
And Quirk will stop at nothing to obtain possession of your paintings.
Correct. It's become a sort of game with us.
I see. That's why you brought the paintings to this old house and challenged Brian Quirk to steal them.
Yes, and he will accept the challenge, too. This is to be the showdown between Brian Quirk and myself. Come along. I want you to see my paintings.
Look, Mr. Carson, how many more of these halls have we got to walk down? I'm getting tired.
Inspector Danton, you flatter me.
Flatter you? What do you mean? I only asked a simple question.
Yeah, but a very pointed question. Would you believe that this is the third time we walked down this same hall within the past 5 minutes?
Are you kidding?
Oh, not at all. Rooms and corridors are so arranged that a stranger can easily become lost. Walking you down this same hall 3 times was a test.
I suppose that's all part of your plan to confound Brian Quirk. Is that right, Mr. Tuttle?
Exactly. And here's another.
What? That door? What's confounding about that?
I'll show you. Open the door, Inspector.
Huh? Open? Oh, okay. Jumping Judas.
You see?
Well, that's very ingenious. I suppose all the doors in the house are equally well equipped with burglar alarms.
Not only the doors, Mr. Drake, but the wire atop the wall that surrounds the place. And all of the windows.
With that kind of a setup, what are you scared of?
Brian Quirk succeeded in getting over the wall once, Inspector Danton. He murdered one of my servants. It was only because he touched off one of the alarms at the downstairs window that he failed to get inside the house.
Yeah, but...
The alarms on the windows ring bells all over the house and in the guardhouses. They also switch on automatic floodlights.
And still Quirk got away. The man is a genius.
There's one thing that puzzles me, Mr. Carson. If all the doors in the house are equipped with alarms, why is it that they don't ring when you or someone else opens them?
Because of this. You see, it is possible to open the doors without touching off the alarm.
But your servants?
I alone know the combination. Whenever I wish the servants to move about the house, I temporarily disconnect the system. Except for the one in this room.
Oh, then it's here where your paintings are kept.
Yes. Step this way, please.
Thank you.
I'll turn on the lights. There they are, hanging on the wall.
I feel they are beautiful.
Not bad at that. Say, the guy who painted those things must be a comer, all right.
Rembrandt was the greatest master of them all, Inspector.
You're fortunate to have such valuable possessions, Mr. Cotton.
Well, I hope that the time will come when I can feel fortunate, Mr. Drake. Since I bought them a year ago, they've brought me nothing but grief.
I see what you mean. By the way, did you install the indirect lighting system that brings out the rich color tones?
Yes. You see, the wall paneling being dark, it was necessary...
Hey, what's that?
Sounded like a scream.
There it goes again.
Good heavens, it must be Laura. Good Lord, gentlemen. Brian Quirk has arrived. This way. Scream came from the organ room.
Better get out your gun, Inspector.
Don't worry, I got it out.
Here we are.
Jumping Judas, there's a girl lying on the floor.
Laura.
I don't think she's hurt, Mr. Carton. Probably fainted.
Yeah, she's breathing all right. Whoever fired the shot must have missed.
Lift up her head, Inspector.
Okay.
Mr. Carton, I think you'd better get back to your paintings if Brian Quirk is...
George, you're right. What am I thinking of? Take care of Laura.
Turn off those goddamn alarm bells.
Careful, Inspector. Here, you'd better carry the girl over to this couch.
Yeah, good idea. I wonder what's scared her.
Never mind that now. Put her down easily.
Yeah, putting her down easily. Well, thank gosh those bells are stopped.
The girl's eyes are opening, Inspector.
Yeah. Hey, she is good looking, isn't she?
She's beautiful. Feeling better, Laura? You are Laura, aren't you?
Where am I? What happened?
You're safe now. You'd better not try to get up just yet.
Just lie back and take it easy, lady.
Who are you? What are you doing here? Keep away from me.
Just a minute.
Don't touch me. Let me go.
Don't try to get up, Laura. You're still weak.
Let me up. Keep your hands off me. Oh, I hate you. I hate you all.
Okay, so you hate us. Now, look.
Look out, Inspector. She has a gun.
Yeah.
Yes, I have. And I know how to use it, too. Now stand back, both of you.
Okay. We're not arguing.
Don't move. I'll shoot if you do. I promise you I will.
Never mind promising, lady. We'll take your word for it.
Well, Inspector. It does.
Yeah, shall we go after her?
I don't think it would help much even if we caught her.
No. If we found that one bullet had been fired from that gun she was holding, it would.
Why?
Why? Well, for Guy's sake, we'd know it was her who fired the shot, wouldn't we?
And how would that help us?
Well, we could ask her questions. Maybe she saw somebody. Maybe firing the shot was a gag.
Doubt it were a gag, Inspector. Obviously, the girl had fainted, and just as obviously, she was frightened of us.
I'll say she was. I wonder why.
I think I know the answer to that one, Inspector. Come on, let's look around this room a bit.
You know the answer to that one. And what the heck do you mean?
Here's the organ. It's a beauty, isn't it?
Now, wait a minute, Bart. I asked you a question.
These windows are all equipped with the burglar alarm system. The wiring is plainly visible up there.
Okay, to heck with the alarm system. What do you mean you can answer that one?
The windows are all bolted on the inside, Inspector. How do you suppose the person who frightened Laura got into the room?
Doggone it, Bart, now
Or perhaps it wasn't a person. What do you think, Inspector?
Bart, for the last time... What'd you say, Bart?
I said perhaps it wasn't a person who frightened Laura.
Huh? What do you mean, not a person? What else?
Spooks, Inspector. Remember you were worried about spooks a little while ago.
Mr. Drake! Inspector Danton! My paintings, they're gone! Someone has stolen my paintings! You must see for yourself. I can't believe my eyes. It's incredible. It simply cannot be. There. Look.
Those, they're gone all right.
Yep, they're gone. The walls as bare as Mother Hubbard's cupboard. How could it have happened? How could it? Every door and window was protected with alarms. There were guards everywhere. When could it have happened?
I'm afraid the answer to that question is obvious, Mr. Carlton. It happened when we ran down the hall to investigate the shot and scream.
Say, that means that the babe must have been in on the deal. No wonder she acted so screwy.
That reasoning is ridiculous, Inspector Danton. Laura's characters are absolutely impeccable. I had her investigated.
And what about your other servants, Mr. Carlton?
They're all beyond reproach. Besides, there's one thing that both of you have overlooked in your reasoning.
Yes, what's that?
It would be foolish of any of the servants to steal the paintings. They're too rare, too valuable. If offered for sale, they would be spotted immediately.
Wouldn't the same theory hold true if Brian Quirk...
No. Quirk is a man of culture and taste. He wants the paintings for their own pleasure, not for their monetary value.
I see. Well, Mr. Carlton, I don't think you'll have to worry about the loss of your paintings.
Not worry about them? What the deuce are you saying, man?
Just this. Quirk apparently got into your house, but not without setting off the alarm system. Could he get out without causing a similar disturbance?
By George.
He couldn't, could he? That means the guy must be floating around here somewhere.
Exactly. Now, I propose that you spread the alarm, Mr. Carlton. And, Inspector, we conduct an immediate search of the grounds. A man with two large paintings in his arms would have little chance of escaping unnoticed.
Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
I thought we were going to hunt for Brian Quirk. Doggone it, all you've done since we got out here is to walk around peering into windows.
I'm not peering into windows.
No?
Inspector.
Well, then what are you doing?
I'm checking the burglar alarms,
Checking
Inspector.
the burglar alarms. For God's sake, why? We know they work.
Well, there might be one that doesn't. Suppose one of Carlton's servants were in cahoots with Quirk. He might have disconnected the system on one of the windows.
Now, wait a minute, Bart. That isn't what you're doing.
It isn't? Why, Inspector?
Because we know that one of the servants didn't disconnect the system. How do we know it? Because the whole doggone system went off when Quirk entered the house.
You caught up with me that time, didn't you, Inspector?
Yeah, I caught up with you. Now, what the heck are you up to? What do you mean,
I found it.
Found what, for crying out loud?
I found it. Inspector.
Huh? What's the matter?
Someone's coming. Step back to the shadows.
Well, okay. Hey, it's the girl.
Yeah. She looks more frightened than ever.
Yeah, look at the way she's sneaking along.
Mr. Drake.
She's calling you, Bart.
All right, Laura. Over here.
Oh, Mr. Drake, is that you?
Yeah, that's him and me, too.
Oh, thank heaven. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Now, there's one for the book. The last time we saw you, you couldn't get away fast enough.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Yeah, we're sorry, too, but look, lady.
Inspector.
Huh?
What was it that you didn't know, Laura?
I didn't know who you were. Not really.
Oh, you didn't? Well, how do you know now?
Well, I heard you and Mr. Carlton talking in the room where the paintings were.
Oh, eavesdropping, eh? Well...
Inspector, will you stop your prattling for a minute and let Laura talk?
Now, listen, Bart.
Keep quiet.
Huh?
So when you found out who we were, you came looking for us. Why, Laura?
Because... Oh, Mr. Drake, I'm frightened. I want to get away from here. I thought you might help me.
What were you frightened of, Laura?
I don't know. The very atmosphere of the place. There's something dreadfully wrong.
Yes, but something particular must have happened to make you afraid.
It did. 2 weeks ago, Leopold was murdered. And then tonight when I was playing the organ.
Yes, exactly what happened when you were playing your organ.
Not sure exactly. I felt that someone was behind me, just standing there, and I was petrified. I didn't know what to do. So I kept on playing with one hand and tried to reach into my pocket for the gun that Mr. Carlton had given me. And just as I turned, the alarm started. I fired the gun and then I fainted.
But you didn't actually see anyone.
No. Oh, I don't know. There might have been someone. It was terrible.
Oh, you poor kid. Now, look, there's just one more question I'd like to ask, Laura.
Yes?
Why hadn't you given up your job and gone back to Miami before now?
I wanted to, but Mr. Carlton begged me to stay. He raised my salary and gave me the gun and showed me how to use it. He was awfully nice. He said that if another attempt were made to steal the paintings, he wouldn't try to hold me any longer.
Well, Laura, I think that after tonight, your troubles will be over. Inspector? Inspector!
Yeah, what do you want?
Well, what the deuce is the matter with you?
Oh, you mean I can speak now?
Do I mean you could... Inspector, you're magnificent. Now, see here, both of you.
Yeah, what is it?
This is the spot where the wires connecting Mr. Carlton's alarm system enter the house.
So what?
So in a minute, Inspector, I want you to get out your jackknife, bare the wires, press them together, and set off the alarm.
You want to hear the bells ring again, eh?
Yes, fantastic, Inspector. Laura, the minute the alarm starts, the guards will come running. I want you and the inspector to pretend that you saw someone running through the shrubbery toward the wall and give chase with them.
Well, I'll do my best.
Fine. And you, Inspector?
Okay. But what is the great Barton Drake going to be doing all this time?
Believe it or not, Inspector, the great Barton Drake is going to be returning Ambrose Carlton's paintings to the spot where we first saw them hanging.
Just a minute, Mr. Carlton. It wasn't our fault Brian Quirk got away.
Whose fault was it then? You were both outside the house when the alarms went off.
Well, you were outside, too, and so were all your guards.
Laura, there's no point in you staying longer. If you'll come up to my study, I'll give you your check.
All right, you can ride back to town with us.
Oh, thank you, Inspector Danton.
Very decent of you, Danton.
Thanks.
I suppose your Mr. Drake will expect me to pay him the $10,000 I promised, even though my paintings have been stolen.
I'll expect you to pay me the $10,000, Mr. Carlton. But not because your paintings have been stolen.
Where the devil did you come from, Drake? What do you mean by that remark?
Which remark, Mr. Carlton? About your paintings? They haven't been stolen, you know.
Haven't been stolen? Nonsense. You saw with your own eyes.
Come in here, please. This is the room where the paintings were kept, isn't it?
How the devil did you know?
Your complicated system of rooms and hallways isn't as complicated as they at first seemed, Mr. Carlton. Look over there, please.
Good heavens. The paintings.
Hanging right where they were before. Well, I'll be an oversized crocodile. But how did you do it?
Before I answer that, Inspector, I want to explain how I solved the 2-week-old murder of Leopold, Mr. Carlton's servant.
Oh. Drake, you don't mean that you know...
Yes, I do mean, Mr. Carlton. I'll explain by asking a few questions. First, why didn't Brian Quirk steal the paintings on the day when he gained admission to the grounds and murdered Leopold?
Well, I can answer that.
I prefer that you didn't, Mr. Carlton. I have my own answer.
But look here.
The reason he didn't want the paintings stolen is because he couldn't dispose of them if he did steal them.
But I've already explained...
Not to my satisfaction, you haven't, Mr. Carlton. Second, how did Quirk gain admission to Hurricane Manor? You've made the place impregnable, Mr. Carlton. You were too thorough.
What do you mean? The alarms did...
The alarms have nothing to do with Quirk's visit. Quirk was already inside.
Ridiculous.
Not ridiculous, Mr. Carlton. Clever. There's only one man who would benefit by the theft of your paintings. He could do so only if the paintings were insured against burglary. And the only burglar who would attempt to steal them would be a man such as Brian Quirk, who would keep them for their beauty's sake.
I see. And I suppose you know the identity of Brian Quirk?
Yes, I do, Mr. Carlton. You are Brian Quirk.
Oh, Mr. Drake, it's so good to get away from that terrible place. I can hardly believe it.
Yes, I can appreciate your point of view, Laura.
I think it's wonderful the way you figured out that Mr. Carlton was really Brian Quirk.
Thank you, Laura.
And I also think it was wonderful the way you took the gun away from him when he tried to shoot Inspector Danton.
Thank you again, Laura.
There's one thing that bothers me, though.
Oh? What's that?
How did you know the paintings were hidden in a false panel behind the real panels where they were originally hung?
There are several reasons. Carlton, or Brian Quirk, had gone to elaborate plans to have his paintings legitimately stolen. The murder of Leopold and the soundings of the alarm, they were all designed to give an impression that someone was definitely after them.
And Mr. Carlton knew that even he couldn't get the stolen goods out of the house, so he decided to hide them in the house itself.
That's right. You were part of the plan to make everything seem logical. Because of all that had happened, you were certain that someone was actually trying to get into the house and steal the paintings. Isn't that so?
Oh, yes. I'd become so jittery that I kept imagining things. How did you know the paintings were hidden behind the panel?
Well, for one thing, when pictures are removed from the wall on which they've been hanging for some time with light on them, there's always a faint outline of their shape.
And there were no outlines on the false panel?
That's right. Also, the pictures were hung from brackets in the molding above. And there was no sign of a bracket when the false panel appeared. I was quite sure that Brian Quirk would never stop to remove the bracket.
Oh, Mr. Drake, you're simply wonderful.
Oh, nice. Oh, well. You're still there, are you, Inspector? Gotten over your gripe yet?
No.
No? Well, you will, I'm sure, when we reach Miami Beach.
Are we going to stop there?
Of course, Inspector. We've got to have a look at those bathing beauties.
Say, but that's swell.
But, Mr. Drake, I thought that...
Not at all, Laura. Not when I have such charming company as you. Not when there are bathing beauties to observe. It's going to be a pleasure to forget that mystery is my hobby.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan, and starring tonight two stars of stage and radio, Wendell Holmes and Roger de Coban, in an original radio drama titled The Man Who Vanished.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear the story I call The Man Who Vanished. Our story begins in a small, white-walled hospital room. Charles Ordway, a man of 45, has just awakened. He looks about him in puzzlement. Then memory returns to him, and he begins to call frantically.
Doctor! Doctor, nurse! Where are you? I must speak to the doctor!
Yes, Mr. Ordway, what is it?
Are you the doctor?
No, it's I'm only the attendant. You want to speak to Dr. Harvey?
Yes, I must. It's a matter of life and death.
Okay, Mr. Ordway, okay. Dr. Harvey, 402, please. He's coming now.
Thank you. Tell me what day is this? It's Friday, isn't it? It must be Friday.
Sure. It's Friday, Mr. Ordway. Here's Dr. Harvey.
Good morning, Mr. Ordway. You wanted to speak to me?
Yes, doctor, but tell me quickly, what time is it?
It's just 10 minutes past 10, Mr. Ordway.
Oh, thank heavens, my brother John isn't dead. There's still time to save him.
Your brother?
Yes, doctor, when I woke up, I didn't know how long it was since I was brought here to the hospital and drugged into silence, but I don't suppose they told you about John.
No, I'm afraid they didn't.
Well, then I'll tell you. I'll make you believe me. John's safe for several hours yet, so I can tell you the whole story. The story they wouldn't give me a chance to tell.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Ordway. I'll just sit here and make myself comfortable.
Well, I'll try to tell it calmly, Doctor. I don't want you to think I'm hysterical. First of all, you have to understand that my brother John is a freak of nature.
A freak?
Yes. He's perfectly healthy and highly intelligent, but he was born without any natural coloring at all. His eyes are pink. His skin is a chalk white. His hair is like bleached flax. His eyebrows and lashes are practically invisible.
It's a most unusual condition, but it happens once in a while. It's called albinism.
Well, it's a hideous condition for an intelligent, sensitive man. John's boyhood was a torture for him until our father took us both out of school and had us tutored to spare John the misery of being considered a freak of nature by by the other children.
Yes, I understand, Mr. Ordway. Please, go on.
Well, as we grew up, John's chief interest was science. So I studied it, too. Our father had a complete laboratory built in our home. After his death, we continued to live there together, working on experimental research.
Along what lines, Mr. Ordway?
Well, our efforts were centered on discovering a cure for John's condition. To achieve that, we worked hopefully for years, but we always failed. My brother remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he began to brood. Then, one evening, he came into my room.
Charles.
Yes, John. Finished in the lab?
In a way, Charles. I have something to show you.
Show me? You mean you found a cure?
Not exactly. Look at this wire cage. Examine the white rat I have in it.
White rat? Good heavens.
This morning, that was an ordinary white rat. But now, look at it.
It's like a rat made out of glass. It's almost transparent.
It is transparent. You can see completely through it.
But John, this is amazing.
This is what I've been working on these last months, Charles. I've been developing a serum that would alter living tissues to make them transparent.
I wouldn't have believed it possible.
I don't see why not. Nature does it all the time. She makes jellyfish that are quite transparent.
Well, yes, of course. I didn't think.
But this is only the first step. My next step is to develop the serum further, to make living tissues invisible.
Invisible?
You look skeptical, my dear Charles. But look at this rat. He's half invisible already. In a dim light, he'd vanish.
Yes, that's true, but...
The basic principle is perfectly natural, Charles. It's only a matter of refining it. And then, Charles, well, take a freak like myself. So colorless, he's already well started toward invisibility. I'll find out what it's like to be completely unseen. Someday soon, Charles, I'm going to have a real surprise for you.
That was my first introduction to John's experiments. After that, for many weeks, he worked in secret. Then one morning, he called me into the laboratory and showed me a cage that seemed to be empty, but there was something scurrying about it, a rat. An invisible rat. To the touch, it was warm and furry, filled with life. But to the eye, if the light was not too bright, it was nothing.
Well, Charles, convinced now?
Yes, I'm convinced. You succeeded, John.
Not quite. I haven't made myself invisible yet.
You're not going to try your serum on yourself.
Of course I am. Listen, Charles. Always I've been considered a freak. Now I'm going to turn the tables. I'll mingle with people and I'll laugh at them. I'll be their superior, able to come and go without their knowledge. Able to control their very destinies, if I wish.
John, that's madness.
On the contrary, it's scientific fact. You'll see, because you're going to help me.
No, I refuse.
You're not going to let me down, your own brother.
Of course, John.
I knew I could get your help. Here's a hypodermic for the serum. All I want you to do is to inject it into my arm. And watch the result.
I tried to refuse, but John wouldn't let me. At last, I gave in. I injected the colorless serum into his veins. At first, nothing happened. As we waited, he removed his garments, for of course the serum could only affect his living tissues. Finally, the change came. His skin became paler and paler, until suddenly I realized I was looking not at it, but through it. After that, the change was rapid. His body seemed to fade away before my eyes into nothingness.
Well, Charles, what do you say now?
Oh, John, this frightens me.
Why should it? I feel fine. In fact, I feel so good I'm going to take a little jaunt downtown to see how the world looks to a man who's invisible.
No, you mustn't.
And why not, Charles?
Well, you aren't ready for it yet. There may be after effects, reactions you aren't prepared for.
Ah, nonsense. There's only one thing to be careful of. The tissues must return to normal within 24 hours. If the neutralizing serum isn't injected before then, death occurs. Otherwise, it's perfectly safe. So I insist, Charles, that I'm going on a little invisible sightseeing tour tonight, and you're going to conduct me.
Again, I tried to say no, but John was insistent. At last, I gave in. His was always the stronger will. We took the car, and I drove downtown. He sat beside me, unseen as the very air, laughing to himself. John, let's turn back now.
Turn back? I should say not. Drive to Main Street and park around the corner from the Watson Jewelry Store. The one where our old schoolboy companion, Harry Watson, works for his father.
Well, why, John?
Because I'm going to try an interesting little experiment. That's why.
John was in a strange mood, and I obeyed his orders with misgivings. I parked the car as he directed, and we got out and stood on the sidewalk, with the evening crowds drifting past us, completely unaware of John at my side. Suddenly, John spoke.
Now's the time, Charles. There's nobody in the store but Harry Watson himself. Come on, we're going in. Ask Harry to show you some stopwatches. Keep him occupied, and don't worry about me.
Well, what are you going to do?
Never mind. Just do as I say. Whatever happens, pretend not to notice. Come on. Open the door.
Oh, hello, Charles. Can I help you?
Well, I'd like to look at a stopwatch, Harry.
Stopwatch? Of course. They're over here. Here's a beauty, Charles. This Swiss chronograph is timed to 1/100th of a second.
I'm afraid it'd be too expensive.
Well, perhaps you'd like this one. It's American made, and it... What was that?
What was what?
I heard a noise in the back of the store.
I didn't hear anything.
There it is again. There's someone back there.
But there can't be. There's nothing in sight.
Just the same, I think there's someone back there. Excuse me. I was putting away some valuable diamonds when you come in, and I've got to see about them.
He hurried back into the shadowy rear of the store. I held my breath. If he should bump into John. Then I heard Watson cry out.
I've got you, thief. Now, you're not going to get away. What are you doing? Help! Charles, help me! Help!
John! John, what's happened?
Come on, quickly. We have to get out of here.
Oh, what happened?
The fool bumped into me in the shadows. He was so excited he didn't even realize he couldn't see me. I used a paper knife I picked up and taught him a little lesson.
He's not dead.
Come on, we got to get out of here. Someone may have hurt him.
We got out of the store and to the car. As I drove home, John refused to answer any of my frantic questions. When we reached the house, he hurried me into the laboratory.
You got to give me the neutralizer or make me visible again, Charles.
John!
No questions. Here we are. Here's the hypodermic. You've got to inject it. Here's the mark from the previous injection. Now go ahead.
I pressed the plunger. The drug flowed into his blood. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, like a man materializing out of nothingness, he grew visible. A misty figure that took on solidity until it was a man. John gave a little gasp of weariness and pushed me out of the room.
Now go on, Charles. You get to bed. I need some sleep. This stuff seems to drain away my energy. We'll talk in the morning. Pleasant dreams.
The next morning, I was having breakfast when John finally appeared.
Good morning, Charles. Sleep well?
John, look at this newspaper.
Anything in it?
Yes, there's something in it. Look at these headlines.
I see. Local jeweler killed, store up, $50,000 worth of diamonds missing. Huh.
You killed Harry last night.
Yeah, so it seems. Pour me some coffee, will you?
John, I don't understand you. You've killed a man and you act as if it amounted no more than swatting a fly.
Well, does it?
Of course it does.
I can't feel that way about it. When we were small boys, you'll remember that Harry Watson was one of my chief tormentors.
Yes.
I've always planned to pay him back. Last night I decided to play a little joke on him.
Murder is hardly a joke.
I didn't intend to kill the fool. I just meant to make away with one or two of his father's diamonds. After Harry had had a chance to explain their disappearance, I was going to mail them back.
Yes, the diamonds. The paper says $50,000 worth of missing.
Oh, probably an exaggeration. However, put your hand into your left coat pocket, Charles.
My pocket? What? A dozen loose diamonds here.
Yes, I put them there last night. I couldn't very well carry them myself.
We'll send them back at once.
Well, I'm afraid that might involve us somehow. No, we'll have to keep them.
John. John, what's happened to you? Overnight you've become a monster, able to dismiss the worst of crimes with a shrug.
Please understand this, Charles. For years I was an object of curiosity. I even had offers to appear in sideshows. Now the tables are turned. I can walk among men, unseen, invisible. That gives me a power that is very sweet to me. I haven't decided yet how I shall use it. But in any case, I won't have you interfering. Is that clear, Charles?
With that, John retired to his laboratory and remained there alone the rest of the day. It wasn't until after dark that he emerged to find me staring with horror at the evening paper.
Oh, Charles, what does the paper say? It made you look so pale.
The police found your fingerprints on the knife that killed Harry Watson.
What? Let me see.
Here.
That's the police investigating the murder last night of Harry Watson, local jeweler's son, state they are trying to trace down fingerprints found on the paper knife used as the death weapon. They also admit they have discovered further evidence which they hope may bring about an early arrest.
They may be here any minute.
Ah, nonsense. Even if I did leave a print, how can they trace it to me? Talk of an early arrest is just bluff. And besides...
That may be the police now. If it is, what do we do?
Oh, it can't be. But if it is, let them in. Let me do the talking.
All right. Yes, what is it?
Mr. Charles Ordway?
Yes, I'm Charles Ordway.
I'm Inspector Long of the Homicide Squad. I'd like to ask you some questions, if you don't mind.
No, not at all. Come in. We can talk in the living room.
What is it, Charles?
John, this is Inspector Long. He says he wants to ask me some questions.
Really? What in the world about?
I don't know. I confess, Inspector, I can't imagine
I
why.
want to ask you what you can tell me about the death of Harry Watson.
Watson the jeweler? The one we were reading about in the paper?
That's the one. Your brother was seen leaving the jewelry store a few minutes before Watson's body was found. Someone recognized him.
Why, that's true, Inspector. Charles dropped in last night to buy a watch for me. But he didn't find quite what I wanted.
I'd rather hear him tell it.
Well, that's all there is to it. I looked at the watches and then left. Watson was all right when I left.
I see. There's no one else in the store?
No one I could see. I'm sorry, I can't tell you more.
I'm sorry, too. Well, just for the sake of helping us, would you be willing to let me take your fingerprints?
Well, of course you don't mind, Charles. You're thinking of the prints the paper says were found on the death weapon, aren't you, Inspector?
Frankly, yes.
Well, they aren't, Charles. I can assure you.
It's just a check. Hey, Mr. Ordway, if you'll just press your fingerprints against this delicate plate I have in this envelope. That's fine. Thank you.
You wouldn't want mine, too, I suppose?
Well, if you'd like to add yours to your brother's.
I was just joking. By the way, Inspector, how do you go about tracing down unknown fingerprints such as those of this killer?
Well, this is one way, and excuse me, cigarette?
Okay.
Yeah, you ask me how we check fingerprints. Well, we have several methods. The FBI records, the Army and Navy records, and the one source few people know about.
What's that?
Hospital birth records. For a number of years now, they've recorded the footprints and fingerprints of every baby born in this city. In the morning, we'll start checking these records as far back as they go.
Well, that's very interesting. Well, sorry, Inspector, we couldn't be more helpful.
It's all in the game. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, Inspector.
Now, don't bother to show me up.
Did you hear that? They're going to start checking fingerprints on hospital birth records. And our prints were among the first ever to be recorded in this town. Father insisted.
Perhaps they'll overlook yours.
I can't risk it. But I'll stop them. I'll stop them somehow.
Without explaining, he hurried into the laboratory. 10 minutes later, he emerged, dressed to go out. His hat pulled well down over his face. And his face...
What is it? Why are you goggling at me?
Your face, I can't see it, or your hands either.
Of course not. I took an injection of transparency serum. Now, I'm going to drive downtown, Charles. With this coat and hat on, I'll look like an ordinary driver to anyone who sees the car. When I get where I'm going, I'll take off these garments and leave them in the car. Then no one on earth will be able to see me.
But where are you going?
To police headquarters.
that, John left. I heard him drive off. Then I could do nothing but wait. The hours crawled slowly past, and I grew more and more nervous. The clock was striking 11 when I heard John's key in the door at last.
John, is that you? Yes. Charles, come here. I need you.
What is it? What's happened?
It's my ankle. I think it's broken.
Here. Lean on me. I'll help you into the living room.
Yeah. Careful.
Oh, John, your coat's all bloody.
Yes, they shot at me. Nicked my side. It's not serious, Charles. Here, let me sit down.
Shall I call a doctor?
No. We'll tend to the bullet scratch in the ankle ourselves. It's a reasonable price to pay, considering that Inspector Long is dead.
Dead?
Yes, he fell from the window of his office on the 6th floor of police headquarters, while apparently quite alone in the room.
And you killed him, too?
Of course I did. I had to. Luckily, he had the paper knife there in his office. I was able to wipe all my prints off it. I found the photographs of the prints in his desk, too. I tore those up and I burned them.
How'd you get hurt?
I tried to slip out of the building again during the confusion that followed Inspector Long's accident. I'd reached the 1st floor when a clumsy cop bumped into me in a dark hall. He yelled and grabbed at me. I had to duck through a door and lock it. I got the window up and was just climbing out when he fired to the door. The bullet nicked me. I lost my balance. When I picked myself up off the ground, my ankle was broken. But I hobbled to the car somehow, and, well, here I am.
John, what are we going to do?
Just sit tight, that's all. The evidence is destroyed. Inspector Long is gone. We're perfectly safe.
But suppose they have some other clue.
Nonsense. I've taken care of everything, you hear? What is it, Charles?
The car just stopped in front of the house.
Car? See who it is.
Yes. The police car.
Oh, I gotta act fast. They mustn't find me like this.
What can you do?
First, I've got to get these clothes off. I haven't time to take my neutralizing serum now. I'll just have to hide. They'll not find me if they can't see.
Oh, John, you're ill.
I feel weak. The loss of blood it's nothing serious, Charles. But I may faint. If I do.
Yes, John?
I hide my clothes in the kitchen hamper. Yes. Then carry me down to the cellar. Put me in the empty storage room. Lay me on the Excelsior there. Now, if they look in, they'll see it's empty. They won't go stumbling around. Do you hear me?
Yes, I hear. But, John, He fainted in my arms. I had no time to think. Swiftly, I did as he had instructed. I carried him down to the small storage room in the cellar, placed him on some Excelsior in a corner, and hurried back upstairs. Already the police were pounding on the door. I jammed John's bloody clothes into the kitchen hamper, and then I hurried to the door. Yes, what is it?
The police, Mr. Andre. We're coming in. Bill, Joe, come on.
Yes, Captain.
The rest of you watch the house and see that no one leaves.
Well, what is the meaning of this? I demand an explanation.
And you'll get it. Now, where can we talk? In here? Good. All right, please sit down, Mr. Ordway. I'm Detective Captain Belden. My chief, Inspector Long, was here earlier.
Yes, I know, and I answered all his questions then.
Well, now I'm asking more questions. Long's dead.
Inspector Long dead? But even so,
Listen,
why?
Ordway. Long smelled a rottenness set up someplace, and earlier tonight, when he got your fingerprints, he also got your brother's.
But he didn't.
He got them on his cigarette case when your brother took a cigarette. It's an old trick. After he died tonight, we found the case in his pocket, carefully wrapped.
Well, what of it?
In some mysterious way, all the pictures of the murder prints we took off the paper knife that killed Watson had vanished. But we had the negatives. We made new prints and discovered they checked with your brother's prints on Long's cigarette case. Ordway, your brother killed Harry Watson last night.
But that's completely ridiculous.
Is it? Okay, we'll see. Where's your brother now?
Why, he's not here. He went away on trip.
Hiding, huh? Bill, Joe?
Yes, Captain.
Search the house from cellar to attic. Don't miss a thing.
Right here, Captain. Come on, Joe.
Half an hour later, I knew that further concealment was impossible. The police had not found John, but they had found the blood-stained clothes he had discarded. And in my desk, they had found the diamonds which John had stolen. I knew then I must tell the truth.
Well, Ordway, ready to talk yet?
Yes, I'm ready to talk, Captain. My brother did kill Watson.
Okay. Where is he now?
He's hiding down in the cellar.
Captain, that's the monarchy. We looked in the cellar. He ain't there.
Of course you didn't see him. He's invisible.
He's what?
He's invisible, I said.
You say your brother is invisible?
Yes, that's why they couldn't see him.
Ordway, you know what I think? I think you killed your brother in a quarrel over these diamonds and buried his body in the yard someplace. That's how these clothes of his got bloody, isn't it? Come on, admit it.
No, my brother was wounded by a bullet after he killed Inspector Long. That's how his clothes got bloody.
Yeah, I suppose he was invisible when he killed Long, too. That's why nobody saw him, huh?
Yes. Don't you understand? He's discovered how to render his body tissues transparent. He's hiding down in the cellar now, invisible. He's nutty as a fruitcake.
Shut up, Bill. Ordway, your brother is down in the cellar now.
Yes, he is. He fainted, and I carried him down there.
And just which room is he in?
The little storage room at the foot of the stairs, the one at the metal door.
How about it, boys? Did you look there?
Sure we did, Captain. We looked in there twice. There ain't a thing in that room but a little excelsior.
Right. We both looked. That room is as empty as a busted piggy bank.
You see, Mr. Ordway? If he'd been there, my men would have found him.
But he's there. They didn't see him because he took the serum. He made himself invisible.
All right, Mr. Ordway. Just calm yourself. Now, listen, my men say the room is empty.
Yeah, except maybe for rats. We heard a couple stirring in the excelsior, so we bolted the door after we looked in. Figured we might as well keep the rats inside.
You bolted the door? No, you mustn't. Captain, we've got to let John out. If he's not let out, he'll die.
I've met plenty of whacks, but this is a new one.
Yep, he's got it bad.
Ordway, I'm afraid you'll have to come with us. Now, will you come quietly while I have to put the handcuffs
No,
on?
you can't take me away. I have to let John out of that room. If he doesn't get an injection of the neutralizing serum inside 24 hours, he'll die.
Sorry, Mr. Ordway, but come on, boys. Give me a hand. Got to get him to the psychopathic fast.
No, you got to believe me. You got to let go of me. No, no, no. That's the whole story, Doctor. They wouldn't believe us. They brought me here to the hospital charged with John's murder. Though I kept trying to tell them he was alive, they gave me a narcotic. But he is alive. He's locked in that room in the cellar. And if he isn't let out soon, he'll die. 24 hours is the limit, but there's still time to get to him.
Yes, I understand, Mr. Ordway. I'll see to it that he's released at once.
You mean it, Doctor? You believe me?
Yes, of course. Attendant.
Call me, Doctor?
Yes, go get my car ready, will you? We're going to Mr. Ordway's home at once to release his brother.
Yes, sir. Right away, Doctor.
Oh, thank heaven you believe me, Doctor. You'll be in time to save John. You'll find the serum he'll need to bring him back to normal in a green bottle in the laboratory.
I'll take care of him. Now, you go back to sleep now, Mr. Ordway.
Yes, I will. I can sleep now. I can sleep.
How is he now, Doctor?
He's quiet now. He'll be all right.
You know, Doctor, sometimes I can't help thinking.
Yes, Jensen?
You know, he's locked up here at State Hospital for bumping off his brother. Eventually, they found his brother's dead body locked in a little room in the cellar. But I can't help wondering what the cops would have found if anybody had taken Mr. Ordway serious that night he was brought here 10 years ago.
This is the mysterious traveler. So John could make himself invisible, could he? But unfortunately, he did too good a job of it. For he hasn't been seen around for a long, long time. That's the trouble with having unusual powers. Sometimes they get you into unusual difficulties. Speaking of difficulties, Oh, you'll have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. All characters in tonight's story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. In tonight's cast were Maurice Toplin, Wendell Holmes, Roger DeCoven, Art Carney, and Richard Coogan.
Present George Edwards in Frankenstein. Baron Frankenstein was gradually recovering his health under the care of the captain and the surgeon of the ship Voyager, which was icebound in northern waters. Each day, Baron Frankenstein told Captain Walton some of his story, and the captain duly noted these facts in his journal.
Perhaps you would care to have another look through my journal, Baron Frankenstein. You may desire to make some further corrections.
If you will leave your journal here, I will go through it, Captain Walton. On looking through the porthole, I noticed that the weather is improving.
Yes, it is noticeably warmer, too. I think the thaw will set in at any day. Then at last we can proceed on our journey to England. I trust you will be accompanying us, Baron.
I doubt it. Strange that neither you nor your crew have seen any sign of the monster.
Let us trust that the monster no longer lives.
I must make sure before I return. I think that very soon I will be able to go up on deck. I am feeling so much better.
The surgeon says that within a few days you may be able to go up on deck. Now, would you care to tell me some more of your story?
Well, let me see your journal. I was telling you how I returned home to my wife. I was afraid to tell her of the death of Ernst Clerval, and I was terrified that the monster would keep its promise and appear on the day that I was reunited with Elizabeth. While we were talking, we suddenly heard a ghastly laugh, and I knew that the monster had kept his promise. Elizabeth clung to me in terror, and I said, "Now, Elizabeth, you understand why I must guard you carefully. The monster has returned, and he has designs on your life."
But I thought that he had promised never to take another human life.
He did not keep his promise, nor did I keep mine.
He is outside that door, Victor. What can we do?
I will lock the door. We are safe in here.
I am terrified.
I have kept my promise, Frankenstein. You broke yours to me. It seems that my creator can make a promise and break it. But I do not break promises. Have you sincerely mourned the death of your friend, Ernst Clerval?
Ernst Clerval? Is he dead?
I will explain later, Elizabeth.
I am going now, Frankenstein, but I will not be very far away. Not very far away.
Victor, what can we do?
I will arrange for a bodyguard to come to the house. We will make plans to slay that foul monster.
Tell me about Ernst Clerval.
Well, lad, I was trying to keep the news from you. Ernst has been killed, murdered by the monster. Oh, Elizabeth, are we to spend the rest of our days in fear and terror? Am I never to cease to suffer because of the crime which I committed?
I will carry this pistol, Victor, and we will take every precaution to try and protect ourselves.
Oh, the monster will not kill me. He desires me to live on and suffer. Oh, but I am afraid for you. Tomorrow, you shall leave here. You will go to England.
Think not that the monster would follow me, or I am safer with you, Victor. We must not be parted again.
Oh, it is my fault that we are suffering all this misery.
We have each other. We must do all in our power to rid the world of this foul creature.
I will send a message to the burgomaster at once. I will ask him to send his best man here to act as a bodyguard, and together we shall plan to bring about the downfall of the monster.
You must send one of the servants with a message at once.
Oh, Elizabeth, until that monster dies, we are to spend our days in terror and abject misery. Let us pray that we shall escape with our lives.
Well, Baron Frankenstein, did the burgomaster send someone to protect you from the monster?
A man called Fabian was sent to the house. He took up his quarters there, and he acted as our bodyguard. But I assure you, Captain Walton, that my wife and I experienced misery, terror, and suspense such as is known to few mortal beings. Every footstep, every sound caused us to start. We were prisoners in our own home. Still, there was no sign of the monster. There came a day when I sent for the man, Fabian. I discussed with him the best plans for finding the vile creature which was endangering our existence. When Fabian came into the room, I said, be seated, Fabian. Thank you. Tell me, where is the Baroness?
She has gone to her room to rest. I saw that her door was locked, Baron Frankenstein. Do you think we need an extra bodyguard in the house?
Well, it might be advisable to have another man here. Fortunately, we are all armed. The Baroness never goes anywhere without her pistols, and you and I carry 2 pistols.
Do you think the monster is somewhere in the grounds?
I have had the ground searched each day, and still there is no sign of the monster. I do not know where he can be.
Let us send a message to the burgomaster and ask him to send another man here.
We will do that at once. I feel that we will receive a visit from the monster at any time. And if there is an extra man here, we will have more chance of overpowering and killing the creature. I will give the message to the servant now. Wait. This is strange.
What ails you, Baron Frankenstein?
Why, the door will not open.
Let me see. Why, it is locked from the outside.
Was the key on the outside of the door?
It must have been, but I did not place it there.
Well, who could have locked us in? Surely the monster is not here.
We will have to break our way out of here.
My wife, she is upstairs in her room. We must get out of here at once. That is Elizabeth. Help me to break this door open.
It is a heavy door.
How can I? I was trying to be scared.
Everything's right.
The door is too heavy. Where are you, servant? Why do they not come to help us? Help! How I open this door!
A moment. I think I can break the panel with the corner of this small table. Stand clear, Baron. I must get out of here.
My wife, I heard her scream, and I heard a shot. Hurry, baby.
A moment. There. I have broken a panel.
It is not big enough to go through yet. Break another panel.
I am doing the best I can. There.
Oh, let me go through.
I will follow you.
Oh. Look. There. At the foot of the stairs. The Baroness. Oh. Elizabeth, what has happened? Oh. Look at the marks on her throat. The Baroness is dead. Choked to death by the monster. She kept his promise. Oh, look. The pistol lies there by her side. She must have fired it to try to save herself, and we were too late. We were locked down in the library.
I must go for help at once.
Oh, we are helpless. No one can prevail against the brute which I created. He swore to kill my wife, and now he has kept his promise. Oh, Elizabeth.
You are distressed in the telling of this story, Baron Frankenstein. Shall I leave you alone?
I shudder now as I recall the horror of that moment. As the realization came to me that my beloved wife had been murdered, I felt as if I had murdered her myself. But I shall live to avenge her. The monster must die.
What is that?
Footsteps that I know so well. The monster is here on the ship. Are you armed, Captain?
I am not. We meet again, Frankenstein, and I can lock this door behind me.
Why have you come here? I hoped that you were dead.
You vile, murdering creature. I have no sympathy for you, only hatred and loathing. Stand where you are, Captain. I hold you firmly. You tremble. Let me go. If you call for help, you shall die. Why should you kill me? I have done you no harm. You have said that your sympathies are all with Frankenstein. But do you not realize that I also have suffered? That quarrel is almost over, Frankenstein. I have come to tell you that I will slay no more of your friends unless they seek to slay me. I have but one life to claim now. Whose life is that? Yours, Frankenstein. The creature shall kill the creator. The monster shall destroy the man who created him. Mark that well, Frankenstein. Before this ship leaves, you shall die. I only pray that before this ship leaves, I am given the strength to kill you. I will be content to die when you are dead. Think not to escape me, Frankenstein. Your life and mine are bound together. I go now, but be prepared. The end may not be far distant. Go after him, Captain. Oh, quick. Bid your men shoot him down. No. I cannot go after him, Baron Frankenstein. I do not think that anyone can kill that monster. And he has sworn to kill all who strive to slay him. Oh, you must despise me and think me a coward. I do not think that. I understand. But go on deck, Captain. Tell your men to keep a close guard. And whatever you do, see that the officers are armed. And carry a firearm yourself. Then return to me and I will continue my story.
Unsolved Mysteries. Tonight's Unsolved Mystery is made in that land of many mysteries, India, where squalor and wealth side by side bow the head and bend the knee to strange gods. India, where every bazaar, every temple, every compound has its fakir or holy man, a sort of privileged beggar whom white men and black alike fear more than they admit. The scene is the United Services Club in Simla. Officers in their stiffly starched tropical mess dress sit around the veranda cooling off under a waving punkah, while barefooted native servants carry trays of glasses which resound to the musical and appetizing tinkle of cubes of ice.
By Jove, Colonel, I'll say this for India. You certainly know how to make yourself comfortable.
We have to, Buckley. If we didn't, we wouldn't be able to stick it out in the hot season. But tell me, Buckley, what exactly did you mean when you said, I'll say this for India?
Oh, nothing in particular, Colonel. Of course, you fellows don't realize it. But you're always prefacing a remark or following it with, but this is India. Well, I mean, it's all right to stuff the folks back home with all the tommy rot about India's lure and India's mystery, and it couldn't happen anyplace else but India. But after all, you know, the natives here are just ordinary human beings, no different from any place else.
Now, listen, Buckley. You've been out here exactly 4 months now. You will, if you're wise, never curse a native, never laugh at his fears, never ridicule his ideas. And above all, don't try to show your superiority by trying to expose one of their fakirs.
You actually mean, Colonel, that you believe in their superstitious bunk?
Listen, Buckley, I like you. Pull your chair over this way a little, and I'll tell you something. A good number of years ago, I was promoted to captain. I had 3 months' leave in England. I was young, very proud of my captain's pips. I fell in love with every pretty girl I saw back home. Well, I fell hard for a school-day sweetheart. We were married, and Dorothy and I sailed on the P&O. Had a marvelous trip. Landed at Bombay, and I found orders waiting for me to proceed on duty at Bangalore. I wired Lal Singh, my bearer, and told him to get everything ready. Caught the train, and just at dusk, we pulled up at my quarters.
Greetings, Captain Sahib.
Cheerio, Lal Singh. Lal Singh, here's the new Mem Sahib.
The servant is honored.
And this, darling, is what we call the living room. And in there, behind the bead curtain, in the combination smoking room, den library, card room, and general sort of get-together place.
Books, and more books. I'm going to spend hours in there when you're on duty. Oh, and a complete set of Kipling.
Yes, and anything you want that isn't there, why, just ask for it. Why, Dorothy, what's wrong?
Oh, George, I'm afraid. Something came over me.
What?
I don't know. It seemed as if someone were trying to compel me to do something. I grew cold all over. Afraid. Look, George. Who's that out there in the compound in front of that clump of tamarisk?
Where? Oh, the old fakir. He hangs around here quite a bit. Harmless old fellow.
Send him away. He's doing this to me. I know he is.
Oh, my dear, you're tired.
Please, George, send him away. I can't stand to even see him.
But, Dorothy, I can't do that. I can't send him away.
Why can't you? Why can't you tell someone to get off your own ground?
Well, it's a little bit hard to understand, Dorothy, for a stranger here. But one doesn't order fakirs to do anything. The natives would be offended. It might incur some of the natives' dislike.
You can't offer that to my fear of him?
Now, my dear, listen to reason. We're in India now, not jolly old England, you know. And we must do things according to the country.
And telling a dirty, smelly native to get off your own property is against the custom of the country, is it?
By Jove, yes, you know. It really isn't done, don't you see? Yes, sir? Oh, yes, sir. Oh, too bad. Why, yes, of course. Just as soon as I can slip into service, dogs. Why, yes, sir. Righto. No, I won't bother to change. Old Tubby's down with a touch of fever. I have to take guard duty tonight. Lal Singh?
Yes, Sahib.
Sword and service cap.
Oh, George, I don't want to be left alone.
Oh, but you're not alone, my dear. There's Lal Singh, and Ahmed is in the compound, and the bestie and the water carrier sleeps all night on the veranda.
I wish you didn't have to go.
Oh, it's got to help out when a chap goes down with fever, don't you know? Might be my turn someday. Oh, cheerio.
Goodbye. Let me see. Oh, here's Kipling's at the end of the passage. Whew, that ought to be a good test for nerves.
Mem Sahib.
Yes, Lal Singh. Oh, you, the fakir. What do you want? Get out. You've no right coming into this room.
The Mem Sahib does not like old Rassam, eh?
No, I don't. I don't want you near me. Now go. I'll call Lal Singh.
Lal Singh. A simple child. He would not dare enter the room while Rassam Beg is present.
Will you please go?
When the Mem Sahib has given to me the thing which I desire.
What do you want? I'll give you anything to get you out of here.
Rassam Beg wants so little. One strand of the Mem Sahib's hair. No more.
One strand of my hair? What on earth for?
The Mem Sahib would not understand. It is for a charm for my nephew who is in the ill country and very sick.
All right, I'll give you a strand of my hair. Go out on the veranda. I'll bring it.
The Mem Sahib is very kind. Old Assam will not forget. I wait on the veranda.
I'm not being kind. I'm doing it to get rid of you. Ridiculous idea. Strand of my hair. I'd like to make a fool of him and his charms. And I can, too. That Chinese rug. It's made of hairs almost the identical color of mine. I'll get a strand of it. Here's your strand of hair.
Oh, there are some thanks, the Mem Sahib. And now for the present, goodbye. Goodbye.
Oh, thank goodness he's gone. I wonder where Lal Singh can be. Why didn't he keep that fakir out of the bungalow? Lal Singh? No answer. What can have happened? Lal Singh! Lal Singh, where are you? Something's wrong, I know it is. Lal Singh! Everything's going wrong. It's turning black. The clock is grinning at me. The hands are spinning so fast it makes me dizzy. Dizzy.
Come on, Lal Singh. Dorothy. Dorothy, where are you? Oh, good God, she's fainted. Here, Lal Singh, help me.
Lift her onto wicker coat, Sahib. That easy way, yes.
Oh, what happened? Where am I? Oh, George, don't leave me.
You're all right, Dorothy. Tell me if you can. What happened?
Why did you come back?
Lal Singh ran down to the barracks for me when he saw the fakir come onto the veranda.
Why didn't he stay and help me?
He couldn't raise his hand against the fakir, my dear. But never mind. Tell me what happened.
That fakir came in here. He wouldn't leave till I gave him a strand of my hair.
You gave him one?
No, I didn't. I fooled him. I gave him a strand from that Chinese rug in the other room.
Oh, that's the stuff, darling. That's sticking on your feet.
But what could he want with a strand of my hair?
I don't know, but this I do know. When I lay hands on him...
What about the natives, my dear? You can't even touch a fakir, you know.
Can't I? You just wait and see whether I can.
What's that?
It's all right, my dear. Something in the back room fell down.
But I know it isn't all right. I've got that horrible feeling again.
Sahib!
Look in the passage. Something moving, rising, a twisting
Keep your head. I got my gun now. Don't faint when I fire.
You didn't touch it.
But I know I hit it. Good Lord, it's dancing out on the veranda. It's a Chinese rug.
Right through the mosquito curtain.
Hey, come on, stick by me. Lal Singh.
Yes, Sahib.
Alan, hurry, jolly.
What's that, Sahib?
Look. Look, there it is on the ground, just in front of the tamarisk, rising on the ground. Children, love with that lamp.
Here it is, Sahib.
I can't believe it. It's impossible.
Oh, no, my dear, not impossible, not impossible. It is.
The Chinese rug, Sahib. 2 bullet holes in it. It saved Imam Sahib's life.
Yes, Lal, the Chinese rug. And it saved more than the Mem Sahib's life. Well, that is an amazing story. That, Major, happened to Dorothy and me. We never talk of it. But you see, old chap, I never sneered at native beliefs. But, Colonel, you didn't finish your story. What do you mean? Well, what about the fakir? Did you horse him? I didn't have to. No? No. Next morning, Lal Singh came and got me. We went out into the compound, and there, right in front of that clump of tamarisk, wrapped in the strangling folds of the Chinese rug, lay the old fakir, dead.
Out of deference to people who are still alive, character names in these unsolved mysteries have been changed. Inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character exist in the solution that will be presented after you have heard from your sponsor. Ladies and gentlemen, the solution for which you have been waiting.
But tell me, Colonel, didn't you ever try to find out how such a thing could be possible? You understand, of course, that workers in black magic, whether they be in Haiti, Africa, or India, believe that something personal, a strand of hair, fingernail clipping, and such like, are an essential ingredient of the formula of their black art. And your wife, Dorothy, in taking a strand of hair from the Chinese rug and giving that to the fakir, prevented his powers from controlling her. Exactly. All the concentration, all the pent-up fury, the hatred and diabolical cunning of the fakir was leveled at the object most closely connected with that strand of hair. I can understand that. And I can understand, since you say it is so, that the fakir might have done harm to Dorothy, who was a living being. But that such power could really affect a thing like a rug is something else again.
Scientists are divided in their opinion as to how such things are possible. But here, let me show you a brief quotation from the Encyclopedia Britannica. Physical phenomena can be grouped under two main heads. Telekinesis, or the movement of objects at a distance other than by ordinary physical means, and teleplasmy, or the extrusion from the body of the medium of a substance sometimes amorphous, sometimes resembling portions of the human body, or even complete figures. Phenomena of both these kinds have long been familiar. I end the quotation.
In telekinesis, the movement of an object is recognized by scientists as being possible?
Decidedly so. And I can assure you that if you live in India long enough, you will see more than one demonstration of the power of concentrated mind over purely inanimate matter.
Thank you, Colonel. But after hearing your story, I really don't believe that I want to.
Unsolved Mysteries. Act of Providence is a phrase so carelessly used today as to have almost lost the very significance of its meaning. But at no time has it held so much meaning as in the true historical case of the Crown versus John Applegate, as reported in the Newgate Calendar. The scene is the Sessions Court of the County of Middlesex. The courthouse fronts the village green, and the holiday attire of the villagers, the laughter of children, and the entire atmosphere is one of gaiety, a gaiety almost beyond our comprehension, since the occasion of it is a murder trial. Laughter gives way to excited chattering. Dame Rumor has it that the jury have reached a verdict. Justice Selden, white-wigged and black-gowned, mounts to the bench. The small square of black cloth lying ready to the sessions clerk's hand rivets the prisoner's eyes as he's marched to the dock.
Hear ye, the Second Court of the County of Middlesex now in session. Chief Justice Selden presiding. All stand while the justice and the jury have taken their places in the court.
Know ye then, John Applegate, that you must face the jury and prepare to abide by their verdict. How say you, gentlemen of the jury? You find the prisoner guilty or not guilty?
We find the prisoner, John Applegate, guilty of murder, as charged in the indictment read by the sessions clerk.
John Applegate, you have heard the verdict returned against you. Have you anything to say why the sentence of death should not be carried out upon you?
Your Honor, I'm not guilty. I swear it. I was never at the Rose and Thistle Tavern. I never saw the murdered man. I'm not guilty. I'm not guilty.
5 men and 4 women have identified you. You say that you spent the night in company with a gentleman of quality. But no gentleman, either quality or of the common, has come forward to bear your witness.
I don't know who he was, Your Honor. I never saw him before. I only know I'm not guilty.
John Applegate, hear this. The sentence of death is to be carried out upon you. You shall be taken from this place to the place whence you came, and thence to the public gallows, where you shall be hanged by the neck until you be dead, dead, dead. And may Almighty God have mercy upon your soul.
Amen.
In those days, public hangings were regarded as a legitimate entertainment, and the old men loitering around the gallows being erected by the public executioner and his assistants discussed previous hangings they had attended. In his dank cell, John Applegate prays incessantly for deliverance. His stuttered, broken sentences punctuated by the dull, ominous thud of the carpenter's hammers as the gallows grows, stick by stick, beam by beam, and nail by nail.
It's time to get up.
What's that? Oh, yes. Time to get up. Odds fish. It's still dark.
You said to call you, sir, at 3 o'clock.
I did I? So? I don't remember. Where am I going that I must needs rise this early?
I don't know, sir. But you did say, sir, that you had to get to the village early.
So be it. So be it. If I did, I did. But I swear that it's beyond me. I don't know a thing of it.
Katie, have you waked the master? Yes, Miss Janet. He'll be down directly. I don't know what's wrong with you, Miss Katie. What do you mean, wench? He swears that he doesn't remember giving us orders to wake him early. He's half asleep yet. Wait till he wakes, he'll remember. Come now, hurry and set table. Yes, Miss Janet. And remember, wench, though breakfast be in the middle of the night, pewter must be cleaned properly. Yes, Miss Janet.
I swear, I don't know what this is all about. I never said that I wanted to be about at 3 in the morning.
You've forgotten, sir. He came to my room last night, waked me and said, Janet, I want breakfast at 3. I must needs get to the village before 9.
But I have nothing to go to the village for. You, Katie, when did I tell you that I must rise early?
Last night, sir. Late it was, sir. I was fast asleep and you came and knocked on the door. You said, Katie, I must be up and about at dawn. I'll break fast at 3. You've forgotten, sir. Come, master. Breakfast is ready.
Odds fish, I haven't forgotten it. I tell you, I've not to go to the village today.
Horse be saddled and ready, master.
What's this? You too, Jacob?
Me too. What ails ye, master?
Did I waken you two in the middle of the night and tell you that I must be to the village this morning early?
Indeed, and that you did, master. Don't you remember? I told you it was foolish, like, to be coming down to the stables in the cold of the night with no coat on your back.
Odds fish. It seems that I must have done.
But yes, master. You said that the best horse must be saddled and ready for the road at 3.
Come, master. You're not eating enough. If you're for the road, you can set saddle better on a full stomach.
Jacob.
Yes, master.
I never go to the stables in my slippers.
No, master.
Then if I did last night, there will be traces on the slippers. Bring them to me.
Yes, master.
It seems that I must, whether I will or not, be off to the village. I would that the good Lord would tell me what for I have no idea.
But you'll remember, master, when you're on your way.
Sounds, ye act as if my memory were leaving me.
The slippers, master.
And clean as a hound's tooth and dry as a bone, I'll be bound?
Yes, master.
This smacks of witchery. But I'll go. I'll go to the village and see what befalls. Come, Bess. Giddy up. Come on.
Down the dark highway rides Kingsley. A strange feeling, half fear, half anxiety, drives him on, and ever and anon he mutters to himself about the foolishness of the journey. 3 hours later, the horse's pace slackens. The horse knows that around the next turn is the toll bridge, which he must cross to complete the journey to the village.
What a fool I am. The bridge will be closed, locked tight, and old Jerry doesn't open it till nigh on 9.
Mr. Kingsley, sir! Mr. Kingsley, is that you?
Jerry! Jerry! Is it you, Jerry?
Ride on, master! Ride on! The bridge is open!
There he is! There he is! Riding the horse! The man, the gentleman of quality I was with the night of the murder! Oh, praises to God, sir! You've saved my life!
And so John Applegate did not hang. Mr. Kingsley, gentleman of quality, identified Applegate as having been with him far from the scene of the murder. So firmly did Applegate believe that Providence had intervened because of his prayers that he forsook the world and retired to a monastery, where until his death he was called Brother Jonathan, the man whom God had saved. Out of deference to people who may still be living, character names in some of these unsolved mysteries have been changed. Inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and characters have been taken. In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the toll bridge mystery. Ladies and gentlemen, the solution for which you have been waiting.
Do you mean to say that you have an explanation of the toll bridge mystery?
I believe I have. Of course, you understand that I'm not an authority on the subject, but in consulting writings by world authorities such as Manhood of Humanity by Alfred Korzybski, the files of the London Society of Psychical Research, and others, I've formed a definite opinion.
I see.
In the first place, further investigation of the mystery disclosed that the toll bridge keeper, old Jerry, had been warned about 12 the night before by Mr. Kingsley and told that he would be wanting to cross the bridge about 7 in the morning.
But didn't the toll gatekeeper think that strange? I mean the idea of Mr. Kingsley riding that 3-hour trip at midnight and turning round to ride home again?
Well, naturally he thought it strange, but the very strangeness of it provides the solution.
I don't quite follow you.
Well, don't you see? It was impossible for Mr. Kingsley to be at the toll gate at midnight and at the same time waken Janet, Kitty, and Jacob, the groom.
Yes, of course. Kingsley couldn't have got home till 3.
It is accepted by many, and I think justifiably, that wishing precedes thinking, and wish forms precede thought forms. Now, Applegate, lying in jail and knowing that he was innocent, was wishing to be saved.
That's natural.
Applegate knew that the only person who could save him was the, as he said, gentleman of quality who would provide him with his alibi. He concentrated his every thought, his every wish on Kingsley, although he didn't know him. Since mind is everywhere, Kingsley's subconscious was aware of the dire straits of the man Applegate, and these thoughts in turn were directed toward the persons necessary to assist Kingsley in getting to the village.
In other words, Applegate's direct thoughts were taken into partnership with Kingsley's subconscious thoughts, and Katie, Janet,
Jacob, and the toll bridge keeper were awakened by the strength of these thought waves, rather than by the physical appearance of Kingsley himself.
Yes. You must not lose sight of the fact that neither Katie, Janet, Jacob, or the toll bridge keeper had any suspicion that there was an execution impending, much less that their friend and master, Mr. Kingsley, had anything whatever to do with it. That is the final proof that the entire thing hinged on thoughts, rather than anything physical.
Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations present Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite brings you Mickey Rooney in The Lie, a suspense play produced and directed by Anton M. Leader.
Friends, get in step. Get a rep for pep. Get Autolite resistor spark plugs, and do it now. Replace those narrow gap spark plugs with wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. Your engine will idle smoother, give you better performance on leaner gas mixtures, actually save gas. That's right, actually save gas. Because those wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs give you better performance on leaner gas mixtures. Autolite regular type spark plugs have long been standard factory equipment on many leading makes of cars and trucks. And now 6 of these leading makes of cars and trucks have switched to new Autolite resistor-type spark plugs for factory installation on their new 1949 models. The new Autolite resistor spark plugs are the spark plugs of today and the future. Remember, you're right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents Mickey Rooney in a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
You got the gate. Oh, shut up! I've been kicked out of better colleges.
Son, why don't you leave that bottle alone? I know it's none of my business.
Are you my father?
Well, of course not. I'm only trying.
Well, then don't call me son. And you're right. It's none of your business.
Why, you fresh pup. If I were your father, I'd be ashamed to admit it. I watched the way you got on. It's in the middle of the semester. Bounced out on your ear, weren't you? I know your type. Taking everything you can get from the old man and not giving anything back. Only grief and gray hair.
Ah, shut up.
Mansfield, next station, stop Mansfield. Put away that bottle, kid. You're home. Mansfield.
The old hometown depot again. Didn't look friendly. Nobody was going to look friendly. The whole term's tuition fee shot for the third time. Well, Dad would try to cover up what he felt. But she wouldn't. Not glad. I could hear her already in my imagination.
Oh, so you're home again. Guess you found out it was all a waste of time. They couldn't teach you anything in college. Maybe they ought to change things. Maybe they ought to learn from you. But make them pay, Marty, dear. Make them pay. Maybe we get back some of the money you've wasted. What do you think you are, a rich man's son? Oh, I knew you from the day I married your father. And I expect to see the day when I have to send you cartons of cigarettes up to the pen.
Well, I was going to hear it again. No way of stopping that mouth. To break the ice, I called home from the station. 5 minutes later, I called again. Busy. So I waited, and 5 minutes later, I called again. Talking. That's all she ever had under her peroxide. Talk with a cheap crowd of hers. It wasn't my dad on the telephone. He was in Baltimore working. Well, I grabbed a bus and went home. Glad? Hey, Glad, it's me. Hey, Glad. It's your loving stepson. Look at that. Didn't even bother to hang up the telephone. What a woman. Hello? What's that? Hello? Who is it? It was a man. It would be, with her. Heard my voice, thought it was Dad, and hung up. Dad had come home early today. Plenty of signs. There was the paper he always picked up in Baltimore. Cigarette stub. I knew it was his. It was that awful Turkish brand he'd been smoking since before I was born. No one else could stand. Yeah, he came home early. They must have gone out. I wandered into her bedroom. No reason, just wandered. You know what I saw? She was curled up on the bed. Yes, Glad, curled up on the bed, started cuddling me. No makeup. Her hair all glued up with that bleach stuff of hers, and she was dead. But dead. Somebody had broken her neck. If ever a man deserved a break, it's my dad. If ever a man deserved a decent, loving wife like my real mother, if ever a man deserved the kind of son fathers dream about instead of the mutt the rat I'm turning out to be. Well, I didn't have much time for philosophizing. I got rid of the newspaper, cigarette butt. I mussed my hair, tore my clothes, picked up her dead hand with those purple cat-like fingernails, and I scratched it across my face. Ow! You'd think she was alive, the way those nails dug in. And then I went to the phone.
Police headquarters.
Hello, this is Martin Delavan calling from 22 Beach Street South.
Yeah?
I think you'd better send somebody around to pick me up. I just murdered my stepmother.
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Mickey Rooney in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, that's quite a stack of letters you got.
Hap, that's my fan mail. Laudatory letters, paeans of praise.
You mean people like you?
Of course they like me, because I tell them to replace old narrow gap spark plugs with wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. And naturally, they like Autolite resistor spark plugs once they try them. Here's one from Mr. W.E. Schmitz of Houston, Texas, who writes, Gentlemen, I recently switched to Autolite resistor spark plugs for my 1942 car. I've been trying other brands for years, but when I switched to Autolite, I can truthfully say I've never seen such an improvement in my 43 years in the automobile business simply by changing plugs.
Well, from an automobile man, eh?
From the sort of man who'd know that switching to Autolite resistor spark plugs means smoother idling, better performance on leaner gas mixtures, and actual saving of gas. And Autolite resistor spark plugs cut down spark plug interference with radio and television reception.
All right, Arlo. But let's not interfere with the reception of Suspense.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mickey Rooney as Martin Delavan in The Lie, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Now, don't get cocky with me, young fella. And just remember that you put yourself in a jam that always turns out to be pretty rugged. Let's have the story again.
Look, I've told it to you twice.
Let's have it again.
You don't have to play McTavish of Scotland Yard. You don't have to find the killer. I told you I did.
But you make it sound so exciting. Let's have it again.
Okay. Beginning where?
You were expelled from college this morning for drinking.
They always expel me for drinking.
You took the early afternoon train at State Junction, got out here about 6, and telephoned from the station. Take it from there.
The line was busy. I took a bus from the station. I came in without making any noise. Just didn't happen to make any. from the hall out there, I hear this... I heard my stepmother talking on the phone.
To a man?
Yes.
How'd you know it was a man?
I can tell.
Smart boy. What was she saying?
She said enough.
I'd like to find out what makes enough. Well?
What makes enough? The point when you put your hands around somebody's neck and start to squeeze.
She was two-timing your father, huh? All right, go on.
I guess I lost my head. I remember grabbing her by the neck just as she heard me and turned around, and I remember her fingernail coming up toward my eyes and digging into my face. Would you say she did a good job on me? Yeah, look at these scratches.
You did a better one on her. Well, this about checks with what you said before.
Good for me.
You don't want to change anything?
I want you to take me downtown and book me.
There's no hurry. I want you to reenact this for us before a motion picture camera.
Movies? Huh. That'll be fun. Say, what's the matter? You don't look happy. Would it have pleased you more if you'd had to beat it out of me with a rubber hose?
Maybe. Maybe it would. Andy,
Right here, Lieutenant. Can I get this?
Now break out your camera.
Somebody burned a newspaper in the kitchen stove. The ashes are still warm.
Which paper? Can you make it out?
No. The ashes are all stirred up.
Did you burn a newspaper, kid?
Yes.
Why?
Well, after I killed her, I got kind of a chill, and I thought I'd start a fire.
And you changed your mind.
That's right.
So you just waited for it to burn out, and you just stirred up the ashes, huh?
Listen, if people were always rational, they wouldn't commit murders.
Psychologist, too, huh? Okay, set up the first shot from the hallway, Endicott, as he comes in.
Jack?
Where's your father, Donovan? Where can we reach him?
I don't want him pulled into this. Leave him alone. Don't start jabbering at him, making things worse than they
Get
are.
hold of your blood pressure, Bob. It happens that you killed his wife. Now, where do we reach him?
He's in Baltimore. Henry Delavan Company, import and export.
Commutes every day?
Yeah, but he wouldn't be at his office now. It's long past closing time.
All right with you. I like your old man, huh?
Oh, I guess he passes.
That's all?
We haven't seen much of each other since he got married again. I get expelled from different colleges, and he bawls me out, and I write him for checks. He sends them.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's make our try for the Oscar, shall we? You just go through the motion, starting at the door exactly as it happened.
Without my makeup, Lieutenant?
Very funny. Except there's a dead woman in the bedroom. You better change your attitude, kid. And who's this?
It's my father, please. Take it easy with him. Dad!
What's going on in my house? Monty, what are you doing here this time of year?
Let me break into it my way.
You shut up.
Wait, Glad. Where's your mother? What are all the police doing around here? Monty, speak up.
All right. I'll get it to you straight. She's dead.
What? What do you mean?
You know what dead means? She's dead. I killed her.
No, Monty, don't say that. It isn't true. You don't know how it...
I killed her. How would you know anything about it? You were in Baltimore. You were in Baltimore, weren't you?
The gentleman, please.
I'm Lieutenant Steele.
Lieutenant, don't listen to my boy. He couldn't have possibly...
Don't try to tell anybody what I couldn't have done. You know I always wanted to kill her. Anyway, you weren't here. You were in Baltimore until now at your office.
I wasn't in my office.
Dad!
I didn't feel very well along about noon. I quit for the day. May I see my wife, please?
In the bedroom. What did you do for the rest of the day, Mr. Delavan?
You don't have to answer that, Dad. You don't have to say anything. I've signed a full confession, Dad.
I went to a Turkish bath, and I stayed there for several hours.
Yeah, we can check that easily enough.
Of course. I'm sorry to say that my son is right, Lieutenant. I wasn't here.
When you commit a crime, it's as though someone snapped a switch and the sun went out. Now you live in shadow. You wear faded blue denims with your number on them. You're surrounded by so much iron, doors and bars, and your bed you sleep on. You weigh every word before you say it. Because it might make the difference between living and dying. Most of the time, you're angling to live. By the time I was through, I'd made sure I would die.
You did a bad thing, Marty. Why did you do it?
The important thing is that I did it. That's what we've got to keep remembering. Now, don't let me down. You haven't said anything, have you?
About what?
About you.
Well, what's there to say?
What's there to... Oh, I get it. Swell. thanks. Well, we'll keep it that way.
Oh, I suppose I ought to be able to understand what you're trying to say, Marty, but I can't. I'm so confused. They keep hammering away at me, trying to break down my story, where I was, and...
Well, that Turkish bath routine wasn't very bright. They can check on that, Dad.
They did. There's no question about that, Marty. I was there.
When?
All that afternoon, from 2 until 5.
Who says you were there? Besides yourself?
Well, the clerk, the attendants, the rubbers. Now, they all know me, Marty. I've been going there every Wednesday for months.
This couldn't be true. Everything else about the whole nightmare could happen. It was happening. But not this. He had killed her. He must have killed her. I'd hung a perfect frame on myself because he did it.
What's the matter, son?
Dad, how would that day's Baltimore paper get into our house before you came home?
Why, it's delivered to me. I buy one in the morning to read it on the way in, and the one that's delivered I read in the evening at home.
It's that simple. And I suppose you're going to tell me that since I've been away, Gladys learned how to smoke those Turkish blowtorches.
No, but, well, you know how chain smokers are, son. They're bound to run out of their own brand sometime, and they'll smoke anything they can get their hands on.
Anything they can... For sure. Anyone could figure that out.
But why talk about newspapers and cigarettes, Marty? We have only 5 minutes together.
Don't talk about anything. What a chump I've been. What a sap. Oh, Dad, you don't know.
I know only one thing, Marty. That you didn't do it.
How do you know that?
Well, who would have known better?
What does that mean?
Why, you're my boy. Oh, you've been wild, but that was because you were so hurt when I remarried.
When she turned out to be what she was.
Oh, you don't have to keep reminding me of that, son.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dad. I'm sorry.
Anyway, I know my boy, Marty. And you didn't kill her.
Makes no difference, Dad. They got an airtight case against me. I'm going to fry just as crisp as though I did it.
I never thought for more than a second that you killed her, Marty. The way you kept jabbering. You were in Baltimore. I was here. You were in Baltimore. Like a needle stuck in a record.
Oh, what can we do now, Lieutenant?
Do? Well, it's out of my hands. You go to trial.
Trial? For what? You say you know I didn't kill her.
Listen, kid, you framed yourself too well. You didn't leave a shred of evidence that points to the real killer. You had a motive. You cleaned up every trace of someone else, and now that someone else is laughing up his sleeve.
But, wait a minute, they can't convict me and execute me for a crime I didn't commit.
Take it easy, kid.
Take it easy? You mean take the rap? You mean you'd like me to sit with my hands folded like a good little boy and let him shave my skull, slit open my pants leg because somebody else broke her neck?
Well, have you got a real idea of who that somebody could be?
How would I know? Do you think I ran around with her friends? I never saw one of them. But I'll bet she had a little black book that was so full it was spilling over.
Son, I told you this thing is out of my hands. According to police routine...
Oh, we're talking about her life. Don't you understand my life?
And I'm trying to tell you that you're talking to the wrong man. See the DA, kid. He's the only one who can help you.
Every word of my confession was a deliberate lie, sir. A lie. See, I dictated it, and I reenacted the whole thing before the camera because I thought I was protecting someone else. See?
The real murderer?
No, but I thought so at the time.
So what was this somebody's name?
I'd rather not tell you that.
Why not, if he's innocent?
Because I don't want him dragged through the mud.
Here's the report you've been waiting for, sir. Oh, thanks, Syndicate.
Yes, sir.
This. Now, look, Delavan, I'm too busy to play games. This report establishes beyond doubt that it was your skin and blood under her fingernails. That clinches it for me.
But wait a minute.
All. I'll see you at the trial. And I guess you know how it'll come out. So callous was this killer, so conscienceless, that not only did he freely admit his guilt, he willingly reenacted the whole ghastly thing before the police department's camera, as you've seen. Far from showing remorse for his crime, he gloried in it. You know the evidence. His fingerprints, his blood under her nails. I ask that you return a verdict that will make mandatory the extreme penalty. Death for Martin Delavan.
I'm going to die. Dad, oh, find a way out for me, will you?
I don't know
will
where
find
to
a way?
turn, Marty. I'd give my life to save you.
Would you, Dad? Would you sometimes, people just use that expression. I sometimes wonder if they really would do a thing like that.
Isn't that what you did for me? It's such a shame, Marty, that this should happen to us because of her. The only good thing she ever did was to bring us together again. By dying. Then
you knew all about her?
For a long time. But I kept hoping.
Well, maybe she didn't appreciate you, Dad, but I do.
You're not so bad yourself?
Dad?
Yes?
It's probably too late, but one part of my story was true. She had been talking to somebody.
What?
The receiver was off the hook, and there was still a party on the other end.
Who was it?
That I don't know. I picked up the receiver, and I said, hello. I heard a funny kind of gasp and then a click. But, Dad, don't you see? It means somebody's ear was in on that murder. We've got a witness. Somebody who knows I didn't do it. He and the guy who murdered her.
All right. Time's up, kid.
Huh? We have just another 5 minutes.
We got rules here, mister.
I'm just the right guy to be worried about rules. Shove off, will you?
Come on now.
Wait a minute.
Don't make a fuss.
Shove off, will you? Dad, did you try everything? Try everything. Take your hands off him.
Listen. Just because you're going to die, don't give you any special privileges.
No,
Everybody.
leave me go.
Hey, Joe.
Dad, Dad, help me.
Come, Marty. Tell me what to
Help
do.
me, Dad.
Marty, tell me how to help you.
Steele, Dr. Steele, Lieutenant Steele, tell him about the photo. Tell him we've got a witness. Dad, remember it's a matter of time. I haven't got much time.
Now, look, Miss Jane, a boy's life depends on this, and we haven't got much time, either.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Fine. Now, let's see. It was around 6 in the evening when Marty Delavan got off the train and tried to call home.
Uh-huh.
He got a busy signal. Let's give ourselves a break and say it was the same party who was on the line when he came home. Could you trace that call?
Well, I can try, Lieutenant. A call that long would have plenty of overtime on it.
Well, stretch it out a little. Kind of narrow down the field. Say 5 minutes before he called, another 10 before he gave up, another 10 to get out to the house on the bus, and then coming in, looking around, finding the receiver off the hook. Say 45 minutes. Oh, my gosh.
What's the matter?
I just happened to think. What if Mrs. Delavan put in that call? You'd have a record of it, but the charge would be on her bill. That wouldn't show the name of the person she was calling.
Those are the breaks. I'll see what I can do.
Hello.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Oh, what'd you find?
Well, that call was placed by Mrs. Delavan.
Oh.
To a Mr. William J. Simmons.
Sure. What?
You see, Mrs. Delavan always complained about her bills. She never stopped saying we were cheating her. Well, we had to put a monitor on her telephone and make a record of every number she called.
Fine. But what was that name?
Beginning at 5:30 on the evening of November 3rd, Mrs. Delavan talked for 39 minutes to a subscriber named William J. Simmons, 798 Shore Avenue.
That kid isn't any of the things you called him in the courtroom. I know. And I couldn't stand by and see him fry for a murder he didn't commit.
Steele, you're a fine detective, but a little too much of an optimist. Now, this weasel you brought in here, his story is only as good as the amount of proof you can attach to it.
Look, I'm no weasel. I didn't want to get mixed up in this because I got a wife and kids, see? You know what it means if your wife finds out you've been playing around?
Tell it into the dictograph.
Huh? How do I start?
With your name.
William J. Simmons, 798 Shore Avenue.
Okay. You were acquainted with Mrs. Gladys Delavan?
Yes.
You were in love with her?
Well, in a way.
Tell us what you heard over the telephone at 6 o'clock on the evening she was murdered.
Well, we were talking, just talking, see, about how we felt. Suddenly I hear this guy's voice on the phone somewhere off in her house. He yells, "Where were you yesterday? We had a date, didn't we?" Then he comes closer, still yelling.
What did he say?
Oh, all kinds of stuff, names, things like that. Then she begins to scream, "Don't, Steve. Don't, you're hurting me, Steve." I can tell he's got her by the neck. He's choking her. I can tell he's choking her.
On, kid, on your feet.
Is it time?
Time for what?
You know...
I don't know anything. You're wanted in the warden's office. Come on.
What's up?
Search me. Hey, that's pretty good. I'm the guard, you're the prisoner, but I say you search me.
Do you know who's with the warden?
Well, that local Dick Steele.
McTavish of Scotland Yard.
A couple of other guys and your old man.
My father. What do they want with my father?
Search me. Hey, I said it again.
We ought to hold you for obstructing justice, young fellow, but I suppose you and your father have suffered enough.
So it was somebody else. Somebody else all the time.
Your description of the murdered lady was very accurate. She got around.
Who is he? How'd you find him?
Well, that's a pretty terrific story, Marty. You see, we traced the guy who was on the phone, and he heard Mrs. Delavan holler the name Steve. Now, a detective has to be smart. He's got to be a psychologist, a science bug, an incredible kind of a guy who can take the name Steve and pick a murder out of 140 million people. So how did I do it?
Well, how?
I opened a little black address book. Remember, you tipped me off to that, and looked for a guy named Steve. And there he was, Steve Barton. So I picked him up.
McTavish of Scotland Yard.
And this time with a real confession. How do you feel now, son?
I don't know. I've done so much thinking about what it means to die that I'm not sure which world I'm standing in.
Now, tell me, kid, what was the name of that newspaper you burned, and who did smoke that cigarette?
Dad, is all this on the level?
On the level, Marty.
Well, just to keep it on the level, gentlemen, it was the Baltimore Star, the paper my dad always reads, and the cigarette was his favorite brand. Maybe you understand now. Come on, Dad. Take me home.
Thank you, Mickey Rooney, for a splendid performance.
It was fun to do. Say, Harlow, I've heard great things about some new awards Suspense has received.
Why, yes, Mickey. The Alfred P. Sloan Award for the Outstanding Radio Program in 1948 promoting highway safety was awarded to CBS and Autolite last week.
Well, say, wasn't that the Jimmy Cagney Suspense show of last December?
Right, Mickey. And coincidentally enough, last week the National Safety Council announced a similar award to Autolite for the same program and for their promotion of safety on the highways.
Wow, that's great going. And it reminds me, haven't I often heard an announcement on this show? Let's see, how does it go? Oh, yeah, I know. Drive carefully. The life you save may be your own.
That's right, Mickey. Yes, Autolite is proud to lend support to the promotion of highway safety. They're proud, too, of the more than 400 products for cars, trucks, airplanes, and boats that are made in 28 Autolite plants from coast to coast. And Autolite also makes complete electrical systems for many makes of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, starting motors, coils, distributors. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, folks, don't accept electrical parts that are supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Now again, here is Mickey Rooney.
It's been a real pleasure to be here, and I'll be listening next week when radio's outstanding theater of thrills presents Bob Hope in Death Has a Shadow. Another gripping study in
Suspense.
Mickey Rooney appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture Little Women, starring June Allison, Peter Lawford, Margaret O'Brien, and Elizabeth Taylor. Tonight's suspense play was based on a story by William Irish and adapted by Herb Meadow. Music was composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as James Stewart, Claire Trevor, Frederick March, and many others. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. And next Thursday, same time, hear Bob Hope in Death Has a Shadow.
You can buy Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite safe-full batteries, Autolite electrical...
and its 60,000 dealers and service stations present Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite brings you Bob Hope in Death as a Shadow, a suspense play produced and directed by Anton M. Leader.
Friends, those April showers that bring May flowers have nothing on an Autolite Stay Full battery. Why, the extra water in an Autolite Stay Full battery makes those April showers look like a drought in the Gobi Desert. Why, an Autolite Stay Full battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Yes, sir, an Autolite Stay Full battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And in addition, an Autolite Stay Full battery has extra plates for extra power, protected by fiberglass insulation for stronger life and longer life. Why, in recent tests conducted according to the Society of Automotive Engineers life cycle standards, Autolite Stay Full batteries gave 70% longer average life than batteries without all these features. So remember, you're right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents Bob Hope in a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Don't ever answer a telephone just because you've got nothing else to do, just because you're curious. I was sitting in my big red leather swivel chair, my feet on the largest mahogany desk money could buy, a bottle of the best scotch balanced between my special custom-built shoes. Everything the best. That's the way I like to operate. The gold lettering across my office window spelling out, Harvey Warren, counselor at law. I liked it that way. It had dignity. Yeah, I had everything. I had a house that rambled for 14 rooms. I built that house for Lily. Lily. She was beautiful. From the top of her auburn hair to the tip of her pretty little toes. Yeah, I had it all. I had everything. Till the day my Lily was murdered. That's why I couldn't stand being home anymore. I could smell her cologne in every room, the touch of it on every chair. That's why I was at the office that night, with nobody but the bottle to keep me company. And that was the call I should have never answered. But at night, 8 stories up in an empty office building, that ringing sounded urgent. Like it was the most important thing in my lonely little world. Hello?
Warren.
Who's this? Oh.
You know who this is.
Yes, Bolster.
No name, stupid. What are you doing at your office this time of night?
What do you want?
Have you got it?
Well, sure, I've got it. It's all ready for mailing. I'll drop it off when I leave.
Don't bother. I'm going to pick it up tonight.
But I told you I'd mail it.
I changed my mind. I'm coming over. I'll be there at 10 o'clock.
Oh, I can't make it tonight. I'm leaving. I'm just going out.
You'll make it all right.
Yeah, but why all of a sudden...
Tonight, Warren, 10 o'clock. And, Warren, don't try anything.
What are you talking about? Why should I try anything? What could I try?
You could be cute enough to figure out something. You're that kind of a guy. So, don't try anything.
Something must have gone wrong. All I was supposed to do was mail him his money. What got into him? Why would he want to come to my office now, at night, when the building was empty? Couldn't be just the money. He was coming for something else. Something else. But what?
Police Department, Johnson.
Get me homicide.
Now, hold on. He wants homicide, extension 458. Hello?
Homicide?
This is homicide.
Is Joe there? Lieutenant Joe Scarponi?
Who's calling?
Harvey Warren.
Oh, hello, Mr. Warren. Hope you've been feeling better.
Oh, thanks, Mike. I don't have much time. Would you get me Joe?
Well, he ain't here, Mr. Warren.
Well, where is he?
I don't know.
I've got to get to him.
Something wrong?
You've got to locate him, Mike.
Well, I've got a whole police department, Mr. Warren. Just say the word. What's wrong?
Only Joe. He's the only one that can help me.
Well, he may be calling in.
Then tell him to call me at my office, will you? Don't make any mistake, Mike. I'm at my office. I couldn't get it out of my mind. What had made Bolster switch like that? What had gone wrong? He must have figured it out and was coming over for just one thing. To kill me.
Lion Apartments.
Lieutenant Joe Scarponi, please.
One moment. He doesn't answer.
Well, where can I reach him? He must have left some kind of a message.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. He hasn't been in all evening.
Well, tell him to call Harvey Warren.
Yes, Mr. Warren.
At my office, understand?
Does he have your number, sir?
He's got my number. Don't make any mistakes. At my office. He's got to reach me before 10 o'clock. That's tonight, understand?
I'll tell him, Mr. Warren. Thank you.
Madge. I've got to try Madge. He's got to be at Madge's place. I should have thought of it before. Busy. That must be Joe. He's got to be there. That's Joe trying to get me. I've got to wait. Have to give him a chance to get through. Why doesn't it ring? Why doesn't he call? Can't wait. 6, 9, 4.
Hello?
Madge, baby?
Oh, hello, Warren. What's this sudden devotion?
Oh, Madge, let me talk to Joe, and don't tell me he's not there.
Well, of course he's not here, Warren. What's the matter with you?
Madge, I got to find him.
Well, I am expecting him.
When?
Soon.
Don't give me double talk, Madge. When?
We've got a date, 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. That's too late, Madge.
What's the matter, Warren?
Well, where can I reach him? Where can I find Joe?
Well, did you try his hotel?
He's not there.
Well, call homicide.
He's nowhere, Madge.
What's wrong, Warren?
There's no time to explain. Help me find him, please.
I'll do what I can.
At my office. Don't forget, at my office. Before 10. I kept on calling. Everywhere. Every bar he'd ever had a drink. His favorite restaurants. Even the Turkish bath where he played handball and got his rub down. Joe was nowhere. I looked at my watch. It said 9:31. The clock on the wall showed 9:35. Now I wasn't even sure of the time. I couldn't afford to be wrong about the time.
At the tone, the time will be 9:35 and 10 seconds.
The clock on the wall was right. There wasn't much time. Even if I get a hold of Joe, it'd be too late. My mind was starting to play tricks. Starting to tie my insides up in 100 little knots. Suppose Bolster got here early. Suppose he got here before 10 and no Joe. I got up in a panic. My shirt was soaked wet to my back. I could run, yeah. I could get away while there was still time. But then Bolster would really know something was wrong. Maybe he wasn't going to kill me. Maybe he was just coming for his money. I had to get rid of the hysteria. Had to get a hold of myself. No use playing guessing games. I opened the door. I was going to leave. I wasn't going to be a sitting duck for a guy like Bolster. At that time of night, just one elevator was in use. It was directly opposite my office door. The indicator over the door flashed numbers when the car was running. I went to press the button to signal for the nightman. Before I could press it, the car started up. Somebody was coming up. I wanted to run. I didn't know where. I was on the top floor. My eyes went to the ceiling. Down the end of the hallway, there was a spiral ladder that led into a trap up through the ceiling. Must have been the opening of the roof. I started to run for it. I stopped. Silly. When all the time there was a stairway going down. I ran for the exit sign and ducked into the stairway. Down one flight and I smashed right into it. A steel gate spread like an accordion across the bottom landing. The gate they always fastened in place at 9 o'clock. Trapped. I was trapped. And then I just stood there. Everything quiet. What happened to the elevator? Then I heard the door open. Downstairs, right below. It didn't come up to the 8th. It was the nightman letting off the cleaning woman. I walked back up the steps. The light on the indicator showed the 5th floor. Then the indicator started flashing again. It was going down. Now was my time to signal the nightman while he was still in the car. Before I had a chance, the telephone began to ring. It was coming from my office. Keep ringing, Joe. I'm coming. Just don't stop ringing. Hello. Hello, Joe.
Oh, ain't this Gladstone 2707?
That's right. Are you calling
Give me Sammy.
Who?
I want to talk to Sammy.
Oh, right number, girlie. Wrong party. I looked at the clock. It was no use. Too late. Even if he did call, I started to go. I saw the bottle on the table. I had to take another drink. I felt a little better. Now I have to get out. Hello?
Hello?
Look, girlie, there's no Sammy at this number.
I know, but you sounded kind of lonely. I'm lonely, too.
Forget it, will you? Don't tie up my phone, understand?
Sure, I know. You waiting for a call, too?
Get off my number. I don't want this phone tied up.
Sure, I understand, but just in case, why don't you take my...
I started to go and wasn't going to stop. Not for anything. Then I realized it might be too late. Suppose he was on his way up. Suppose he was watching the entrance. Why did that girl call back? What did she want? Then I knew it was a trick. A typical hoodlum trick. Bolster was using that girl to check up on me. Ain't it cat and mouse? His way of holding me to the phone. Making sure while he was on his way up. A trick. 20 minutes to 10. The clock kept staring at me. The minute hand beating its way around the circle. 20 minutes to 10. That girl again checking up on me. Who did Bolster think he was kidding? He knew I had to answer that phone. Hello.
Warren?
Joe, you don't know how I've been trying to get you all night.
Yeah, I know. Your line's been busy.
Oh, come right over, Joe.
Now, what's the matter?
There's no time to talk. Just get here.
Oh, well, I got a date, Warren. It's on my only night off. You know how Madge is.
Joe, this is a matter of life and death.
Whose life?
My life.
Oh, well, I'll be right there.
Before 10, Joe. It's got to be before 10.
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Bob Hope in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, what happened to your face? Lose an argument with a revolving door?
No, Hap. I was at a big community picnic.
Oh, sat in the sun too long, huh?
No, I sat at the speaker's table. In fact, that's how... Well, it was like this. There was an audience, so I jumped up and said...
An Autolite Stay Full battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Well, as a matter of fact, I did. I said that dandy, dynamic, dependable Autolite Stay Full battery has a camel hanging on the ropes back in a corner when it comes to capacity. Yes, sir, an Autolite Stay Full battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
But Harlow, your face.
I told him an Autolite Stay Full battery has extra plates protected by fiberglass insulation for longer life and stronger life.
You said this during the picnic supper?
Not only that, I told him in addition how in recent tests conducted according to the Society of Automotive Engineers life cycle standards, Autolite Stay Full batteries gave 70%, yes, 70% longer average life than batteries without all these features. And when I got through, do you know, Hap, they crowned me with a garland of leaves.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain about your face.
Oh, I forgot to mention the leaves were poison ivy.
Oh, and I forgot to mention, here's Suspense.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Bob Hope as Warren in Death Has a Shadow. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
My eyes were drawn to the clock again. I watched the minute hand cutting down the time. If Joe came with a squad car, he'd be here in a matter of minutes. But it was his night off. Maybe he wouldn't be able to get a cab. I took another drink just for luck. I opened the door and listened for the elevator. Didn't take long. I went into the hallway. The light on the indicator was flashing. 2, 3, 4. Maybe it wasn't Joe. Maybe it was Bolster. How was I to know? I ducked into the stairway landing, watching. Joe!
What? Warren, are you nuts?
Oh, I've never been so glad to see anybody.
You know better than that, coming up from behind a guy. Say, you look terrible. What's wrong?
Well? Don't close the door, Joe.
Why?
When he comes, we can hear the elevator.
Okay. Now, what's it all about?
He's due here at 10 o'clock. He's a killer.
Who is a killer?
I have to start from the beginning.
You don't have much time.
But you won't understand unless I explain.
Okay, but don't start dramatizing. It's 9:45.
Well, we have to start with the day Lily was murdered. Remember I called you? And when you came, you found me sitting in the bedroom looking at her? Her head hanging almost to the floor, the rest of her doubled up in the bed. Her auburn hair gently suspended like someone spun fine silk around where the bullet went through that lovely head. She was so beautiful. I was sitting there looking at her, and the sounds tumbling around my head. The photographers, the newspapermen, flashbulbs, all like a bad dream.
Look, can't you take the hair away from her face?
I'll cut your head off if you touch that body.
Let's see the gun.
Show him the gun, Mike.
It's a gun. What's there to say?
Well, we understand it's Warren's gun. You understand nothing until it's official.
The coroner said it happened this morning, about 4 hours ago. Now, how about that, Lieutenant Scarponi?
Then quote him. Don't ask me. Mike.
Yeah?
They had enough. Get him out of here.
Oh, wait a minute. Not so fast. I want one more shot of Warren. Put that drink back in your hand, Mr. Warren, please.
Now, look, fella, don't overdo it.
This is no private affair, Lieutenant Scarponi.
Why don't you lay off?
Well, put the drink back in his hand.
Take it the way he is and get out.
We'd like to do it the way it happened. He had a drink in his hand.
It wouldn't look so good, Lieutenant, if the paper said you were covering up for a lifelong friend.
Mike, get him out of here.
Now, wait a minute.
Well, this is some mess, Warren.
Yeah.
How did it happen?
Oh, I loved her, Joe. You knew how I loved her. More than anything in the world. Now look at her.
Yeah.
You know we've been fighting. Last night was the worst that ever happened. So I ran out of the house.
What time?
Oh, right after dinner. I went down to the Silver Grill and had a couple. You can check on that.
Uh-huh.
Then the Biltmore and had a few more. And I remember calling a cab on 7th and Hill. And then, so help me, Joe, that's all I remember.
What do you mean that's all you remember?
Well, that's all. I drew a blank. We've known each other all our lives, Joe. Did you ever know me to black out?
Oh, that's not like you, Warren.
But that's what happened. I don't remember anything.
Until when?
Until I woke up and called you.
And where did you wake up?
Right here, in the bedroom.
In bed?
No, in this chair. Just like I am now. I saw Lily. Just like she is now. Blood on the floor. I know she's done for. My beautiful Lily. Then I get up to get a bottle. And I sit down again in this chair. I take one good long drink. I reach for the phone on the night table. I call you. I've been sitting here since. With the bottle.
Mm-hmm. And, the gun. Is it yours, Warren?
You know that gun is mine.
It was on the floor. It's the gun that killed him.
Joe, do you think I did it?
Well, I don't have to tell you how it looks.
I know how it looks. What I want to know is, do you think I did it?
I'll have to book you, Warren.
Oh, I couldn't have killed her, Joe. You know I couldn't. I loved her too much. I couldn't have killed her, Joe.
Before we get to trial, Warren, for your own good, you'd better start remembering.
Seems like a long time ago, Joe. I just couldn't remember what I'd been doing there in the bedroom after Lily was murdered. Couldn't even remember how I got there.
But 2 minutes ago, you were scared to death. You were trying to reach me every place in town. Well, I'm here.
You remember that day in the courtroom?
What's that got to do with the killer who's on his way up here?
Quite a bit, Joe. And that's what I'm coming to. But before he comes, you got to know the whole story.
I know the whole story.
Not quite. Think back to that day in court, Joe. You remember how bad it looked for me? All the newspapers were sure I was done for because I couldn't remember where I was when she was killed. And I knew I was somewhere else when it happened. But all the evidence piled against me. Everybody's sure I was a dead duck. You and Madge in court at my side, and the prosecuting attorney pressing the jury for the full penalty.
And the only defense offered by the accused is that he doesn't remember. He pleads not guilty, claiming temporary insanity. Forgetfulness as so conveniently happening to the accused cannot be construed as insanity. The state must therefore ask that the full penalty according to the law...
Here, get me some water.
Hey, Pat. Now, poor man, he just couldn't take it that way.
This court will keep order. Order!
You all right now, Warren? You feel better? Joe, I didn't do it.
Yeah, sure.
Joe, I remember now. I remember. I didn't do it. I was out of town when it happened. I was out of town. I was out of town when Lily was murdered, Joe, and we proved it, remember? And I was acquitted. Like a bad dream, wasn't it?
Look, for the last time, Warren, is this what you called me up to your office for? What's this got to do with somebody coming over here to kill you?
Yeah, like a bad dream.
Okay, Warren, I've got a date with Madge.
Oh, no, Joe, you got a date with the killer.
Then who is the killer?
I'll never forget that day they acquitted me. I walked out of court a free man.
I know you weren't guilty. Your alibi proved you weren't guilty. I know all that.
Yes, Joe, but you don't know. I was guilty.
What did you say?
I was guilty.
Oh, you're losing your mind, Warren. You're nuts.
If I'm nuts, what does that make you?
Makes sense, Warren.
Lily thought I was nuts, too. Smart little woman. Thinking she could make a sucker out of me. She was going to leave me. Take half of all I had. That's what she thought.
How did you kill Lily that morning when you were in Glendale? I know you were in Glendale because your alibi proved it.
It was Lily who gave me the idea how to do it. You know how beautiful she was? Every Thursday, the maid's day off, she stayed in bed, slept the clock around, taking care of her looks. I began figuring. Lily all day alone. Lily in bed. All I had to do was hire somebody to kill her while I was out of town.
Then the guy coming up here...
That's right, is the killer. A 3-time loser and very tough. I gave him my gun to do it with, and that's all there was to it. He's the man you want, Joe. He's on his way up here to kill me. Instead of doing that, you'll arrest him and clear your books on the Lily case.
So, this is why it was so important for me to get here, huh?
Well, you have to admit it was neat, getting myself pinched, faking the blackout, stacking the evidence against myself, and forcing you to bring me to trial. I never had a blackout in my life, but it got me off. Great law, that double jeopardy. Puts you on the spot, though, doesn't it, Joe? You know I'm guilty, but there's nothing you can do about it. The law says I can't be tried twice for the same crime. You see, Joe, I happen to be one of those lawyers who knows his law.
Yeah. You've always been at the head of the class. Never worked too hard to get there. Just by looking over the next guy's shoulder and using him was the smart way, huh? Yeah, Kitty, very neat.
I knew you'd be a good sport about it.
Maybe I'm just another dumb cut to you. Well, I don't like anybody making a sucker out of me. Especially a guy who's supposed to be my good friend.
Where you going?
You got a date with this killer who's due here any minute. Well, I got a date with my girl. Good night, Warren. We're both going to keep our dates.
Well, Joe, what are you trying to do? You're a cop. You've got to pick him up. He's a killer, Joe.
I can pick him up after 10 o'clock, can't I?
Oh, you can't leave me, Joe. You can't leave me here alone.
I don't like your company.
Oh, he's going to kill me, Joe.
He's going to kill you. Now, why should he do that to a guy who pays so well for what he buys?
Oh, I'm the only one who knows he fired that gun.
Are you gentlemen all through for the night?
Yeah, I'm all through. He's going to stay.
I'm going down.
Well, step in.
Stay where you are, Warren.
You can't leave me.
Let go of my arm.
Joe!
Close the door, mister. I said close the door.
Joe, he's going to kill me. Joe.
Hello, Warren.
What? Bolster. It was Bolster standing there and leering at me. Joe, he's here! Joe!
Shut up. Now, don't do that again.
Well, where did you come from?
Well, you don't think I'd ever use a front door, do you? They build these places with fire escapes, you know. Now, into your office.
I started walking. I had to do something. Him right behind. Then I made a break for it, into the office. Then I saw the butt of his gun smash through the window. And then Bolster's hand reached through and unlocked the door.
Oh, you're pretty cute.
Bolster, you're not going to do anything. You want your money. Don't you want your money?
Oh, yeah. The money comes first.
Well, it's in one of these drawers.
You know, you told me to do it with your gun.
I don't remember which drawer.
I couldn't figure it out why a guy should want me to plant his gun.
That's strange. I was sure.
Warren, where's the money?
I'm trying to find it.
Don't stall.
It was a white envelope.
You know, I didn't figure until you went to trial and they acquitted you. That's when I began to worry.
So many white envelopes.
But I still wasn't sure until tonight, when I got here, when I see what you've been up to. Find that dough.
I'm trying. I misplaced it.
And then it hit me. You was free and I was liable. No more tricks.
It should be.
Find that dough.
Here. Here it is.
On the desk. Lay it down. Yeah. Now, turn around.
Oh, don't you want to see if it's all here?
Turn around.
And like a dumb 6-year-old kid, I turned around. Oh! It was the funniest sensation. Hearing the shot. Feeling the panic. But nothing happened. I turned around. Bolster's eyes started to roll. His mouth opened like he had something to say. And then he dropped.
No, it didn't happen to you, Warren.
Joe.
The elevator opposite your door and the broken window. You can thank them both.
Oh, you're a very funny guy, Joe. That's some game you played. Is he dead?
He's dead.
Hey, what are these for?
I'm holding you for murder.
Murder? How can you be so dumb? I was acquitted, remember? You can't try me again.
I'm talking about this murder.
Are you crazy? I didn't shoot Bolster. I didn't even have a gun.
I thought you were one lawyer who happened to know all about the law. Or didn't you know that it makes no difference who shot him? The two of you were committing a felony. And the law says all accessories to a felony are equally responsible for all acts resulting from the felony. Unquote.
But, Joe...
Including homicide, Warren, including homicide. I don't know all about the law like you, Mr. Harvey Warren. I only know just enough to get by. Let's go.
Joe, wait a minute. Joe, I think I'm going to faint. I'm going to black out, Joe. Wait. You see, I don't remember a thing, Joe. So help me, Joe. I don't remember.
Thank you, Bob Hope, for a splendid performance.
And thanks for the memories. Suspensefully you sat while I have been at bat.
And now it's time to talk about our product, and that's that.
Skinny Wilcox, you sing, too, while I swan.
I know you do, Bob, every Tuesday night for Swan Soap. On Thursdays, I Autolite.
I've run into a comic. Wilcox, you know, I was in Toledo recently and was given an Autolite Stay Full battery. Now I see why you've got a right to sing.
Bob, I'm always singing the praises of Autolite Stay Full batteries. And, for that matter, any of the more than 400 products for cars, trucks, airplanes, and boats that are made in 28 Autolite plants from coast to coast. Yes, sir, and Autolite also makes complete electrical systems for many makes of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, starting motors, coils, distributors. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, folks, don't accept electrical parts that are supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite, original factory parts, at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Now here again is Bob Hope.
My thanks to Tony Leader for letting me be a villain for a change. And now, as a graduate of Suspense, I'll be more interested than ever to hear radio's outstanding Theater of Thrills next week, when that lovely Academy Award winner, Claire Trevor, returns to play in a story called The Light Switch, another gripping study in suspense.
Bob Hope will soon be seen in the Paramount picture Sorrowful Jones. Tonight's suspense play was written by Joe Pagano with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as James Stewart, Joan Crawford, Frederick March, and many others. So make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding Theater of Thrills. And next Thursday, same time here, Claire Trevor in The Light Switch.
You can buy Autolite Stay Full batteries, Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.